Happy time zones, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be doing a dual game stream, so we're going to be playing Our Life Beginnings and Always. We're going to be playing the second half, and then well, partially because I'm actually obsessed with this game. Like, I was not expecting going into this game for it to be so good and cute and wholesome, but it is. So we're going to be playing it again. To try and at least finish off our first run through. And then the second game that we're going to be playing today is we're going to be playing some Slime Rancher to finish off bits and pieces directly before we end up getting into the early access review for Slime Rancher 2 next week. Woo! I'm so excited. I'm so excited about it. Hi everybody. So hello to John. John says, I'm doing much better than I was yesterday and the day before. I'm so glad, John. I'm so glad. We've been concerned about you, so I'm glad that you're on the up and up. It's amazing. It's amazing. And then Pitch says, ahoy, ahoy. Hello, Pitch. How are we going? How are we going, everybody? And then Ophelian Blue says, Andy, OG, hi. Hi, Blue. How's it going? Pitch says, Slime Rancher has ruined my life, but I'm not mad about it, though. Of course, Slime Rancher kind of just ruins everybody's life that I bring it into. I'm not sorry about it. I love Slime Rancher to pieces, but because of the fact that I love the game, and then also because of the fact that I know that the people that I recommend the game to will probably like the game, it consumes an inordinate amount of our time for everybody involved. But yeah. So, sorry about putting you onto a game that you're gonna really like, but also at the same time, I'm so happy that you're enjoying it. So without further ado, because I get to be a little louder than usual, I'm going to swap over from the Spotify music to the game music, and we're going to get started. First game of the day. Let's get into this visual novel again. For those that hadn't been playing it and stuff with us before, more or less what we've done so far is we're kind of crushing on our friend Cove at the moment, who we grew up with effectively. Like, we've known him for 5-6 years at this point, and little does he know, his dad originally paid us to be his friend. So we took $20 as like an 8-year-old to be his friend. So I'm now wondering if he knows, because like there's some things that have been said on and off, but I don't know, chat. Seems a little iffy. But we will get right into it. Let's continue la game. So this is, I think, we're up to the third summer. So this is when we're as a young adult now. Aphelian Blue says, I forgot to make a VOD of stream yesterday, so no VOD. Oh, I'm sorry, Blue. That sucks. It's always hard when you like forget to make the VODs and stuff. You can actually go into your Twitch settings and set it to automatically make VODs for you, so you don't have to think about it too much. But I would also recommend getting yourself a YouTube channel, so that way you can put all of your VODs and stuff on there in the future, because Twitch has changed how they're storing VODs. So they're storing them for, I think, just a week. Like 2 weeks for affiliates, and that's only if you're actively storing them. Highlights will still be stored indefinitely, but you can only have a limited amount and stuff now. So I would recommend having a VODs channel that you can port everything onto after the 24-hour exclusivity period and things, you know. If you're an affiliate, otherwise you can just port it over immediately, because I'm not an affiliate right now, so I can just do it instantaneously. Ophelian says, I'm only gonna stay a little bit, Andy. I need to go in 20 minutes. That's okay. That's okay. You can always watch the VOD back later. But I appreciate you dropping in. Yeah, I'm gonna set it to autosave. All good. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene. The whole family having a meal together. Your big sister, Liz, still hadn't lived at home full-time for a couple of years, but she arrived last week to spend the season here, since it was an off semester for her. She wanted to make sure that she was in town because you also now had graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. Aww, thank you, Liz. We appreciate you coming over to see us. Because we might not be able to see you again for a while if we end up going to like college or university, so that's nice of you. That's nice of you. Pidge says Twitch makes bad decisions challenge. I mean, a little bit. You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment that Ma made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had been only a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcomed at this point in her life. Wow, she's really lightened up a bit. She was a really, really aggressive child that was very, very stubborn. But I'm glad that she started lightening up a little. Strangely, even though she'd moved away, lately you'd felt closer to her than you had in a long time. Aww. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and then chewed absent-mindedly. You were vegetarian, vegan, pescatarian, polotarian. What's a polotarian? Can somebody give me an explanation for what a polotarian is? Because, like, I don't know. Also, pescatarian. Like, I can eat fish. Generally ate whatever. Picky eater. Should we be a picky eater? That could be interesting. This is Basil, so speaking from Basil's personal experiences, Basil hasn't been particularly picky. Oh no, wait, there was a bit of a pickiness, like you had favorite things to eat. And would only really eat those from the beginning, so I'll go with your picky eater. Chicken? I think so, bitch. I think maybe it's just like you eat chicken or you don't. John says a politarian is someone who eats poultry but not red meat or pork products. People choose dietary patterns for a whole variety of reasons. Thank you for letting us know, John. I appreciate that. I was just wondering like what it was because I'd never heard of that one before. The meal that you had reflected that your mums were happy to make food that fit your needs along with dishes for themselves that didn't, though you often made your own food nowadays. But it wasn't only you that had a diet that excluded things, as Liz had been vegetarian for a while. Oh, so our sister's a vegetarian. Cute. Aw, I feel like I'm giving hugs to bitch. Thank you for the hugs, everybody. And also thank you for the information, John. I really appreciate it. And then thank you for the hug, John. Look at the hugs going all the way around. I love it. Conversations had gone idly without fully taking in the words until your ears were piqued when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. Oh, the mothers are gossiping again. And so, that's how I heard the news. Alright, now stop burying the lead and tell us. What's this so-called news? Yeah, what is it, Mom? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donalds won't be renting out the condo up the street as per Sunset Bird tradition for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. Is this the grumpy people that we ran into who hated us as children? Are they not coming past? Do we not have to deal with them? What? That'd be amazing. Aphelion says, he's giving hugs around. Everybody gets hugs. Everybody gets hugs from me. The entire community, whether you're chatting or you're looking, you'll get hugs. Thank you all so much for being here and being so supportive of each other. It is so wonderful. It is so wonderful. A chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were had all around, especially after the initial shock. Your eyebrows pinched. Ma may consider them by name, but you and Lizzie had always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their path. Yes, the old couple's not coming back. Oh, okay. That makes me so much happier. That makes me so much happier. Because we don't have to deal with them. We don't have to deal with the old crotchety people anymore. Your ma continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They've decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at home. That's nice for them then. Have a good summer, mean grandparents with no grandkids away from us. That's a relief. Kinda sad they can't travel. Hope they're okay even if they are mean. Finally they can piss off. I hope they're okay even if they are still mean. They've had a very full life. It's nothing to sneeze at. And you be nice, Liz. You don't want to end up just like them, do you? You and your sister crack smiles at the joke. Well, at least I won't be here to yell at my children anymore. Lani! And with that blunt comment got laughter from all three of you. Engrossed in the conversation once more, you continue to chat with your family until the meal was over. Step 3, third time's the charm. So, we're now a young adult. We're a young adult. We can possibly try and get with Cove, depending on what happens. For those that aren't aware, we kind of have like a slow burn romance thing happening with Cove right now. So at the very beginning, we decided to be completely indifferent. Like, we didn't particularly like him, we didn't particularly hate him. We were just kind of indifferent to the fact that he existed. He was just kind of there. And then as things started progressing, especially in our teen years, we started kind of low-key flirting with him and asking some questions about what he found attractive, and then maybe dropping a hint or two, but nothing was ever acted on. But like you could see that the feelings were kind of returned. So now we're in young adulthood for just about the last summer that we're going to have with him. So let's get our fingers crossed and hope that this works out, because it may not. Like, you don't always end up getting the person that you want, so we'll see how it goes. Aphelion Blue says, Squid gives you hugs. Oh, even Squid's here. Hi, Squib. Nice to see Squib is here again. As it went, once the food was eaten and the cleanup had to be done, Liz took the role of the washing of the dishes and passed them to you for the drying and putting away. You had sets of cups in front of you that needed to go onto the top of the shelf of the cabinet. Also, just in case, right? Like, what does anybody else have a situation where like washing the dishes is one job, then the drying and putting away of the dishes is another? Like, shouldn't the drying be separated from the putting away of the dishes? Because that's kind of two jobs. So whoever gets that job ends up having to do more work than the person who's just washing the dishes. At least that's my opinion on it. I know that you still have to scrub the dishes and stuff, but still, that's a lot. Especially if you have to walk all the way over to the opposite side of the kitchen to put things away all the time. And if it was like my siblings in particular, they didn't want anything to even touch the drying rack if we were washing them all by hand. So it would be a case of they wash the dish, they hand it to me, and then I'm expected to dry it and put it away immediately and then pick up the next thing from them, and then there would be an argument if I didn't. And then I used to wash the dishes and stuff and alternate with them, but like I much preferred washing the dishes, even though I hated like the feeling of like the yuck, greasy, soapy water all over my hands. But drying and putting it away, because of the fact that they would just be so insistent that I had to grab it as soon as it was done. Pidge says it was meh to lovers instead of enemies to lovers. I mean, look, if we could have done an enemies to lovers arc, that's something I would have done, but unfortunately the game at this state doesn't actually allow for enemies to lovers yet. Although they might with some of the DLCs. I'm just playing the vanilla base game, which is free, so that way everybody can get a feel for what it would be like to play this game. So that way we can all explore together. Aphelion Blue says, I have a dishwasher, but yes, I have it separated into two as well. Mainly when doing food tech, but I tend to do all of the dishes because my partner in food tech is helpless at cleaning dishes. Oh, that is ironic. Like, if you're in food tech, you need to be able to wash the dishes and stuff to adhere to food safety. Otherwise, like, that's marks off, you know? That's marks off your assignments and things. You need to do it. You need to do it well. Pidge says it's not the same task, in my opinion, but air dries is my dishes, and the dish drainer is where my dishes live. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Pidge says, free, you say? Say no more. Yeah, it's free for the base game. You can get it on Steam if you want to play it, if you're interested in what you've seen. Every single playthrough that you do of the game is unique. At the moment with just the base game, it only has the one romanceable interest, but I think it's like 20-30 bucks to get every single one of the DLCs that have been released, and they release new ones all the time, and the DLCs are like between $3 and $5 Australian. So like it's not really a massive thing, and each one of the DLCs are pretty darn extensive. So it's a bit more of an accessible game. You can try it out and see if you want to get it. Like, go for it, and then you can try adding the DLCs and get different routes with different people. It's a good time. But yeah, free game. You had this set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. Yeah, I read this one. Task was effortless. You were pretty tall. Task was straightforward. You were tall. We did establish that Basil's tall. So we weren't super tall, but we were tall. And that was something that had been true in like teenhood and childhood. Childhood was kind of predetermined based on what other things that we did in the character creator initially. But for teenhood and stuff, we got given an option, and we're like, well, we might as well just stay tall, I guess. John sends a whole bunch of emojis. Thank you for the emojis. Whoa, my phone went off. My phone should be on silent. I'm streaming, people. Do not bother me. I'm streaming. I'm live. I can't answer the phone when I'm live. That'll be rude. I don't want to be rude to my chat. It was just like a whole bunch of Twitch notifications saying, hey, this person's live, hey, this person's live, hey, this person's live. And it's like, I'm live. I'm busy. That was simply your lot in life. You've always been vertically gifted. I have never heard being tall be called vertically gifted. That is such a strange way to say it. In that case, I'm relatively vertically gifted. Very little else as far as like the other bits and pieces. I have noodles for arms, I have noodles for legs. I'm vertically gifted. But can I utilize any one of my arms or legs to do what I want them to do most of the time? Absolutely the frick. You felt great about how things were. You hoped you might grow still. You wish you had stopped growing earlier. Oh, as a tall person, I can say that that's kind of how it is. But those thoughts weren't anything new. You hadn't been content with your height for a long time. I get vertically challenged, says Pidge. Ah, okay. I didn't realize that people actually said vertically challenged. I thought that that was a joke that people would like think about and then not actually say. I am so sorry, Pidge. I get the, do you play basketball? Have you ever thought about playing basketball? Geez, well, it's so nice that you've got arms and legs that can help you reach the top of cupboards and cabinets. Can you at least bend down to my level the next time that you speak and stop looming over me? You're being so condescending because you're constantly looking down on me. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I tend to get, and I'm like, come on. I'm not being condescending. I'm looking at you. I'm just from higher up. I don't have control over my arms and legs being tall. They don't even like match the size of my body. I'm not the most proportionate individual. I'm just an individual. Pitch says, no, it's a common thing for short people. I mean, fair enough. I was really small when I was little, but then I shot up, I think at 13, 14, and then I became basically my adult height at that age. So I had the problem of I can never fit into my clothes because it was like 3 full years of just growing quite a lot per month. And then like consistently outgrowing my jeans and then my shoes and then my shirts and everything. It was like just when I got everything nice and comfortable, I couldn't wear them again. Like my favorite pair of jeans, nope, sorry, you just can't have nice things. You're too tall to have nice things. Get used. Pitch says, tall people used to get, how's the weather up there? Oh no, we still get that every now and again, but it's like less common, at least as a phrase anyway. Unless it's coming from people above the age of 40. That tends to be around the time where they keep telling young people about the weather. Like they go like, oh yeah, how's the weather up there, you young folk? You young folk constantly with your head stuck in the clouds. Yes, I know, my head is stuck in the clouds. But so is yours if you're in low-lying fog. Like, Liz shook you out of your internal musings by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that have been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You'd think I'd have the first year or two I'd have a handle on things, but no. Mood! That is how it be. studying and stuff, it's always tricky going back to it after a long break because you're thinking about all of the assignments and things that you have to get done and the grades and the teachers you're going to have to interact with, all the new teachers you're going to have to learn about and all of that stuff. And then also like the juggling of time between like work life and school life and social life. It's just so tricky. It says that's funny because that's what my mother used to get all the time as a teen. How's the weather up there? Yeah. I think it's I think it must have just like carried over. So like as people get older, they just carry the previous things that they got said over to the next generation and things quite a lot. You glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year 1 of my architecture major was just basics. She's an architect, or she wants to be. That's cool. Now it feels serious. I actually have to know some things. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. You know you can handle it. It's cool. I want to be an architect. It does sound hard. You know what? It does sound hard. Let's validate the feelings. There was a lot of expectations you had to live up to if you wanted to succeed. Your older sister's mouth worked into a small smile. It'll be fine, one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college, if that's even your plan. What is going on with all that anyway? I don't know. You'd had solid plans set for a long time. I mean, we were a study nerd. You hadn't even let yourself think about it. It was too much. General idea. Firm conclusion recently. You know what? Let's just not think about it. That's honest. That's earnest. You answered the question as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You've got plenty of things going for you. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe your public school experience was over. In the end. Let's see, we did actually work really hard. You'd worked extremely hard, but were rewarded with great grades. And you were going to miss it. You were satisfied leaving it there. Wish it could have gone better. Satisfied leaving it there because like we did our best. We always did our best as a kid. So let's keep to that. Let's give ourselves some self-esteem. Went from social anxiety to able to have decent grades and stuff as well, because like we were resistant to start with, but then got interested in the topics. It had been a familiar and fulfilling part of your life, but you were ready to move on. Liz picked up on the silence in her question ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic. You're a good kid, Basil. You do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. Aww, that's so sweet. Thanks, you're a good big sister. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy-soaked hand as farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces put back where they belong. You eventually moved on to a new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. Ah, so we do have a cell phone, that same one that we were complaining about when we were younger not having. So we do have one now. It was the phone's default ringtone. You had a silly novelty. You set your love song as your ringtone. The love song. You casually picked it up from the table where you'd placed it earlier. The phone was a couple of years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was green. It was just a phone. You didn't do anything to decorate it. Had a special charm. Let's add a charm. Which was a lantern based on the game Lake of Voices, a small shell, crystal, string of beads, cat face, heart, or a music note. Small shell. Blue says classic Ambi. What do you mean classic Ambi? Because it's green? Green is my favorite color. I love green. Is that why you made that statement, Blue? The screen lit up as this says how much green is on my mind. I accidentally say green when I mean screen. Okay, fine. I see what your point is. I see the point. The screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed through the caller ID that it was Lee, and you weren't surprised. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Yay, she stuck around! I'm really happy that she ended up sticking around, because, like, I liked Lee. I really hope that she ended up, like, telling Derek that she liked him, because I kind of think she does, and she sort of half mentioned it. She was just like, I really like Derek, and I was like, do you? Do you really? Do you really? This is your reminder to hydrate, by the way. I'm drinking my cup of tea that is arguably way too hot. Don't burn your mouth like I do. So moving on to the next part. Especially once the miracle of both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first though. That's usually what happens. The cousin gets it first. Tapping the accept button, you answer her call. A familiar bubbly voice came through right after. Hi Basil! Sup? I trust I'm not interrupting anything major. Oh, she's so pretty! They're all so pretty. Blue says, I gotta go now. That's okay, Blue. Thank you for dropping by. We appreciate having you here. Have a good day. Have a good day at school. Make sure to take lots of notes. Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, well then you're welcome for my call. A distraction that must have been desperately needed. Thank you, dear cousin. I love doing chores, you joked. I like cleaning, you protested earnestly. Well, even though you couldn't see it, you shook her head at this. Thank you, dear cousin.
My pleasure.
She giggled, and you could hear the jangling of jewelry that she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored, and I felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. You're off from a part-time job. You hadn't started working anywhere yet. You couldn't relate. Part-time job. Like you, Lee had started dipping her toes into the workforce of late, and it made it keeping in touch frequently more complicated, but you both managed. Ooh, impressive. What about you? It's been pretty normal. Cool. That's you then. So, how's Mr. Clove holding? Oh dear. Cove, she knows. There was a teasing bent to her tone. She was never willing to let up on what was going on between the two of you. But that name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next door neighbor for the past decade at this point. Let's see, two of you are close, that's all you could think on it. He was your best friend, at least you hadn't admitted you felt more. This is true. He was far from someone who lived on the same street. He was your boyfriend. Let's continue with how we were going. We hadn't admitted that we felt more just yet, I think. Someday, you thought. Someday he'd know exactly how much he meant to you. Are you even surviving without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here, just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time that you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Aw, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't seem like should have made his grand return already. Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there. You could understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple of months, and for the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mum's place in Nevada. The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over text and calls, but still... Your mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips that he had taken to her. Almost every year, you'd have to go away for a while and then you'd be back again. It was nice to have breaks away from each other. It was just shitty. It upset you and your younger self worried about him leaving for good. Made you lonely. You weren't a fan, but made do. You sent him letters while you were away. Your mum's helped you ship out care packages to him and his mum. You gave him special treasures to take with him. Ooh. Ship out care packages. John's back. Hi, John. Hello again. Hello again. It was always full of really great stuff. He sent you regular letters in return. That's how it was in the past, but lately he'd been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became far too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't been entirely clear on what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever though, and you both knew that.
Well,
Maybe we should switch this up to a non-Cove related topic. That works. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer though. Lee had to go and you needed to finish up your responsibilities around the house. Well, at least you got more responsible with age, if nothing else. John says Overwatch is taking forever to download. Oh, okay, so you wanted to play Overwatch. Yeah, it's a pretty big game that can have some difficulty load in at times. The both of you exchanged goodbyes, then you went back to what you'd been working on before the call came in. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz, wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mum's keys. Want to get out of this tiny town to do some shopping in a real city? Yeah, it's been way too long since I've gone anywhere exciting. Good. I'm driving. Of course you're driving. It's obvious you didn't know how to drive. You were just glad you still had a learner's permit. Even though you could drive too, it was her plan. She could do it if she wanted. It was nice of her to do that. You had a license but tried to avoid driving. She could do it if she wanted. Go get your wallet and anything else. We're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from all the part-time work you'd done, as well as from gifts you'd received. After making sure you were both fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. It was a smooth ride there with light conversation about what shops to stop at, and the radio blasting. The trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interests to check out, and you yours too. Your hobbies and skills were still the ones you developed when you were younger, or you've gotten into new things since you've grown up. Let's see. You wrote things. You spent time on art. Let's see. Spent time on art. I think we're a sculptor. And creating digitally and painting. That's it. Let's see. You liked hanging out with people. You like to watch stand-up comedy. Let's comedy and people. And we still like reading, but let's read more comics and manga nowadays, along with magazines. Maybe non-fiction still, because we did love fiction and non-fiction. You also still liked music. We played the violin when we were younger, so let's add drums. Actually, I want to do drums. Thumbtack says, "Good morning. I am moving for a short time, but I'll be back before long. Hope you're all well." Thank you so much for joining us, Thumbtack. Good to see you as always. Good to see you as always. Whoop. I heard a follow sound. Thank you for the follow always. Welcome to the greenhouse. We play a lot of cozy games here and indie games, and then also what we call free therapy games, where we just let ourselves feel whatever emotions are happening from whatever's impacted in the game. So welcome in. If you do feel so inclined and you would like to chat, feel free to introduce yourself with how you would like to be referred to, and also your pronouns, so that way we make sure that we respect your pronouns and you feel as comfortable as you can during your stay here. Always with Peach says, "Hey Andy, my sweet, glad to be here. Hope you're doing well, and thank you." Oh, I am very, very good at the moment. I'm just chilling, playing a new game. So this game actually, which is Our Life Beginnings and Always, is actually for free. So I've been really enjoying having a look through all of the base game content to show people what the game is about, what it's like, what the ups and downs are. And then progressively I'm probably gonna buy all the DLC because I love it. It's so good. It's so good. We're currently got a slow burn thing going with Cove, so it's cute. It's very cute. He moved in when we were really little. And we're slowly starting to move forward a little bit. So that's good. That's good. Some text says he, him, but if you click my name, you'll see my image shows it. I hope more people do it so we don't have to ask or assume. Yeah, that's my hope for someday as well. I have my pronouns, I think, in my bio, or I might have forgotten to put them into my bio after I edited it. I can't remember, but my pronouns are they, them, so everybody is aware. But yes, as far as like he, him and stuff goes, yes, I'm glad. Also, I forgot to ask, Thumbtack, you don't mind being called Thumbtack, right? Otherwise, if there's something else you prefer to be called, I'll make a note of it, so that way each time that you pop into the stream, I'll call you by that. Always for Peach says, oh, that's good. Oh, I've never heard of this game before. It looks whimsical. It's very whimsical. It's a visual novel. So if you like visual novels and stuff, it's pretty good. You get given a little character that you get to customize at the beginning of the game. That's kind of like your sprite doll for what you look like. And then you go through and basically grow up together with the people in your town. The game is played over multiple summers, so you can slowly get more friendship levels and stuff with everyone. And then as you grow and as you change your decisions, it will change how all of your friends and stuff grow up too. It's great. Thumbtack says, any additions of my name works, but for me, but thanks for asking. That's all good. I wanted to make sure you're as comfortable as possible. Always a Peach says, you guys can call me Always Peach or Peach. I am she, her, and they, them. Okay, I'll make sure to alternate pronouns for you then, Peach. It's lovely to meet you. But how are you doing as well, Peach? Were you just sort of roaming Twitch and looking for any old streamer to come by? Or did you have something particular that you've been doing today that you're excited about? Or if not excited about, that you'd like to just complain about for a second? Because that's perfectly okay too. We do appreciate validating the feelings here. When turning a corner down the new length of the mall, your eyes caught onto a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently been giving you many presents for graduating high school. I wish people gave me presents for graduating. That would be nice, but no, it was just a case of good job. Now you gotta go to uni. Have fun. It's all good. Thumbtack says, I wanted to test my new headset and saw you were live, but off I go for a bit. That's all right. Thank you so much for the lurk, Thumbtack. Hopefully you have fun doing whatever it is that you're doing. But yeah, I've much appreciated. Oh, thank you, John, for plugging the Discord. Yes, welcome in, welcome in. If you want to, you can join the Discord to know when I'm going live and what events and stuff that we have planned. We are going to do an early access live review of Slime Rancher 2 next week, which I'm super hyped about because it's going to be on the Friday. It's going to be like slightly earlier than my usual stream time. But that's what's planned. So it'll be Friday the 23rd, which is that, well, that's what it is in Australia anyway, at I think 4:35. I think that's what I set it as. So 4:35-ish. And then we're going to be going into all of the details, talking about like the ins and outs of early access games, how you can best support development, how much it's going to be, etc., and running you through everything. So it'll be a good time. And then we're also going to be getting into like gameplay so you guys can see what the state the game is on launch. So for Slime Rancher 2, I think it's going to be going into early access and staying in early access for around 2 years, similarly to Slime Rancher 1. So yeah, we'll go through all of that and things on Friday. But so that's Friday next week, not this Friday, because obviously it's not out this Friday. If it was, I would be playing it tomorrow. Peach says, well, right now I'm recovering from COVID. I've been playing Fortnite and Mario Kart Smash Bros. And Kirby the Forgotten Island. I'm like 75% feeling better, so I will test myself this Friday to see it I'm okay. Well, I am glad that you have games and stuff to play, but COVID's no fun. My voice is still kind of crackly and stuff from when I had it back in March. It's not a very pleasant thing to deal with. So hopefully you do end up recovering all right, and then you get minimal to no after effects and things from it, because I know that sometimes you can have like a lingering cough and things, which isn't a lot of fun. So hopefully they're taking care of yourself as best as you can, which I can see, and at least you're being able to keep yourself entertained and things while you're recovering. But make sure to like cozy up if you need to, or get yourself a nice warm drink if your throat's ever sore and things. Honey in hot water tends to help a little bit, especially with lemon, just because I like it. But with lemon, but that tends to be a pretty good drink for sore throats, because it can help with like speeding up like throat infections and stuff from getting cleared and other things. At least that's what I've heard. It's something that I also used to get given any time that I was going to sing before a performance. But yeah, so there's a couple of little bits and pieces. Peach says, yeah, COVID's no fun at all. Oh, but I'm glad you're feeling better, Andy, and thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's all good. It was a while ago. But like a little gravelly voice, I don't know, just like a little whisper when I sing, I guess. Pitch says, oh no, I hope that you're feeling better soon. Aww. You guys are all so sweet to each other. I love it. Your friends and family. Yep, so we'd read this slide. Let's go to the next one. You realized you wanted to get Cove a graduation gift. You had a gift on your own. You had a gift to give Cove. We would. We kept trying to give him like the shell that we loved from your childhood. It's something you had wanted to do and you were looking forward to seeing his reaction. Graduation might have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around, so you had to wait. That's true. If he's not around, we will have to wait a lot more. Eventually, the mall was explored in full, with every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller shops nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic. Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. If smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more. Then your sister abruptly stopped speaking and walking right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her, as she seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful, as something else had all her focus. Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out of the corner of her mouth. Basil, don't draw attention. What? With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of the head, she urged you to once more.
Hey.
Look. Uh-oh, who's there, Liz? Let's see, let's go to chat. Paige says, hugs to you all. Yes, hugs for everybody. Everybody gets hugs. If you want them. If you do want them, you can have the hugs. But if you don't particularly want them, that's also okay. You do not have to accept them, and we appreciate just you taking affection in general from a distance. Because we care for you all, and if you do not want hugs and stuff and you are not consenting, then we will not hug you. Consent is key, always. You follow her gaze as best as you could to a large bench full of colourful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back over to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing here? Basil, doesn't one of them seem familiar? She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked the group over again, and this time you saw what she was seeing. Hi! Hey! Amongst the collection of strangers was brown hair, grey eyes, and lots of freckles. It's Schiller! It's our Schiller from when we were kids! No wonder she's so excited. She hasn't seen him since we were like 10 or 11. Oh, he moved away! And that was her best friend. Peach says BRB. That's all good. Take your time, Peachy. Peach says, I maintain that virtual hugs are superior to real ones for me, and that is also perfectly valid, bitch. Because sometimes real hugs could be overwhelming. Yup. That was definitely him. I can't believe it. He's honestly just there. It's hilarious. That's incredible. Oh, but how do we talk to him? We have to pull him away from all those other people. And what if I'm wrong? Her mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then we can act like it wasn't us, and if he responds to that, we'll know it's without a doubt it's him. Basil, keep an eye out to see if he looks. Liz, can't you just try talking to him normally? We are not doing that. That's a terrible plan. Why do I have to be the one to watch? Fine. You didn't even know how to react. Fine. Likely without even hearing what you had to say, Liz put her plan into action. Oh gosh. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way and put on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. In a supremely awkward moment, you can only stand there as the attention in the area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. But many of the startled bystanders who became altered to your presence? One of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin took over Liz's face. She pushed the rim of her sun hat up and away from her face while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet. Without really closing the gap, she wanted him to come to her. Who you presumed to be Shiloh looked surprised by the call out. He stole a quick glance at the crowd that was with him and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately he broke away from the rest of them. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz anew. Hi, I like your hat. And just that simple greeting had Liz giggling. Maybe the reason why she always wanted to be around him and liked him being around was because she actually liked him. Maybe that was why.
Hey.
Hello. I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie and that's Basil. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger, and their gaze darted between you and Liz. His previously chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get when you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right, and you're exactly the same. That face, the freckles, how you genuinely try to praise things. You're even still wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up to the headwear and creased his brows, not making the connection on what the hat meant, why the hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his next words carefully. Then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of us already left. The field trip is not a vacation. We're on a schedule. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add to the explanation of his absence, as the stranger watched him impatiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz, theoretically as well as literally, put her foot down at that, stomping in frustration, getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion.
Come on.
We do know you. Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke with was pained. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction for his new acquaintance. And that in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him? Is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the word sounded so absurd to him that it was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. If the two of you had any importance in this general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't try and bother exaggerating the trivial connections you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering on the road. It's rude. Excuse me, we're the rude ones? The high-strung ranting got to an audible gasp from Shiloh, who was finally starting to speak again in defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. Old people sure can have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try get along? It's not hard. Don't worry though, I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry I can't stay to talk with you, but I do hope you have a really nice life. Ooh, that must hurt.
Bye.
And that was it. His final parting words given, Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go to live. Liz watched his exit, stunned, only to frown when it hit her. He was really gone as quickly as he disappeared. It happened so fast you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with the breath. I could have told him his last name's Field or his birthday is October 30th. That would have proved it. No! You were stuff feeling equally deflated? Well, damn. Equally deflated. That could have been a nice moment, and instead it was disappointing. Why aren't you running after him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it there. Thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip. It was already enough just being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. So if given a chance, I definitely could have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed. You could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the field trip, and it's not usually how things are?
Right?
True. We can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Have a good life. Bye, Shiloh. We'll miss you. Bye, Shiloh. Liz smiled at you. It had the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Come on, kid, let's finish up our own trip. Yeah. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was simply something you had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. That was kind of sad, though. Oh, poor Liz. I can only imagine how heartbreaking it would be to have like your childhood best friend suddenly up and leave without so much as a goodbye. And then also have, when you get reintroduced to him as adults, not even recognize you. That's terrible. And if she's upset, that's perfectly okay. You arched your back as you stretched your arms towards the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room. I mean, the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She'd had quite a lot to say on the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room when she left the college, but there hadn't been many trips back to her home for her since then. The room hadn't been heard for years, and it was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring up the topic to this day. I didn't see your name on it. Thanks, it's a really nice room. Just wanted to follow my big sister's shoes. Flattery as a compliment can only go so far, Basil. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe that I'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place. We're both in town for a visit. I'll take Thanksgiving, you get Christmas. Sure. Sure. Your sarcasm won't save you here. I'm taking that as an agreement. She flashed her familiar grin, and you couldn't help but feel glad that she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she plodded off to the spare room. You were ready to do the same. Moving into a new space was your first opportunity to decorate it from scratch. Design your room! Ooh, we got a minigame! Green, purple, yellow. Oh, the yellow's nice actually. While I like green, like the yellow room is actually really pretty. So extras. 1, that's extra books and stuff. That's 2. Sure, we'll have both. Window, left, right. Yep, absolutely. Left, back. Oh yeah, there's the ocean pictures. Lights. Oh, I like the lights, so we're keeping the lights. Floor. Telescope. Yes. No ball. I think that's a pretty good room, actually. I like that a lot. I was not expecting to be able to decorate our own room. You were really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing onto it. You trudged back upstairs to your room. And we get to go and actually stay in that one. That's so cool. That's cool. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking out the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone now. Comfortably perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar to you. Hey Cove, how's it doing? Cove Holden. As a young adult. Dang, he got muscles. I mean, he had muscles when he was like a teenager as well, but like, damn, okay. Okay. Shock knocked the words out of you? Huh? Surprise! His tone was easy and relaxed. It was certainly a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how you suddenly just appeared in Sunset Bird. Though to be fair, you had been astounded that there hadn't been much of an opportunity for him to chat. Thankfully, Cove was only waiting for a good moment to start and began to explain. I got in about 15 minutes ago and no one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. I mean, he did have a nasty habit of climbing up through the windows. The window. A small smile had formed on his face, and you were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there, a mere feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. Hope that's alright. That's when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting into town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in what he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity, rather than for allowing for his plans to change. Realization made you bashful. You walk over to join him. Aww. Let's walk over to join him. He's here, and he was exactly where he wanted to be. There was no need to hesitate in enjoying his presence. Good. As you approached, Cove quickly hopped from the windowsill to meet you. I'm glad you're here, you're crazy. I missed you. Truffle's back in town. Can't believe my eyes, it's the most amazing man in the world. Ruffled his hair, jovially punched you in the arm. Gentle embrace. Or gentle embrace. Cove sighed contentedly, melting into the hug. He wrapped his own arms around your back in return. Taking your shoulder for a pillow, he laid his cheek against yours. The whole world is a little much, Basil. His voice was light, modestly batting away your compliment. It only served to underscore exactly how much you deserved it. I don't think it is. I missed you. Even if you hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning widely, and raised cheeks burying his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure. Obviously. Was the trip any good? Yeah, I had a great time. Cove told you about how his trip back had gone. His mom was doing really well, and she had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things were settled, as much as they ever could be, and with Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you'd been busy reuniting.
Well,
I should probably get my stuff and go see Dad. He glanced over to you with a familiar and expectant look. Wanna come with me? You know I do. Let's see. Sure, I'll go over for a while. Cool. Cove began to head to your bedroom door. You followed after him. Insist on a piggyback ride. It's just a normal thing at this point. Wait up! I need a ride! Cove shook his head, the smile on his face implying that it was you and your senses that he was questioning, not the request. He'd come to expect the latter, even if he didn't get why it held such an appeal for you.
alright.
Okay. Although, having a piggyback down a flight of stairs, I wouldn't recommend that. He crouched down just enough for you to hop on his back in a practice move. There wasn't much of a difference in height between you two. He didn't need to bend down much at all, and with how often he'd done it, there was no trouble in climbing aboard the Cove Express. Cove straightened up with poise, accustomed to balancing someone over his shoulders. Cove carried you down the stairs. You had to duck a couple of times, the ceiling grazing your still elevated head. Still, you safely reached the ground floor of your house. The door's gonna be in the way. Get off so I can open it. He bent down to slide you up safely off his back. Seeing things from your usual height was so disorienting after getting accustomed to looking down at everything. In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift which he'd prepared for when he got back. It would be best to give it to him now before he left your house. Can you wait here a little while? I got something for you. Cove's eyes widened as he tried to conceal a smile. He toyed with the collar of his top.
Really?
Really? I mean, you didn't have to do that. He nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. You got Cove something special. The gift you had chosen hadn't been something he could buy. It was, let's see, something he made yourself, or an orange shell that he had been entranced with since he was a kid. Let's see. Do you want to go for that one or that one? This is the nostalgia, and this is something that we made. I don't want to give him the shell. It's gonna be a little sad, probably, for him to see it. You quickly went up to your room to collect the shell, knowing exactly where to find it. It had been housed in the exact same box since you were a little kid, after all. Taking great care, you extracted it from the case. It had been there a long time since you'd taken it out. The grooves were as familiar to your fingertips as the opening line of your favorite song was to your ears. Cove had admired this shell ever since he saw it, declaring it to be the best of all your treasures. Despite that, he never accepted your offer to take it. You hoped that might change tonight. You closed your hand around the shell, not wanting Cove to see it until you were ready, and handed it downstairs. You were back in front of Cove. You cautiously lifted your arm up. He looked on curiously as you unfurled your fingers to show him the gift. Please take it, or I'll have to smuggle it into your house. I really want you to have it. Cove stared down at the familiar shell nestled in your palm. His mouth parted, and no words came out. He drew his eyes up to meet yours, silently, and found the answer to whatever question he couldn't speak. He put his hands over yours and broke the silence. Okay. He was as quiet as a whisper. His fingers were as gentle as the words brushing against your palm. His hand brushing against your palm as he took the shell from your grasp. He cradled it carefully against his chest and smiled at you, his eyes bright. I'll keep it forever. Cove reverently laid the gift safely on the counter. It didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure. Though his face was angled away, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotions. Oh, this is so cute. Yeah, pitch you and me both. He knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift, all the memories and feelings tied up on it seemed to have taken a toll on him. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove?
Basil.
I can't be Basil. I don't know what to do. Forcefully scrubbed at his eyes, he was trying to push back tears that threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. You need to cry? Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks, even as he wiped them away. More took their place. Thank you. His voice quavered as he spoke. Cove scooped you into a hug, pressing you so tightly against his chest that your breath escaped in a short squeak. He burrowed his face against your neck, his shed tears damp on your skin, and you hugged him back. You're welcome. Just silently accept his appreciation. Let's just silently accept it. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gasp that had accompanied his sniffles. His tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that overcame him. You're really, seriously too nice to me. And you smiled back. You have no right to call anyone else too nice. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at a loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you'd had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. I have to tell you, you're never going to guess who I saw today. You didn't give Cove a chance to reply. There's seriously no way he'd figure it out. Shillo!
Huh?
Shillo? Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. From when we were kids. Cove pondered a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, he was the freckly boy from the first summer, the one who moved? The guy was named Shillo, and he looked like Shillo from back then. He was even wearing his hat still. But he had no idea who I was and ran off somewhere. Cove frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it. You knew him better than I did, though. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shillo for a shorter period of time, but he and Shillo had never quite gotten along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who only really were ever together because they were both around the other people they knew. I wonder what Shillo's up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much. Oh well. That was everything you had on the news item, so you moved to the next big update. And you know the mean old neighbors, the ones who would yell at us? He cringed. Recalling those particular memories of back in the day was not pleasant, even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah. They're not coming. They didn't rent out the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been an institution for as far back as you could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now, as teenagers, you found your neck prickling as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way that you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. It feels like I've missed a lot. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something, and we better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. You nodded. As soon as you left your house, Cove bent down to let you climb back onto his back for the last part of the journey. How is he going to take his bags if he's carrying me? That's my other question. How is he going to take the bags? It seemed that no sooner had the night begun, it was already at an end, and the dawn of a new day was soon upon you. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day would follow suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, going to town later. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mum was watching you with a teasing smile. So what's on the agenda today? Meeting up with some people? Well, I hope that you and your friends have fun. Don't get into too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both your mums wanted you to join every bit of this summer before all the big changes started. I'll try.
That'd be great.
But before you go gallivanting around the town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing putting the dishes away over here. Alright. Thanks very much. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing around the road, and they noticed you too.
Hey.
Hey there, Basil. Hi, good timing. You should come and join us. Ooh. You give him a noogie, you ruffle his hair. You hug him, hug him. Following your lead, Cove hugged you back and held on a few seconds longer after you let go. We're getting somewhere, we're getting through to him. His eyes shone brightly at you when you did part, sending your heart aflutter. And then, just as Cove's cheeks flushed and he couldn't quite meet your gaze, he didn't speak. But you felt if he did, he would be tripping over his own tongue. You noticed that Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a very self-satisfied smile. Of course, he wanted this to happen the entire time. He really did. He was pushing for it. He paid me to be his friend, you know. It was his fault. This entire thing's his fault. We were not interested in Cove, but then we got paid to go and look for him. It's his fault. Pidge says, hee hee. Yeah, it is. Exactly. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but decided to keep it to himself. So, what are you up to today? Me and Cove are meeting with some friends later. We're gonna paint the town red. Exciting. They won't know what hit him. Cove shook his head disapprovingly, but you knew him well enough to tell that he was entertained by your notion. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it's only polite to greet new folk in town. Of course. Maybe to be a single son is dad. You've been here too long seeing a new person rent the condos and in exciting development. I don't want to meet them. Well, it has to be anyone better than the last tenants. For several moments, Mr. Holden was unable to answer. He was laughing and lightly shaking his head. You might be onto something. Cove put a reassuring hand on his dad's shoulder.
Don't worry about it.
You can still make the most of your life before it's too late.
What?
How old do you think I am? I'm not that old. Okay, maybe I am. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the current vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of him, and I still needed to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Yes, of course. I mean, I'll only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a wide grin breaking out of his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. Of course, he's a very big busybody. Pidge says, well, that they're looking the same age though. I mean, yeah. Look, all characters in video games tend to look similar ages most of the time. He does look a bit different. As far as like Cove goes, he looks quite a bit older. And then like our mums look older, definitely. But his dad, Cove's dad just keeps that youthfulness about him, I guess. Some people are genuinely like that. That works. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulder, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world. Mr. Holden stood up straight and letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. Oh no. Maybe we shouldn't be enabling this man. Okay, with that settled, I'll go make some money. That's always been one thing I do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a wave goodbye. Cove smiled at you the whole time while you both watched his dad leave. You liked Mr. Holden. He was one of your favourite people. He was kind of a bother. He was one of your favourite people at this point. He always tried his best, and his honesty was just great. In fact, he's over honest at a lot of the time. Too honest, arguably. The only exception was when he was really worried about his kid and then he paid another kid to go and see if he could find him. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street a while. Good luck. I'll stick around to see the new neighbors. I can wait with you. Why don't I stay to see the new neighbors and keep you company? Curiosity about the new tenants was getting the better of you, and you figured that the wait wouldn't be too much longer. Besides, you could just leave Cove. Really? Of course, I like keeping you company, remember? He stared at you a moment, smiling softly and thinking about his response.
Me too.
I'd like that too. Cove put his hands on your shoulder, gripping you solidly, but not enough to hurt. His eyes fixated on you, just as firmly. He was serious. Basil, you're my true ally in this world. That got a fair amount of chuckles from around you. From you, he grinned. His stoicism was fading into amusement. You're always really good to me. Lucky to have me, that's no problem. Can't help myself. You shook your head. You simply smiled. Shook your head. Your mouth pulled into a broad smile. You really weren't sure how to respond to that, and you could tell the Cove was watching you very carefully. The smile on his face reached his eyes, and it made you feel electric. Then he let go of you. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game on the new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet, and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at that sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
It has to be them, right? The only people who came out here live here. It has to be. Now that we're here, they couldn't help but feel a little bit curious. You wondered what kind of person would be living in the neighborhood just for the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop, and as you expected, the front of the now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few further buildings up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried to leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. The single occupant exited the cab. Huh? You could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was not exactly what you'd expected. It was a young man, and who had to be quite close to your own age. He was dressed in fully eclectic black and white and grey outfit, and even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. Interesting! Oh no, is this Nate? Is this Nate who we spoke to earlier? The only other crop of colour was something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes, which he caught when he looked over at his audience. Hello folks, who might you be? We're the neighbours. The smile already prominent on his face curled even further. He was cocky, but you didn't get the impression that it meant something adverse. Hallelujah! And Cove shared a familiar look between one another, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it at there, however. With a firm click, he shut the door of his ride, and then he turned back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black, suitcase out of the trunk. Continuing on with his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around the corner. A new renter had finally arrived. He left his suitcase on the ground out of the way of the street and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been clearly invited to join. Cove finally stood up to greet this person, and you followed suit.
Excellent.
I'm Baxter Ward. Excellent to meet you, neighbours. Baxter? That's an interesting name. Haven't heard that one in a long time. You were standing on the side that he was approaching from when Baxter got close enough. He offered you his hand first. Okay. Cool. Cool. Huh. Shook it, capture distance. Low 5 him? Baxter made it work and twisted his hand to oblige in your greeting of choice. Welcome to Sunset Bird. I'm Baxter, I'm Basil. Okay, nice. Hey Basil, I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. I don't trust this man. He said that we could be good friends off the bat. I don't know. Friends tends to take a lot more than that for me, and like it kind of puts me off whenever someone says it's like we could be good friends, like they're assuming. From the other side, Cove made a sudden spluttering noise. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove shook his hand, still eyeing Baxter carefully. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for an unknown reason. His eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment. Uh-oh. Now wait, is that a nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past. It clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Bitch says, I assumed he's planning on murdering you. I mean, possibly either that or he's into us from the off the bat, and then Cove's registering that like somebody gonna come and take away the person that he likes. I don't know. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face that I'm seeing. Cove. That's gorgeous. Yeah, this is a nice name. It's a nice name. Although I gotta say, I do like this man's shirt. Like his shirt, it's a vibe. I like it. I like the color blocking with like the eyeballs all over it. It's really not. No, I agree it suits you. Hey, only I get to fluster him. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I do that? That wasn't my intention. Baxter grinned welcomingly. The entire conversation brought a burning red flush to Cove's face. He couldn't make eye contact with either of you. Oops. I embarrassed him. You noticed Baxter looked apologetic over Cove's increased discomfort. I'm sorry, I wasn't intending to mean anything more than I did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patiently against stepping on anyone's toes. Patently, that's what it is. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden up there in the words, and you noticed that Cove was raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Haha. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces to know that he had some filing to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position on his feet. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. That's not hard once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as his cue to keep talking. Well, he grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. I guess it was because of the amount of times that he'd done it in this conversation. If either of you are looking for a partner, I'm available. Cove frowned at the overt forwardness. Oh, thanks. I'll pass, I think. I could probably show you some moves. I'd rather not. Baxter nodded understandingly, then let the subject go. We did mention as a kid that we had 2 left feet, so like, I'm gonna stick with the traits that we have set. After that, there was a lull in the conversation and Cove attempted to fill it. So what made you decide on Sunset Bird? Well yes, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued. Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but luckily for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the 2 of you live here. Oh no. Are you a troublemaker? Cove was practically reeling over how Baxter found a way to fit comments like that into every single topic thus far. Are you into us both? Are you into neither of us? What's going on? What's your play, Baxter? Why do you keep doing that? You don't know us, but you talk like you already do. Cove spoke, firm, yet genuinely confused. And Baxter smiled cautiously. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, and when I say something, I mean it.
See?
Plus, what's the point of spending my off summer alone? The best part of it is being somewhere new is getting to interact with new people. I just think it's being in a new environment and having a look at a town. Am I honestly the first person who's acknowledged that you're attractive and intriguing people? True, you're still hidden in a tiny tourist trap, but still. Baxter crossed his arms. After studying your faces a few more seconds, he decided to continue. Am I only trying to score a hookup or get a romantic fling started by saying those things? No, that isn't the point of speaking well to others. I was raised better than that. Well, at least there's that much. Though would I be fussed if that was what my words led to? Also no. Oh, okay. So, that's a development. Because he said both of us were attractive people. And then he said that, like, either or would be fine. So, like, okay. I'm flexible. Not a surprise, I can back off with the lines if you don't like the attention, but I would like to be friends if I can. Cove wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you and continued to look at your face when he spoke. Thanks for answering. I'm not interested in any of that with you. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other part. It says thruple type. I mean, it would be interesting, but I don't know if we can actually do that. I'd appreciate that if you didn't do that with me. Yeah, thanks. I'll keep it in check. Glad we're working this out. Well, at least we're working out boundaries. Now we just need to see if he maintains the boundaries that we've set and, like, actually respects it. Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward. So, since we were both already out, did my arrival interrupt anything? Definitely not. You smiled and silently agreed. You laughed in a conspiratorial way. You looked away nervously. Laughed. Baxter looked at you curiously. He didn't understand your response, but he chose not to question it and smiled politely instead. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save the schedule talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile. Goodbye for today. Bye. Cove gave a small wave as well. Bitch says lurking for a bit. That's alright. Thank you for the lurk, Pidge. Much appreciated. You have a good time. Bye. Baxter then turned on his heels and then strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath.
Well,
I don't know how I'm going to explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter, trying to imagine all the confusion or conversation. At least the job's done. We saw the neighbor, now we can go and meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should be getting going. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. Thought he was charming. You were not interested in him. You gave a pretty bad first impression. He just wasn't someone you liked. He's charming at least. I'll give him that. Not really sure when, but at some point Baxter won you over. You were curious to get to know him better. Like, I am curious about him. Like, I am genuinely interested in who the heck this is. But, you know. Laughing quietly, you wondered how Baxter would fit in with the rest of the neighborhood. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed through all your thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way towards town. A little while later, you and Cove reached the main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I heard my phone. You dug your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfied grin. There was a new message. You opened the text from Miranda, and all you saw was, I can see you! Oh, not creepy at all, Miranda. Immediately, from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, but she did send you more messages. Ha, I see you looking. Where are you? Oh, come on. Really, Randy? Who is Randy? Really, Randy? Oh, we get to check. Oh, so that was a message thing. We had to choose a... I didn't know. I just thought we sent a lot of messages at once. This message was sent, and you were back to looking around, scanning for any signs of movements or familiar faces, but they were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. Burst into laughter at her antics. Cove looked at you puzzled. Raising an eyebrow, he crossed his arms. What's happening? Before you could even begin explaining anything to Cove, you were snapped your attention to the yelling from across the street. There you saw Miranda and Terry coming out from behind the backside of the wall of the grocery store. They both started waving widely to draw even more attention to themselves. Cove took a step in their direction. Grinning, he put his hands around his mouth to better project his message across the street. Hey! Laughing and arm, the girls stopped, only to look both ways, then rushed across the empty street. Hi, Miranda! Oh, she's so cute! Hi, hope you weren't waiting too long.
Hey, buddies.
Hey, Terry! Hi. I'm amazed how she grew out of nowhere. Happy to see you too. Thought you two knew better than to jaywalk. Even if it was an open road in a small town, it was still illegal, and they took the matching tones with an apologetic lilt.
Me too.
Sorry, Basil. Me too, sorry. Alright, though you shouldn't do it again. From this moment forward, we'll use the crosswalks. We cross our hearts. And Terry then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him into a painfully tight hug. You're finally here. It's been so long. What took you? He did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed.
Sorry.
Eventually she let him go. Terry looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted weight to her other hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. Welcome back. Thanks. It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place, and from here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this, and they didn't either.
So?
Cove. Terry poked Cove square in the chest. You're gonna have to get me your schedule by this time yesterday.
No way.
Not really possible, Terry, but I can send it as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything, but I can tell you I'm busy with orca activities. When Cove wasn't at his part-time job, he was pursuing his athletic and academic interests. He volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California affiliation, otherwise known as ORCA. The group focused on cleaning up the beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove always loved the sea, and it didn't surprise you one bit when you started getting involved with him. Cove was Cove's activity. You enjoyed ORCA too after learning about it. He definitely was the one that was more interested in the ocean. The Smash event for the year is coming up, isn't it? Yeah, there's not much more to it than before. Not much more to do before that. I'm kind of looking forward to the fundraising push. Are they doing a ball or something? Hopefully we can pull it off. If anyone can do it, it's you two. And if it goes really bad, it'd still look good on a college application, at least. That's true. Hey, guess what else? We don't have to stand here to say stuff. Let's go! I'd like a meal now. Backing up, Cove nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm hungry. Time to head out. The four of you head into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left was where to stop and eat. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed away in the blink of an eye. When nighttime fell, it was time to head home. You parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event, and it was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was silent and dark. You strolled with a skip in your step. Cove was giving you a piggyback home. Ambled along. With every step, you knew your fate was being sealed. Your feet were going to be so sore well into tomorrow. It was taking a lot of mental focus to keep up and walk alongside Cove. As you peered at his face out of the corner of your eye, you wondered why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same. And they're not. They've changed. And they're still changing. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true that the people that you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now, and that wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. if you had to choose in this very moment, you wanted. Oh, to go to school part-time, work full-time, focus on time that's not school or work. If you had to choose right now, what would we pick? Let's see. We are a bit academically inclined, so I feel like maybe Basil would be inclined towards higher education. I don't know. Actually, no. You know what? Focus on time that isn't and to go to school part-time. Maybe. And that was the basics. To work part-time. That was the basics. For your career you thought you'd like to work online, do contract business, start your own business. Work online, because like you could do whatever you like from there. And do contract work for the most part. And then start your own business. Why not? Because then you can choose your own hours and everything and be your own boss. And I think that would suit Basil quite nicely, since they wanted to have a lot of freedoms. For your education, you thought you'd attend a community college, public university, private college, trade school, take online classes. Public university. Or take online classes, possibly. Could join a trade school. Could go to a private college or take online classes. Or take online classes, possibly. See what it goes. For yourself, you wanted to work on self-improvement of your own. Just take some time to relax. Try and figure out what you truly want. Figure out what you really want. And take some time to relax. And that was all. That was all. And for that, you wanted to go to a different part of the state. Oh! Travel around to different places. Go to a different part of the state. It'd all be happening so soon. You already applied to schools and jobs. You applied to schools. You hadn't begun to do anything just yet. Okay. You've been keeping your situation open about your situation, everyone knew. You'd only spoken to about this with family and those who were close to you, like Cove. Now you wondered what Cove had in mind. You'd heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything that you would have counted as a real plan. Making it back home, you both stopped in the middle of the street and Cove sighed. Cove looked at the ground for a moment, his mouth trembling, trying to settle on the right words to say. So, are you still thinking about relaxing for a while and stuff in another part of California? Yeah, you remembered. Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you while he lifted his head. I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm. His expression grew more serious. I'm not going to decide on a school or a career, not this summer. I'm going to stay here, at least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working my job, keep doing volunteer stuff and everything else.
I don't know.
And maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall or next year, or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. I'm not going to crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set, and I just can't do that. His brow furrowed, his tone was tense. It was clear how much his expectations were weighing on him. I know that's not very exciting, but it's the best that I can do right now. I think that that's pretty good. He laughed self-derisively, but with the way that his face looked, he thought he actually wanted to cry. Oh, Cove! He looked at him deeply. Clown sounds very you. I'll miss you. I wanted you to come with me. Okay. Either say I miss you or I wanted you to come with me. Go out, I want you to come with me. Your words came out quietly. You were hurt, but more upset with yourself for assuming he'd always be there no matter where you went. His face crumbled, and your original assumption was proved to be correct. As tears began to fall from his eyes, his chest heaved, and his words were whispered. I'm sorry. Maybe I can still go. I'd only be a little late. No matter what's happening, I just want you to know that you won't ever lose me, and I won't really be gone. I'll still be there for you the best that I can, whether it's long distance or whatever else. Rose's whole expression softened, his lips pulled into an affectionate smile.
It's okay.
Basil, you deserve to have everything you want in life. Aww. I want you to get everything you want in life. You're wonderful. Your voice came out softly and sincere. Looking at you fondly, Cove took a step closer. He placed his hand on your shoulder. Warmth from his proximity helped to relax you. He spoke to you softly, wholeheartedly. He meant every word. Things are hard right now. It scares me. But it'll be okay. It will be more than okay. Now that things are up to us, we can make our lives better than they ever were. You relieved him. You appreciated his attempt to put on a brave face. Yeah, you could tell how hard Cove was trying to keep himself together for you, and you hoped that he was right and that things would be okay for the both of you. Deeply you met Cove's gaze, and you nodded. At his expression, it morphed into a look of careful confidence. Clearly he was struggling with the topic, and you wondered what else might be on his mind. This was a start, I think, but it's not over, is it? We'll have to keep talking about it going forward. Yeah. Cove softly reiterated his promise. It'll be okay. We'll still be there for each other. Is that good with you? It is. Cool. That's cool. I'll see you tomorrow, Basil. I'm already looking forward to it. Night. He pulled you into an unexpected hug. It knocked the breath out of you, yet you couldn't have been more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could.
Good night.
Night. You finally let go, giving you another smile. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered, how many more times would he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow? You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your house and you vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment that you had this summer. Okay, so let's see. Hang talks. Let's start with talks. Another placid summer day was drifting by. Your daydreams were chasing each other, none sticking around long enough to become a firm plan, but you didn't really mind that right now. As tapping worked its way into the dreams, focusing more, you realized it was coming from your window. A grin popped on your face as though you'd been waiting all day for this moment. Heading to the window, you could see Cove outside. His habit of climbing this way was true Covism. He'd rather scale your house than anything else. You stood aside to give him space, hold a hand out to him. Why not? You offered Cove a hand to help him. Once he was mostly inside, he took it to help steady the last bit of his entrance. Though considering how many times he's done this, he hardly needed the help. Hey Basil. What's up? Welcome home. You'd think my mum should invest in some bigger windows? Cove laughed at that and took one last look at his exclusive entrance. He hummed with a teasing look on his face. It'll make life easier, that's for sure. Cove's voice came out quietly, with a strangely pleased smile on his face. Did something happen? Cove opened his mouth to answer, only to have the phone ringing cut him off. Uh-oh. You both turned to where it rested a little further up in your bed. It was still face down, so you couldn't tell he was calling. It's okay. Your attention shot back to Cove, who smiled at you awkwardly. Go check it, it could be important. I'll wait. Thanks. You shuffled forward and scooped up the little noisemaker into your hand and you flipped it over and checked the caller ID. It's Miranda. Oh, you should answer. I want to say hi too. Good. With a nod, you accepted the call and set it to speaker. Hi, Miranda. Hi. There was something off about her tone. Cove met your gaze and you saw the same confusion in his expression.
Have you heard from Terry?
Have you heard from Terry at all? Or you hear about her from Cove? Huh? No, she hasn't called me, but Cove is with me right now. Hey. Oh, hi, Cove. Is that what you were gonna say? He shook his head no before realizing it wasn't a good enough answer when one person couldn't actually see it.
No.
No, Terry hasn't called me today either. Is something wrong? At that, Miranda couldn't hold herself together any longer. The muffled sobs from the other side of the line were unmistakable. Terry doesn't like me anymore. If she ever did. What? That doesn't sound right. You're probably her best friend out of all of us. Yeah, why do you think that? You sniffled. There was a pause as you heard the shift on the phone to the other hand. Terry was here the other night watching movies with me. We were up super late. And I realized her parents probably went to bed so I couldn't pick her up. My mom and dad were definitely asleep, and dad works early. I tried to tell her it was okay just to spend the night and she could text her parents what happened, but Terry really didn't want to. He glanced at Cove. He looked equally unsure about where this story was going. It didn't sound like a friendship ending situation. I suggested to make things easier if she was nervous, she could sleep by herself in my room while I stayed somewhere else. Yeah. And I said we didn't have to sleep at all. We could have kept watching movies until one of our parents woke up, and I wouldn't have minded. I know not everyone can do sleepovers, but Terry wouldn't even tell me what was really wrong or what I could do to help. I thought we could tell each other anything. I guess I was wrong. Did you stay in the end?
No.
No, we got too loud in the kitchen and my dad woke up. He offered to drive her home when he heard what was wrong. She texted me apologizing for my dad having to do that when he needed rest, but that was it. She isn't talking to me anymore. You could hear every bit of tears and heartbreak in Miranda's voice. This continued to be a shock for your neighbor. But Cove recovered and spoke gently. I'm really sorry.
I mean,
There's no way Terry wanted to make you feel this bad, or that she's just done with your friendship because of this. Miranda's sniffling continued. You hoped she had plenty of tissues handy. I hope Terry's alright. Yeah. Miranda only gave a feeble hum in response. Your brain struggled to get a grasp on this whole situation. Miranda's voice sounded a little more collected after she finished her story. But you knew that the crying was far from being done. I thought she'd have reached out to one of you by now. Maybe she's not talking to anyone. Yeah. Sorry for bothering you and Cove about this. Apology accepted. Don't worry about it. Right, you can tell us things. Thank you. Her shaking voice finally conveyed a little optimism, or at least relief that she wasn't dealing with it entirely on her own.
Is that alright?
If you hear from her or anything, could you let me know if she's alright? We can. Thanks. Let's talk later, okay? Bye. 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 That really didn't seem like an especially productive point to the end of the call, though you also weren't sure where to go from there. Looking to Cove, his face seemed just as lost as yours. With no alternative, you hung up and put the phone back onto your bed. Cove crossed his arms, a frown creasing on his face. He began to pace the length of your room, clearly trying to put the pieces together in his head in a way that made sense. You were worried, you were pretty confident about this working out well. Yeah. It was no fun hearing Miranda so sad, but you could definitely empathize. Right now, there was no reason to get too worked up, at least for now. It was only a matter of time until Terry reached out to someone, and you were sure hearing her side of things would clear things up. The empty state of your head before learning this was not helping you now. You couldn't put two thoughts together, and flopped back onto your bed staring into space. We should probably try calling Terry. Cove's voice managed to drag you back to some grounding. He'd stopped pacing, but you still saw a perturbed look in his face. Is it really something we should get involved with right now? Cove's mouth pressed into a hard line. At the moment, it seemed like the two of you were on very different wavelengths as to how to deal with this.
come on.
I want to talk to Terry. She's my friend too. Fine. Let's call her. Cove looked away and pulled his phone out. You went over and stood at his side as he was dialing. Cove let it ring and ring and ring. Terry didn't answer. There wasn't even an option to leave a voice message. Your shoulders slumped and Cove looked even more troubled, as if that was possible. He turned to you as if for some kind of a lifeline. Did you try calling? I'm gonna send a text like, hey, I was trying to reach you, call me or something. Yeah. You took up your phone once more. Unfortunately, after another set of intermittent rings, the line went dead. No answer. No voicemail. Hanging up, you saw Cove visibly deflate. He rubbed his arms, eyes distant, openly struggling with the whole affair. I don't like this at all. They're fighting and we barely know anything and we're just supposed to wait and see? Despite it only being a minute since he texted Terry, Cove checked his phone again. He was desperate for progress, for something, and he frowned as he watched him. You're making me anxious. Cove stared hard at the screen as though you were trying to will a new message to appear. As your words sank in, he forlornly let his gaze fall to the side. Cove's voice came out, so small and quiet you would have missed it if he hadn't already taken your full attention. Sorry. He nodded slowly. Cove closed his eyes and let out a sigh as though trying to clear away the pressure from inside his chest. Glancing at your own phone in vain, you considered sending a text message too, if that would even help. This was making you feel all twisted up, and you could see some sort of discomfort in Cove's face. There was something consoling in that at least. The words drifted from his mouth like a feeble breeze. You'll be fine. You'll be okay. Yeah. You could hear it in both of your voices how much you wanted to give and receive reassurance. You both tried to believe that the sentiments, weak as they were. What should we even say if we do hear from one of them? Pacing resumed, he attempted to answer his own question. We should probably tell them to talk to each other instead of only us, maybe? It slowly came to another halt like a gear winding down. We should find out Terry's side of the story. We should comfort Miranda and let up with Terry, I don't know. You wondered why you always had to come up with things. Saying things. I wonder. Well, we can't get in contact with Terry right now, but I would want to know what she has to say, so nothing could be done until you knew what you thought of this, that much was certain. Cove nodded silently in agreement. For minutes, they both remained there in silence, drowning your thoughts. Eventually, Cove turned around. I'm gonna text Terry and that we already know what's going on. Maybe she'll have an easier time talking to us, or she won't have to pretend or explain. Miranda didn't say it was alright to admit she talked to us. That is true. Not at all. Cove's mouth turned down, and you could see the grip on his phone tightened out of the corner of your eye. You wondered if he was even aware of it. Why not? Would she want us to hear that we know about that? If Terry wants to hear the story, she'd tell us herself. But what if she doesn't? Then we respect her privacy, that's what. You have to stop whatever this is. Cove's eyes narrowed into a sharp slits, a look that was almost unheard of for him to direct at you. His tone of voice was equally as cutting. Is this what you wanted it? For us to start fighting too? No, I don't. If this had been an argument he had in mind, you'd throw in the towel at any time. He tried to speak in as soothing as a way as possible. I don't want any fighting. For a moment, Cove closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A little bit of tension in his shoulders released. Sorry for making things difficult. He offered him a small, reassuring smile, and he put his phone away, trying to make amends. Still want to wait together, see if they try and talk to either of us again? Of course, I don't want to leave unless you want to. The silence stretched down what felt like hours, but likely wasn't long before there was a knock at your door and Mum peeked in. Just wanted to check on you. Oh, Cove, when did you get here? When she saw you were there, she opened the door all the way. Ma was standing outside, just past her wife to come inside to your space. What's going on? We're okay. It's just Miranda called earlier. She and Terry are fighting, but none of us know what's going on with Terry. Your parents exchange a meaningful look, though its meaning was lost on you.
I'm so sorry.
That's too bad. I'm sorry there's trouble with your friend, sweetie. Is there anything we can do to help? Out of the corner of your eye, you saw Cove rub his arm awkwardly, unable to add anything. No, we're just waiting to see if Terry calls or texts, or if Miranda does. Well, we can at least help you take your mind off things while you're waiting.
Yeah.
Another great idea, Lani. We can get the whole gang together with some quality time. Yes, it'll be wonderful. I'll go see what Liz is up to right now. Excited, she fluttered a few steps away, then stopped. She pivoted on her heel, raising a single finger, flashing a big smile at Cove.
It's no trouble.
And of course, Cliff will be welcome too. Knowing your family was always there for you, that couldn't be underestimated. In fact, it meant everything to you that your mums cared so much. Thanks, Mum. Yeah, thanks. That's nice of you.
You're welcome.
You're both very welcome. Don't sweat it. Not so kiddos. Leave things to us. Just relax. We'll call you when it's all together. You nodded and your mums dispersed for now, bringing into action for their impromptu get-together. You flopped down onto your bed, feeling like you could sink into it and disappear. Cove, meanwhile, took a spot on the chair, off to the side. You laughed at the same time. Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. He gave his phone another quick check, and his eyebrows furrowed. Still nothing? Yep. This is crap, huh? Yep. Cove chewed on the inside of his cheek as if to mimic the stress that was clearly eating away at him. Cove, what's wrong? What's really wrong? One disagreement doesn't make you act like this. That got a pointed pause in his movements. Cove was carefully trying to put his thoughts together, and he spoke in a fragile voice. When people you care about, when they're unhappy with each other, there's nothing you can do. At least when you're in a fight yourself, you have some responsibility, some control over it all. I wish it didn't have to happen, but that isn't possible. So well, I guess. His attempt to give a nonchalant shrug after that was pitiable. Makes me feel horrible too. You know what? Yeah, it does. In your lap, your hands momentarily curled into fists. This kind of powerlessness, it did wear you down. You looked to Cove and were reassured by his understanding nod. There's a question you had to ask though. Is it what happened with your parents? Cove ran a hand through his hair, a strained smile spreading across his lips. For him, this pain struck a little too close to the heart. Just as quickly as it had come, his smile was gone, lost amidst his faraway gaze. Yeah, you got it. It's like my parents. Despite knowing him for so many years, Cove never spoke of the years before he moved to Sunset Bird and before his parents separated, in any detail. He whispered his thoughts so distantly, almost unconcerned with whether you could hear them or not. They used to fight all the time. I think they got along when I was a baby. I mean, they had to have wanted to be with each other at some point, but when I was older enough to remember anything, it was already bad. There was always something wrong, and I could never help. I just wanted them to be happy. You tried to imagine your mums breaking up, and the very idea scared you. But Cove had endured that for real. I'm sorry.
Basil, don't worry about
It's okay. Despite that revelation, Cove gazed reassuringly at you. It's not like that anymore. Things are different now. I don't even really need to think about it. Again, the sorrow reasserted itself. When it continued, you could barely hear him. Though I guess it's pretty obvious that I haven't forgotten either. Let's see. I'm just gonna hug him. He crossed the room, picking up a bit of speed. Cove's eyes widened and he shot out of the chair and stood waiting for you with a nonplussed look. When you collided with him, wrapping your arms around his middle, knocking his air out of his lungs. All mystery was gone. Cove squeaked. Oh. He returned the gesture longingly. Exhaling, you leaned down and pressed your chest, your cheek into the warmth of his neck. Intention stuck in your chest, releasing like a river flowing through into the ocean that was good. The firmness of his hug told you that Cove didn't plan on letting go anytime soon. You both needed the comfort and the closeness just for a little bit longer. And he finally did. two of you took a seat again. This time, side by side on your bed.
Well,
Today was a lot, huh? Yeah, it was. But contentedly, and against him. Resting the side of your head into his shoulder, you glance up at his face. Grove watched you affectionately. In that gentle gaze, you finally felt like everything was going to be okay. No matter what happens, we can make it work. His mouth pulled into a bent smile at that, and he chuckled, resting your head comfortably back on his shoulder.
me too.
I think so too. And for a while, you stayed like that. A comfortable quiet fell between you, and the sun fell with it. The warming calm ended, and Cove gasped sharply. You spun, half expecting to find him nursing an injury. Instead, you found him staring straight ahead. What?
Oh my god.
I think my phone just vibrated. Well, you better find out if it did. Right. He batted his pockets, fumbling and frantic, and yanked the phone out. The force of the action nearly catapulted the device out of his grip entirely, but he caught it just in time. His eyes honed in on the screen. It's terrible. She says she's sorry. He looked back to you, his eyes wide as his nerves started to fray once more. What should I say? Tell her just to call us. Okay. He flashed you a shaky smile as he began to type. You suspect that he'd had similar thoughts himself and wanted reassurance of a second opinion. Grove's phone buzzed nearly a sec as soon as the message was sent. Ah, it's Terry again. She's talking to us. He leaned in, watching the conversation unfold on Grove's screen.
Right.
She's actually gonna call. Grove held his breath as he waited. He thought he was good with people. He'd never been at ease managing conflict. I mean, fair enough. I wouldn't be either. His phone rang out. Grove jammed the answer button. He switched the phone to speaker mode, allowing you to participate in the conversation. But despite his immediate reaction, his voice lacked the same resolve when he spoke. Hey. It was tentative, a white flag fluttering in the wind. Basil's here too. Hey, Terry. Hey, buddies. Terry's voice was barely recognizable without her usual quick patter and energy.
Okay.
Things okay? I don't know. Probably not. Grove tensed, his free hand coiling into an anxious fist. Can you talk to us about what happened? You heard Terry sigh over the phone as she unburdened herself. Pretty much. I was at Randy's house and we decided to watch some movies that she's super liked, that I've never seen before. Turns out that there's a lot of those. We watched one, then another, then another. We were having so much fun. And each time one finished, she had to share another with me. I didn't really think about it at the time. I only wanted to say yes to Randy and to watch her movies. She spoke wistfully, but her words were full of affection. It was Randy, you know, and I wasn't thinking about my schedule or what time it was. Totally. And I finally saw the time, and oh no, it was way too late. I already knew I couldn't stay. She took a deep breath, her voice becoming softer when she resumed talking. I was so stressed out. I couldn't deal with it. Miranda wanted help. She kept coming up with ways to make it better, trying to figure out why I was so upset and stuff. I was trying to answer all her questions, and there were just so many. I couldn't really answer all of them. I didn't even know why some of her ideas didn't work with me. But it made my head ache. I saw the first problem, and Randy was there trying to help and blasting all these questions and suggestions at me faster than I could even think. She gulped, audibly sniffing. I got frustrated and told her to leave me alone, but then she wanted to talk about why I wanted that. We started having a fight in the kitchen, and it woke up Randy's dad. I told him about how I wanted to go home, but my parents couldn't get me, so Mr. Eckert offered to do it. Problem solved? No, I mean, yes, kind of, but I accepted because I definitely couldn't stay then, not after throwing a racket and then turning it into a big deal. But I feel awful and embarrassed. Why did I yell at Randy and hurt her feelings? I made her dad lose sleep by waking him up and having to drive me home. What do you say after that? I have no idea. I don't know where to start, and I don't want to make it worse by saying the wrong things and fighting again. Oh, I'm not talking. Harry, Randy isn't mad at you. You didn't want to stay out. Didn't want to stay or that you fought. just wants to feel like you can talk to her. I mean, you can stay wherever you want. She'll listen. Not talking to her at all is pretty much the only wrong way to go about it. Terry lamented mournfully on the other end of the line. He did have a point. Unless she faced Miranda again, there would be no resolution. He looked at Cove, hunched over the phone, staring pensively into it, searching for a solution. This couldn't be solved without the other party missing. But what if you brought them in? Your phone is still free. You suggest calling Miranda. I've got an idea. Why don't we call Miranda on my phone? Cove and I could make sure your conversation didn't fall off the rails. Cove brightened up. The concern furrow in his brow, which had taken root when Miranda first called, eased.
Well,
That could work. Terry, are you up for it? She made a noise that wasn't a word, but nevertheless conveyed her hesitation and worry. But she brought it to a close with a decisive exhalation, as if pushing all the negative thoughts from her body. All right, I'll do it. Cove nodded. Now that you'd received approval from everyone, you pulled out your phone and called Miranda. You set it to speaker and waited for her to pick up. Luckily, she did.
Hi.
Hi, Basil. Her voice was still distant, as if her thoughts were elsewhere, but it was loud enough for your needs. Hi, you're on speaker, and Terry's on speaker too on Cove's phone. Oh. She paused while she digested this information. You watched the phone screen, hoping she wouldn't just hang up as a result.
Really?
Really? Yep, it's really me. Can you hear my voice all the way from your house to theirs to mine? I can. You and Cove exchanged looks, waiting for the wall between them to break and wondering who would be the one to do it. As the quiet dragged on, you caught Cove chewing at his cheek. He must have weighed up the same question as you, whether to encourage the conversation or leave Miranda and Terry to resolve it themselves. The answer came in the form of one sniff, followed by another from Cove's phone. Sorry, Randy. I hope you still like me. What? You were the one acting as if you didn't like me. Her tone was defensive, no doubt as a result of her wounds from her night still being raw. No way! Everyone likes Randy. You're wonderful. Your eyes met Cove's. His phone was tilted towards yours, capturing the call indirectly. You moved your phone closer to his, hoping the signal was strong enough to convey every nuance of tone. Cove did likewise, bringing his cell right next to yours, even bumped against each other as he shifted his grip. I didn't know what to say. That's the only reason I wouldn't talk to you. If I'd known the answer, I would have told you right away. Miranda murmured on the other line. You didn't want me to stay or anything. I tried to bother you, and then you could have told me that you didn't know. I think I was angry at myself. I did a dumb thing, and I didn't want to help with it. I wanted to be mad and to just deal with it myself, and it made me keep doing dumb things. Oh. When she spoke again, her voice was quiet, as tender and vulnerable as the words themselves.
I'm sorry.
Staying up late and watching stuff was all my fault. I had to find a way to fix it. That's what I thought anyway. I should have given you space. Sorry for being so pushy and insensitive. Hardly. Miranda Eckert having a flaw? Never heard of such a crazy thing. Miranda let out a ghost of a giggle, and Cove cleared his throat. Maybe you should call each other now? Sorry.
Sure.
I can do. Thanks for giving me the kick in the butt to do this already. Randy, Mandy, I'm gonna call you right now. Bye, Basil. Bye, Cove. He hung up after squeezing another quick bye, though not giving you or Cove the room to respond in kind. Miranda laughed, the noise tinkling gently like wind chimes in a summer breeze.
You were really nice.
Thank you for listening and helping. I'm gonna hang up now so I can answer Terry's call. Bye. Bye, and good luck. Bye, you've got this. Miranda hung up, still chuckling softly as the call ended. The room felt emptier without the other voices in it. Cove expelled a sigh that crashed through the newly fallen silence. He dropped his arms to the side, letting his head hang down like a puppet at rest. God. I shouldn't have involved us in this. I'm so relieved it's okay. Cove scratched at his face, his expression cloudy. I think I need to find better ways for dealing with conflict. That was awful. Yeah, we could probably both do that. Better with that. We could all do better at that. Cove meekly smiled as he rubbed his eyes, weariness creeping over him, and mumbled his next words. We could talk about it another day. Conflict resolution methods?
Huh?
Oh, no. Forget it. Your eyebrows rose and a light bulb went off in your head. Before Miranda called, didn't you say something you wanted to say? Cove's original visit had been thrown so off kilter there was a struggle to wind your memory back to when he first showed up. Now you did though, you remembered that he had been perky when he arrived this afternoon. Was it good news? Cove brushed his hands against his now folded arms shyly. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure if it counts as news or even good. It's just what it is. I'm happy about it though. Okay, come on, no more hints. You've got to tell me now. Cove chuckled awkwardly, a hand creeping up to ruffle the hair on the back of his head. It's fine if you want. Here, I can tell you. Shifted on his feet, as if a different posture might give him support that he needed for the conversation. I didn't want to make it a big deal, but I just know what my sexuality is now. Ooh, nice. Real subject change, huh? He chuckled. True, it was unexpected, but you were excited that Cove had come to understand himself more and that he wanted to share it with you. Ah, that's great. Tell me. Cove drew a breath, straightening up. I'm demisexual. So, you know, most of the time I don't really have those kinds of feelings, physical wants and stuff. It's only in some situations when I'm already really emotional or romantically connected to someone that I start to ever think about anything sexual, and it's only with them. Oh, okay, so from our choices must end up at some point showing which way Cove will end up leaning. Interesting. I hadn't heard about the term until recently, and it made a lot of sense once I knew what it meant. I had a word that fit how I felt.
Yeah.
And I'm pan-romantic, because I've never had a preference for a specific gender or anything, so yeah, that all makes sense. Cove looked down at the floor, being so open and direct about a matter that personal, which he was sure he spent a long time trying to figure out, must be kind of weird for him. Despite that, there was a small, proud smile on his face, and when he looked up again, his gaze was steadfast. All this talk of Cove's sexuality made you reflect about your own. There's only one person who'd ever had feelings towards. Ooh. Physical attraction in specific cases and situations. One person. Let's see. But I like that we get given the option to choose, like whether we have romantic attraction in a general way. You only seem to feel it in certain circumstances. And then also, you didn't think you could tell if you had an interest in people romantically. But specifically, when it came to how you felt towards men, let's see, specifically towards men. You found them attractive, but you hadn't thought about it. You weren't physically interested, but you'd be happy to have a romantic relationship. Generally, you weren't that interested, but there was special exceptions. Thought about them being attractive, but hadn't thought about it really. And how you felt towards women? Found them attractive but hadn't thought about it recently. And how you felt towards envies. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we get to choose all of them. I was not expecting this. What? This is so cool. I have never had this much ability to be able to choose like who I wanted to be with and stuff, and like my own sexuality and things in a visual novel before, especially a freaking free one. What is this? This is amazing. You found them attractive. Pitch says, and you get to playing in the background, but unexpected and exciting. Yes, that's okay. Like, how hyped is that? You get to choose your romantic orientation, your sexual orientation, which people that you're attracted to romantically or sexually, both or neither, and then also get to choose whether or not you thought about having relationships with someone at all. And then what your preferences are individually for each one. That's so cool. I hadn't told him yet. I'm gonna share it with him. Well, since we're talking about it, I could tell you about me. Yeah, I can definitely listen. I'd like to know if you want me to. You articulated to Cove how you experienced attraction and romance. Cove let a beat lapse in case you had more to say. You didn't, so he tilted his head and with a likewise bent smile.
I get it.
I don't know if it makes sense to say something like, that is cool, but I think it's really great for you. He smiled, knowing that he was doing his best to be encouraging. Of course it's cool. Thanks for understanding anyway. He merely smiled again. It felt good to know that the two of you could talk so easily about these matters. Pidge says, and I was expecting it just to all be assumed. I guess it usually is. How cool. Yeah, right? The game lets you pick. That's incredible. Like, at one level, I would like all of the different games and stuff to be able to do this, honestly. I feel like if you're doing like a life sim or a visual novel, it can help you relate more with the characters and stuff because you get to choose. But also I know that in some cases it's more about individual characters rather than necessarily a self-insert character. So if it's a self-insert style of game, I'd love to see more games actually having this as an option, where you can choose all these different bits and pieces and then have routes for like clear platonic relationships and stuff, as well as like romantic relationships and friendships within games. I think that could be really, really interesting to see. And because there's a whole bunch of different things to do with attraction, right? It's not always just like romantic, sexual. There's a whole heap of things like the closeness of friends, and some friends kiss and some friends don't. And there's a whole bunch of different dynamics that are out there in the world. And also, like, there was a hint in this game earlier to potential polyamory and stuff too. So I'm wondering if that's an option. We might have to try and play different routes to find out whether or not there are more things like this that we haven't come across based on the options that we've chosen so far. Because it did say that there are a lot of different main story routes and stuff that you can get based on whatever decisions that you've got. And then also, depending on how you responded to it, you would end up having all the different characters look different. So that's really cool. So if anyone wants to try out this game, it's for free. It's free on Steam. So go check out. The game, for those that are tuning in, is Our Life, Beginnings and Always. And they actually have a second game that's going to be coming out at some point in the next year. So I'm keen on playing that one when it comes out. It says, now I'm interested if there are any other games that let you make similar choices. You know what could be really interesting? I might try and see if I can compile a list and see if we can find some demos for them. So if there are, and they have demos, we could do a stream where we're playing ones that just allow you to have these kinds of choices. Because that would be really cool. And if there isn't, I got some thinking to do, because like I kind of want to make a game like this. I'm not into game development and stuff myself, but I've got some friends and things that are. So I might pitch the idea to them later. Cove closed his eyes. A contented sigh slipped out of him as he stretched his arms overhead. You could tell that Cove felt like it had been an emotionally draining day, now that it had come to a close and everything wrapped up neatly with a bow on top. We had some good talks as friends and with each other. A lot had been brought out into the light, and you'd come out of it, not only knowing each other better, but yourself too. But there's still something that Cove didn't know. Something that gnawed at you many times over the years. You'd never told Cove about how you first met his dad. Now we're gonna have to tell him. Pidge said that would be so interesting. Yeah, I thought so. Pidge, like, what would you want to see in a game kind of like this, I guess, where you get to choose your own, like, orientation and stuff in that detail? Say, like, for example, a farming sim, but you get to do all of that. What would you want to see implemented within a game with all these sorts of features? You'd always held it back from him, unsure of how he would take the revelation. His dad seemed to have done the same, as Cove didn't seem to have heard of it from Mr. Holden either. You decided the secret had hung over you long enough. You felt it didn't matter anymore. There was no need to rake up old drama. Yeah, let's do that one. It wasn't as though Mr. Holden had kept you on his payroll to be friends with his son. It was a strange action, probably out of desperation, taken years and years ago. At this point, you thought you might simply keep that entire event in the past where it belongs. You felt some relief, deciding it wasn't your responsibility to continue carrying.
Hey.
We should probably head downstairs soon if your mums are still waiting for everyone to get together. Yeah, that's right. With renewed spring in your step, you led the way out of your room. You got downstairs to find others already assembled and waiting.
Hi.
Hello. Hey. Good to see you both.
Hey.
Hi, here we were trying to corral everyone into a group, but the two of you were already upstairs this whole time? Good. Hey Dad, we had some stuff to talk about. Yeah. But we made it, so what's the plan? How about cards? There was a murmur of interest from the others. You were keen to play, that was fine with you, you'd play along with the others. I'll play. Most of the group was eager to play, but Mr. Holden was demurring. I think I'll set this one out. There's a fun in that. Join us. Yes, I know that there's a lot of people, but we can make it work. Mr. Holden shrunk into himself, embarrassed by their attention. Dad, you love playing cards. We do it at our house all the time. Dad? Mr. Holden broke under the combined force of everyone's attention. Or if you're an adult now, you deserve to know the truth. What truth? I used to throw the card games so you could win. I put up a good fight, but I always made sure to lose a lot more rounds than I won. He toyed with the end of his ponytail, clearly distressed at revealing this bit of info. He did have a history of bad surprises, so maybe that was why. I know people want to be taken seriously and fake wins don't mean as much, but I couldn't help myself. It's so much better when everyone gets a chance to be victorious. Kira knew and went along with it. Cove laughed in disbelief that this was the thing that his dad had been stressed out about hiding after all the other stunts that he had pulled over the years. Yeah. So what? Lots of parents had done that. I do that. I hadn't guessed it, sure, though looking back it makes sense. And that's right, what's the big deal, Cliff? You can finally take the key gloves off and give them a run for their money. Mr. Holden smiled coyly, gaze lowered. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Why?
And why not? He waved his hands expansively, movements fluid and vague. It's just, actually, I'm something of a card shark. I used to make a lot of fast, cash-off games. Casual players don't have a shot unless it's a game of pure luck. Cove's jaw hung open, his eyes wide, fixed on his father. Really? There was a touch of amazement and admiration nestled among the shock. Other members of the Thornbury family exchanged looks, ranging from Liz's disbelief to Mum's intrigue, with Ma somewhere in the middle between the two. You can't simply make a claim like that and expect us to go along with it. Let's see you back it up, Shark Man. Mr. Holden gave her a crooked smile, the demurress quickly being replaced by the confidence of someone who's very skilled or very misguided. You sure about that? Definitely. We gotta see this so-called non-casual player in action. Whee! I might be able to, who knows though. Maybe I gotten rusty. His coin just continued to rile the gang up, and he was getting a kick out of it now.
Please?
Come on, please. Alright, I can dust off the old tricks. Hehe, we get to play cards. Finch says, honestly, I think it'd be kind of cool to have a mechanic that incorporates your romantic and sexual choices like an energy bar. But I'm also a weirdo that likes all the bars. So like you just get to see where you are on the spectrum and stuff on the bar. Or that it can change over time, depending on like what actions and stuff that you end up choosing in game. I feel like that could be kind of like an optional feature. I can see a lot of games not working too well with one that just changes over time. But from that perspective, you could have it as like an optional thing, is like whether you want it to be fluid or set, possibly, and then have the bar if it's fluid. That could be interesting. Alright, I could dust off the old tricks. Don't go easy on us. Cove beamed at his father while Mum clapped Mr. Holden on the back. Liz darted off to get a deck of cards while the rest of you settled into the game. Hands were dealt. Mr. Holden wasted no time proving his words were true, wiping the floor with all of you. You played several rounds, even switching the games, but none of you were a match for him. And that's all how the alliance came to be forged, the rest of you joining forces against Mr. Holden only, trying to increase the odds of beating him. With your combined efforts, you pulled out a few victories, yet it was still a challenge. He clearly was a professional. If these were his skills now, rusty with disuse, you couldn't even imagine what a deadly opponent he'd been in the past. Despite all that, you still had fun. Working cooperatively actually fostered a sense of camaraderie with the others, and Mr. Holden didn't appear fazed by this strategy. You actually wondered whether the increased challenge made it more interesting for him. You spent the rest of the afternoon with your family and the Holdens having fun. It was an interesting evening for sure, with many discoveries for everyone. It was freeing, yet simultaneously you felt more tied to it than you'd been before. Okay. Hang, errands, charity, drive. Pidge says, yeah, changing based on answers. I know that games basically use mechanic kind of already, but I'm someone who wants to turn it on visibly. Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay. I mean, I think that's perfectly fair. Do I want to do the hangout memory, or should we move along for the summer to end? Pidge, what do you think? Do you think that we want to do the hangout event, or should the summer end? I'll leave that decision to you. And then I'll drink some more tea while I have it here. Today's tea is called Royal Delight. It is like a black tea with pink flowers, which makes the tea blue. It's so pretty. It's one of the most beautiful teas in a long time. It's very pretty. Hang on, actually. Whoop! Don't bash into that at me. While I am thinking about it, actually, I also was going to mention that in the Discord today, we're going to, or not today, we're in the Discord on Sunday evening. We're going to be having a bit of a movie marathon. Somebody requested to watch the Barbie movies, I think, so I figured that we can put on a Barbie movie and watch it all together in the Discord. I'll put up like a proper announcement in later on into there, because I haven't put up the event yet, but we will be doing one of those on this coming Sunday, and then probably another one depending on like schedules of everybody over the next week. So that'll be good, because I want to get to know all of you a little bit better. So if you are enjoying the stream and you want to hang out, watch some movies with us and chat, feel free to jump into the Discord as well. We welcome you there. Pitch says, summer's gotta end sometime. I mean, yeah, that's true. Let us see how the summer ends. First, I think we'll save. So we'll save first. Save that one. And summer ended. Yes. Moths bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room, and sirens call into the slowly darkening sky. Just as the day was coming to an end, so too with the summer. Liz would be moving back into the dorms before long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come and stay for a short trip before her own new journeys began. She'd officially been accepted into her first choice college a few weeks back, and this was your last chance to be able to see her in person for. If you flicked through your plans for the next few months, you're realizing you didn't even know when you'd next have the opportunity for everyone to be in the same place against. Fair enough. Midge says I'm biased against summer. Is it just because you dislike the warmth of the summer and like getting sunburnt, or is it something in particular that you have against the summer? What is your grudge, Midge? Come to me, fall. I mean, fall is a nice thing. I like it. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing even less of your cousins going forward, but you were delighted that she was pursuing her dreams. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together, even as ever the Holdens were tagging on too. Yeah, look, at this point they're just family. Let's just marry the man. You're going to a Chinese restaurant. Your destination was that tropical place. Ooh. Well, a Chinese restaurant everybody likes. But the tropical place could be fun. You haven't been there. You hadn't really discovered that tropical restaurant until you were a bit older, but everyone's enthusiasm had resulted in so many visits that you'd more than made up for lost time. Lee and Liz were excited to squeeze in another trip before setting off again. Technically, you were getting it ready to go out, though your mind was only half on the task. It was pleasantly warm evening, the kind that epitomized the vacation feeling. You were in no mood to spoil it by rushing round. It was strange to think that summer was coming to an end, yet you wouldn't be returning to school. That pattern had been in place for as long as you could remember, and had come to feel like a natural rhythm, and inescapable as the coming of the tide. This was the first time that you were going to be able to set your own tune. Whatever came next was entirely up to you. Ooh, okay. Future looked bright, couldn't wait to start your new life. Nervous, but ready. So uncertain, it worried you. Just thinking about it made you queasy with stress. To be honest, I would be nervous, so let's do that. Pitch says, I don't like temps above 20 degrees Celsius. I mean, yeah, it is quite warm. Like, I can't cope under like 15 degrees Celsius. And then as soon as it gets to like 25, I'm melted. I'm already melted. 22, I'm melting. 25, I'm melted. Past tense. I turn into a gigantic puddle of sweat. It is disgusting. So yeah, I can understand the emphasis on like not being 100% sure as to whether or not the summer is a good thing or not. Well, actually no. You said you don't like summer. So in that case, yeah, I can see why you don't like it. Also, I get sunburnt really easily. I don't know 100% why. Because like I've got skin that tans, right? But I get sunburnt really severely before I'll ever tan. And this is even with sunscreen. Even with sunscreen, I'll still sunburn and then have my skin peeling everywhere, and it's just, it's gross. Also, the only other thing that I really don't like about summer, outside of that and people being real cranky, is like the sand. So like you go to the beach, right? And then there's sand. Sand is like these tiny little granules of like deteriorated shells and all those kinds of things. And sand just gets literally everywhere. It's the glitter of the ocean. It really is. It just gets all over the place and stuck in your hair, and it's stuck on your hands and gets stuck on your towels, and then it gets stuck in your bed, and then it's in this flooring, and then you're vacuuming it up till the next summer comes, and then by then you go to the beach again, and then the entire cycle just repeats. It's so frustrating. It says, I got up to like 42 degrees Celsius last year and it felt like death. Yes, that is a really hot summer. I am so sorry that you got that hot summer. Mum called up from downstairs, hearing you from your thoughts, as she told you it was time to head off. You hurried downstairs, hoping that the evening would be sufficient to distract you from your anxieties. Everyone pulled into the car, which, while it was marked to be suitable to hold 5 people, in practice it made for a very tight fit. Your mums sitting in the front were fine though. You, Liz and Lee were squished into the back, Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. Your mum was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up at the restaurant on time. The process of getting out of the car was requested. It was slightly easier than squeezing into it, with much less coordination required to release seatbelts than to secure them. You gave Lee a hand as she clambered out from the middle seat, then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know how many of you there would be in total, and he went to arrange a table to make the needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seat. You slipped into the chair. It all felt wrong. No matter how you shifted in your seat, your comfort eluded you. Everyone else seemed fine as they settled into their own seats though. First drink's order had been taken up. When the Holdens came through the door, they were pointing in your direction, though with Mum waving a hand in the air, it was hardly necessary. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cove took a seat opposite you. It had been left empty by unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cove would be wanting to sit together. Of course it did. Of course. Mr. Holden sat beside him.
Hi.
It's great to see you. Glad you could make it. Hello everyone. You wouldn't believe how hungry I am.
I see.
You came to the right place then. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at her mum's sense of humour. Growing up, she'd have complained and Mum would have responded by making another comment. Liz had mellowed over the years, but still made a show of despairing at Mum's jokes, and her reactions to them had become a joke in its own right. Menus were soon passed round, and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by the comments about what people had eaten before, and a light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff piped up.
Okay.
So I've got some good news. Hero's making the trip out here tomorrow. Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and figured this was a good time for everyone.
Very
That's
nice.
great. Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Ma looked wistful.
That's a shame.
If only we'd known. Here we are having a big meal without her. If we'd waited one day, she could have joined us. Mum patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what-ifs back to the evening that was going well. Chin up. Lee and Liz will be here tomorrow. We just have to throw them another get-together and keep the fun train trucking along. Ma smiled warmly, taking Mum's hand in hers. That's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now, but there will be more good news and good times on the horizon. Right. And speaking of that, it's not all we've got either. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat up straight in his chair, face angled towards the sun. He barely let a beat go by before nudging Cove with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. Cove shied from the limelight, ducking his head down and staring into his lap as he spoke. Well, I've just switched over from working to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus, I've been looking for apartments and there's a few I can choose from. He flicked his gaze at everyone around the table, a smile creeping over his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments. He was moving. Cove was going to move out of his dad's house. After 10 years, he wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. Mr. Holden gripped one of Cove's shoulders and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Incredible, Cove's going to actually make it to adulthood. It's a miracle. Mr. Holden leant back in his chair, staring at the ceiling in mock wonder.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear a kid all the way to this point, but thankfully I lucked out and got the best boy a dad could ask for. Dad. Cove linked his vision with his hands at the side of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy.
Thanks.
Thanks, I was really lucky too. You're a good dad.
Aw.
Oh, come here. Mr. Holden threw an arm around Cove's neck and pulled him into as close of a hug as the seating allowed. He rubbed his cheek on the top of his son's head while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humor. He looked around at the faces of the company here. He had been on this journey with everyone for years, and he'd seen them falter and grow, and they had watched you go through the same. Now you were striking it out on a new path. Cove was leaving his family home, Liz headed back to college. Lee was starting at hers. You were all headed in different directions to different destinations. Some near, some far. It wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. It's all too much. It's bittersweet but not bad. Maybe this is for the best. You know what? It's too much. It's okay. You looked down at your lap, twisting the napkin into your balled fists. It was one thing to know this was going to happen, theoretically, and another to face the reality. Your family and friends had given you stability no matter what life threw at you. Realizing that they wouldn't be there in the same way was like putting a foot down on the stair. It wasn't there. Your heart plunged as you sought to find metaphorical grounding. Cove brought some attention to himself with a clearing of the throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my legs while we're waiting for food and everything.
Sure.
Sure thing, bud. With a tiny smile, he nodded his dad, but the lightness of his expression faded when he moved to face you. You wanna come? He was attempting to be subtle. There was obviously something on his mind that he wanted to talk about alone. You looked up at him listlessly as he rose from his seat. You weren't sure you felt like talking, but having an excuse to get some space didn't sound like a horrible idea. So you nodded. Take care. With those parting words, the two of you walked about the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone else as possible, without actually exiting the building. What did you need to say? He hadn't admitted what this was about, but he didn't need to.
What's wrong?
Well, I was going to say something about the stuff that my dad brought up, but are you okay? He peered at you, and you could tell that his concern was earnest. You were being distant, and he had noticed. Do I look okay? Why are you worried? There's nothing wrong. You know what? You know what? We've been honest with him up to this point. No, I'm not. Are you worried about things ending? He continued to look deeply into your eyes, and all he could focus on was the outcome of his irises, the concerned crinkle of his eyelids. You know, I'm anxious about it too. Of course. Why wouldn't I worry about it? I don't like that you won't be there anymore, at least not like before. I won't be able to just walk across the street and find you. I won't run up to the beach with you whenever it's nice out. I won't be there to sneak up. You won't be there to sneak up my window at night to see me. Grove's expression dropped. There was like horrified in his eyes and a sorrow in his frown. Even when I'm not across the street anymore, you can always call or text. I don't care how late it is. We talk every day. I'll make sure we do. He clenched his hand around his wrist tightly. I don't want to lose what we have. Basil. His voice was quiet, barely a whisper. He forced to take you in. And his voice came louder but meek. This really matters to me, a lot. More than anything else. There was steel in his eyes and a rare firmness that you didn't see from Cove very often. You continued to feel upset. Your feelings had been dragged out and you had no chance of calming down. You couldn't help but feel like you were losing him. Cove was leaving.
I'm so sorry.
I didn't want to make you feel bad, but trying to bring this up, I don't know what I wanted. But I felt like I had to say something about this. If not now, then when? Out of the corner of your eye, you noticed a nearby table of people were staring. Grove's outburst had attracted attention, and the eyes on you made things worse. You felt overwhelmed and smothered by everything going on. You couldn't handle this. I need some air. Alone. Grove seemed pained, but he didn't protest when you brushed past him and left the restaurant. There was nowhere else to go but out. You stopped on the sidewalk. A couple of cars drove by on the main street, and the breeze hit your face. You took a deep breath, now that the conversation was no longer suffocating you. You weren't quite sure what to do next. Gaining space had been your only plan. You patted your sides on a reflex, then pulled out the spare key from your mum's car. Walking fast, you went down the sidewalk to the part of the street where your parents had parked. You remembered going past a particular building on the way out of the restaurant and managed to backtrack your way to the car without incident. You unlocked the car with a shaky push of the button, and the headlight flashed. You pulled open one of the back doors and tucked yourself inside. You shut the door, and the car beeped when you locked it. While putting the key away, you switched it out for your phone. There were concerned messages from your family. Are you okay? Is something happening? And another text came in from your sister at that moment. You didn't respond to any of it, and held down the power button. You looked back at your phone and stared at the black blank screen. You could see a part of your face reflected back at you, and you dropped your phone in sleep. Sat completely still, your breathing slowed to a glacial pace, and you were paralyzed where you sat. You weren't even sure what you were waiting for. Then you tried to work through your emotions. You did your best to reflect on the situation and sort yourself out. A few minutes passed by, you breathed in the quiet, and the car started to get warm. You didn't feel like turning it on to get the AC going or roll down the windows. Ooh. You went to ask Cove to come and see you. Sure. You pick up your phone from the cushion and press the power button to take a minute to boot up. There are plenty of additional messages. You planned on checking out your family's texts later and tapped into Cove's numbers first. You knew you didn't actually want to be away from Cove. Sure, you needed space, but that could only last so long before you wanted him with you once more. Hey, I need you. Did you come to Mum's car? Cove texted back quickly, almost instantly. Okay. That was relief. There was another message that followed shortly after. And here. What? When you looked up from your phone and out the window, nothing stood out as obviously Cove-shaped. It wasn't easy to miss. You were about ready to text him when you saw a shock of green out of the corner of your eye. Cove stood up. He'd been sitting on the pavement leaning against the car door. He straightened out and smiled, carefully. He pointed towards the closest car door and raised his shoulder in quick question. He wanted to know if it was okay to hop in. You nodded, not seeing the point in keeping him awkwardly outside. Cove walked around to the other side with the car opposite you. He put his hand on the door handle and pulled. He tried to open the door, obviously wasn't expecting it to be locked. He pressed the unlock button and he smiled after he heard. It said, not me being like, that car interior looks so nice. It does look nice. It looks so comfortable. That's a wonderful place just to like lay down or just sit and chill. I would love that. He sat down and quietly closed the door behind him. For a moment, he faced straight ahead. His hands flinched when he got halfway through putting on his seatbelt, before he realized he wasn't actually going anywhere. He dropped his arms and the seatbelt slithered back up to the side of the car. Neither of you seemed to know what to say now. Eventually, Cove turned to face you. He seemed serious. Everyone cared when you left the restaurant. They all wanted to be here, but I promised I'd look out for you. He gripped the sides of his cushion and guarded his lap. Like, Liz told me I'd better not be making things worse, or I'd never be considered a trusted adult for the rest of my life. But yeah, everyone's here for you, even if it's just me in the car. I get it. Cove stared deep into your eyes, and you noticed that you had some redness around you. We can do it. We can do it. Basil, make a good life for ourselves, no matter how hard it seems. We can do it. He gripped your shoulders, and you knew he was doing his best to project confidence, but he wasn't sure about himself. He was trying for your sake. I'm not so sure. Well, I do. I guess I'll have to be around until you can see it too. His voice was full of new determination. Cove then studied you from his shoulder with a soft expression. He twisted his body to the side and held open his arms. You raised your eyebrow. You went in for the hug. You pulled yourself towards the middle seat so you could reach him properly. You had to climb over one of his legs, and then he had thrusting across the seat. He turned so that way he was completely sideways in the seat that crashed through the car door, and he made space in front of him for you. You settled down against him and leaned against the top of his shoulder. You wiggled in to fit comfortably. He wrapped both of his arms around you and rested one of his cheeks on the top of your head. It was very snug. Despite the cramped backseat of the car, Cove was very comfortable, and his reassurance was nice. He was right there, and he cared. It was hard to dwell on future troubles when he was doing his best to comfort you.
Hey!
Hey, Basil. His voice was calming, and his eyes were full of fondness for you. His mouth worked into a crooked smile. I have a great plan. You can just stop thinking about the future and all of that. You had no idea what he meant. He didn't acknowledge your confusion and continued. I'll still get that little apartment, and you can move in too. I'll stay as close as possible and get a job on the shopping street. I'll sell pretzels. He lightly stroked your head as he spoke. On the word pretzel, he traced a loop-de-loop shape that you had suspicion was supposed to be a pretzel. You can probably find a job there too. We could also sell pretzels. We'll be business partners. Then we'll do that forever and never have to worry about what to do or where to go or letting our lives change ever again.
So?
What do you think? You laughed through the tears. You shook your head. You know what? Let's laugh. It was just so ridiculous that you couldn't help but laugh, even when you could feel your eyes water. There's no way we're doing that. Cove gave you a bent smile and looked theatrically confused. Huh? What a way you're on board. It seems like an amazing solution to me. He's clearly just joking, and you sighed affectionately. It needs some work. Cove glanced away from you and regarded the window straight across from him. He let out a breath. Can always be the backup plan. He was half kidding. He focused on watching his face again as he spoke. Basil. He started to speak but drifted off. All the sounds of the world outside were muffled and distant. In that space, in that moment, it really felt as though there was no one except for you and Cove. Cove softly ran his hand up and down your arm. It felt reassuring. Finally, he was able to continue with his thought. No matter what, you can count on me whenever you need something, or even if you just want it. We're becoming more independent, but you never actually have to be alone in this world. Sounds like I'll never be rid of you then. Yeah. You considered the thought of living with Cole in his tiny apartment or the pretzel plan or just in general? Stay quiet? How do you find living with you? Really? I'd like it too. Cove beamed. You felt much better than you did 5 minutes ago. He was your ray of sunshine. Cove turned red but met your eyes. He was happy, even though his blush took over his face. I guess we should be able to head back without carrying the full weight of all of this. That's important after all. He paused with a smirk. You anticipated a joke, or at least an attempt at one. My hands will finally be free for other things, such as eating a meal, so that'll be nice. Ah, hang on. Did I know you were such a good optimist? That one. Cove flushed, and it sighed with exasperation at the insinuation. You were surprised that he had not seen this coming.
Seriously?
Seriously, Basil? Bull says, "Heyo, Ambi. Older Cove's eyes are 100% stolen by me." Yes. I can see that. I mean, they are pretty eyes, so I don't blame you. How are you doing, Bull? And the two of you laughed, and he rolled his eyes, and you felt a sense of accomplishment in getting this sort of a reaction from him. He smiled, pleased at how everything turned out. But in an instant, his smile flickered and disappeared. Cove was serious again. He glanced away from you and wouldn't meet your eyes. Ready to go back? You can. Alright. The two of you got out of the car. You made sure to grab the key and your phone. You started walking towards the restaurant, but Cove stopped you. Wait. You spun around to face him. You stood on the sidewalk on the main street in relative silence. What's up? Whatever else he wanted to say after that was trapped in his throat, he waited patiently as his mouth slowly closed, moments after nothing else followed. Cove took a breath, and another. His gaze clung onto you, laser focused. There's something I've wanted to tell you about. Something I've realized. His voice shook. There was no mistaking the fear in his blue eyes. Goosebumps broke out across your skin, and you subconsciously started wiping your sweaty palms along the sides of your hip. I haven't said it yet, and I'm not very good at talking about this. Your chest was sore from how hard your heart was beating, but it continued to drum faster and faster. The world around you seemed to slow as you realized Cove was waiting for you to say something. Let's see. It's okay, you can tell me. That seemed to be exactly what Cove needed to hear. He smiled softly, and you watched his shoulders start to relax. Cove's expression hardened, his hands pulled up into fists. Basil. He says your name boldly, but then his countenance faltered as he stared deep into your eyes, and only a squeak came out next. Basil, He frowned wobbly and his face became a dark red. It was plain in his face that his nerves were spiraling. Then Cove froze completely. He waited for him to compose himself, and instead he crumpled forward, burying his face in his hands. You Do it. Not yet, you realized, feeling disappointed.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Cove continued to hang his head in defeat, but you knew it would take at least one more chance for him. He started on his way, but it was a struggle for Cove to fully take that next step. Few pats in the back. Broke your heart to watch Cove get like that. You didn't want to further upset or overwhelm him, so you did your best to comfort him. Stepping forward, you delicately patted the middle of his back. You were certain you felt him tremble. That worried you, so you stopped. Awkwardly, you glanced back at the restaurant for a minute, finally remembering what had originally brought you to this place. We should probably go back inside, right? We've been out here for a while. Cove continued to hide his face. You just barely caught his meek nod. This is better than nothing. You started making your way over to the restaurant door. Within moments, you realized you could only hear the sound of your own steps on the pavement. You stopped and turned, seeing Cove standing in the same spot and position. Cove? Slowly he lifted his head out of his hands. From a distance, you couldn't quite make out his expression. No, I can't. I'm not doing this. Finally, he moved. He approached you at a brisk pace, stumbling a bit, but when he got close enough, Cove dropped his hands on your shoulders. Determination had returned to his features, and he was looking straight ahead into your eyes. I'm always like this. I panic and I quit partway through. His voice shook a bit at the beginning, but he lowered into a hushed tone and evened out. A shiver shot down your spine as you watched the tears well up in his eyes. I'm so scared of things changing with new stuff happening and everything that you have to deal with living a life. His voice cracked as he continued, though it didn't halt. But the worst of it all is thinking about the future and not knowing if you'll be there. And if I don't want to be afraid to say that, I don't want to be scared of saying anything that has to do with us. Not when it comes to you. You're the one who makes me feel less afraid. When something is horrible, you can make it better, and when I feel alone, you're what lets me know I'm not. Sometimes I can't even remember what my life was like before I moved here, and before you were in it. I was so little, and it was such a long time ago. It was so hard then. But I do remember those days when we were just kids running around in the neighborhood. Even though we didn't get along at first, it's still so clear in my head. It was like my life had started over. It was a new beginning, and nothing feels more right than you being there. Not just back then, but always. As much as he tried, willing and blinking the tears away, they ended up winning. Big tears bubbled up and burst from his eyes, and they ran down his cheeks again. Basil, I want to be with you. Ooh. Oh, how do we respond to this? I want to be with you too. Finally. You couldn't even imagine how long you've been waiting to hear those words from him. You felt like climbing on top of the closest car and shouting it to the world how much you'd like Cove Holden to be your boyfriend. Of course. Cove's eyes widened, his breath hitched. You could feel his hands on your shoulders beginning to tremble. The way his expression twisted, you knew he was struggling to put his thoughts in order. You wondered if he even believed the last few minutes actually happened. Is this really alright? And that was all he could muster in the tiniest whisper. He knew the weight of those words. You had a long history, and things would change. This would change things. Your head tilted towards him as you stared at him fondly, feeling your skin burn hot and your heart beat a mile a minute in your chest. Of course it is. Cove let out a long, shaky breath. He still seemed to have difficulty believing that he had spoken those words and that you returned the feeling. Basil, if you want me, can I be your boyfriend? I'd like that a lot. I can't think of anything that I'd like more. His lips quirked into a hopeful smile, eyes still glistening. Yes, I feel exactly the same way. Hug him, cover your face, jump into his arms. Cover your face. You couldn't bear to look at him. Your fingers came over your eyes almost unconsciously. You couldn't tell what he was doing, but he chuckled affectionately. His eyes prickly with new tears and he sniffled, but you could recognize equal joy taking over him. You were both happy, together, and happy. You teared up as well. You blinked rapidly as tears welled up. You couldn't stop them. Your joy refused to be contained. And Cove reached up to caress your cheek delicately. He took a moment to simply cherish you. A peaceful smile grew on his face as his eyes sparkled. Can I kiss you? Your jaw dropped. No matter what else had just happened, that was not a desire you expected Cove Holden to be capable of vocalizing. You were completely flawed. Seeing your reaction made him realize exactly what he'd done. He had seriously just asked to kiss you. An intense blush covered every inch of his cheek in absolute embarrassment, but he did not take it back. Please do. Why not? Cove looked bashful but resolute and brought his face close to yours. Within seconds, you were close enough to feel his breath on your face. Your noses brushed together when he paused, giving you another chance to change your mind. You looked at him expectantly, completely sure of this. Not wanting to deny either of you what you both clearly wanted, you stopped hesitating. Cove kissed you, and you returned it without delay. The feeling was blissful and longing. He absolutely was still nervous. You could tell from his shaking hands as he cupped the back of your head. However, he wasn't going to let that stop him. Shyness was secondary to being able to kiss you for as long as he could. There was no denying that he had been hoping for this moment ages before it ever happened, and you knew that this was right. Cove blinked rapidly when you parted, nearly stunned, but only with amazement. What happened was shocking and unexpected, but he absolutely wanted to hold on to this new thing between you. He ducked his head with a childish giddiness and then peeked out at you over the corner of his eyes. Thanks for giving me a chance to finally get it together and say this. Eh? Okay, it's back again. Awesome. Streamlabs just decided to crash. OBS decided to crash for some reason. I'm not 100% sure what happened just then, but it said that it actually ended, so I wanted to pause things and make sure that we were reset back up before anything else happened. He made some stuttering chuckles, then quietened down, his mouth forcefully staying closed. You both took in a moment to process. After 10 years of being together, you're officially a couple now. Took 10 years, but we back. Pitch gave the heart. Yeah, that's all good. Hello again, Pitch. After all of that, you both finally made it back inside the restaurant. Cove was clearly nervous, and now that you were together, your families were going to have to hear about it. But with you by his side, he continued forward. You could feel his eyes on you as you took your place at the table. They didn't wait long to start asking if you were alright and what had happened. It didn't help that Cove's flushed face immediately over the attention. You fixated on Cove, becoming increasingly flustered by comments, and a chuckle escaped your lips. You couldn't bring your hands to cover your mouth fast enough. Cove shot you a pleading look, but there was no stopping your giggles now. He was too precious. Cove steeled his nerves and faced the small crowd. Well, the truth is, Basil and grins were already beginning to appear around the table before he could muster the full explanation. He swallowed hard, stealing a glance at you. A couple now. We're dating, though we haven't exactly gone on a date yet. I'm their boyfriend, so yeah. Cove stopped rambling there with wide eyes. He waited tensely for a response. Mr. Holden was the first to react, instantly slapping a hand over Cove's shoulder, his other hand smacked against his own chest over his heart. You're did it! That's amazing, Cove. Basil, if you need anything, I'm here. Don't hesitate to come to me for help. What help?
Well,
Son, I'm so happy for you and Basil. Of course, just take care of yourselves. This is either headed towards the breakup or a lifetime or a wedding, and I will be there for either.
oh my god.
Dad! Cove covered the side of his head that was facing Mr. Holden with a hand and sunk lower into the chair in some desperate attempt to put distance between himself and his father's words. Meanwhile, the women in your family all burst into laughter. Pull back those reins a little there, Cliff. They're not ones to rush. It took them a decade to even reach partnered status. Jeez, you don't need to rub it in, Mom.
Don't worry about it.
I don't think we need to start looking at venues yet. Gemma says, hi Andy, how are you? I'm good. I'm good. We're just enjoying, finally after 10 whole years, getting into a relationship with our childhood best friend. So it's been a bit of a ride. I'm really enjoying this game. How are you going, King? Exactly, this is wonderful news, and all we need to do is to congratulate them on it. Basil, Cove, I'm glad for you both. I know you'll be happy together. King says, that's great to hear. Yeah, I'm just enjoying the game and getting to play a little bit more of this. Like, I was playing it on stream a couple of days ago, and I got absolutely obsessed with it. And then, King, you can choose all of the different aspects of your romantic and sexual attraction and everything in this game. You can choose it and how you want to approach things, and whether you have preferences towards men, women, NBs, others. You can choose all of it. And it develops this stuff over time, but you get to choose. How cool is that for a visual novel? Like, it's awesome. I was so excited. Yeah, you can. You can choose all of it. And like the character, so Cove in this particular playthrough, because like everything changes and stuff each playthrough, so every playthrough that you do, depending on the choices that you make, ends up changing things. But Cove in this playthrough is demisexual. So it took him a really long time to figure out that he even had feelings for us, and it's gorgeous. No, King. It's a free game. It's a free game. You can look for it on Steam. Go on Steam. It's free. You can buy the extra DLC and stuff for the game if you like, which is like $5 a piece for different storylines and stuff, but it's free. I thought you'd be excited. But yeah, like, it's so cool. It's so good. We're rooting for you.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. Oh, this is so exciting. I knew you were meant for each other. Well, I called this one. Called it years ago. I should have made a real bet with someone, though I don't think anyone here would have been dense enough to bet against it. Cove let himself fall forward, sticking himself to the table surface. There was no getting away from this. You're entirely thrilled? You joined in the laughter. You felt a little bad for Cove. You joined in the laughter. Cove was as amusing as he was adorable, so you just enjoyed the moment. But yeah, King, there's some great indie games and stuff out at the moment, and this is one of them, so highly recommend it. Yeah, this is brilliant. Once the wave of family teasing and cooing had passed, you were able to feel grateful for both families' encouragement. It made you happy, knowing just how loved you were. Night fell soon after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your family spent some more time together. The rest of the night felt like it was going by in the blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled up your covers under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. As your head sank into your pillows, you closed your eyes, your mind, and drifted back to everything that had happened that day. Another note with the game as well, King, is that you get to choose what level of like physical touch and stuff that you're actually comfortable with and how far you want things to go before you have the option to get romantic with the character, which is also really good. So you get to have full control over how much you see, and if you're not comfortable with romantic interactions at all, it won't give you any. So you can choose. I really like that you could choose. You can see it all now, behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. Then the image of Cove popped into your head and you smiled softly to yourself. Yellow says, hi, how are we today? We're really good. We're really good, Yellow. Yellow, play this game. Play this game. It's absolutely amazing. This game, you get to choose like your romantic orientation, your sexual orientation, who you're attracted to, why you're attracted to them, how much you're attracted to them. You also get to choose the level of physical interaction that you're okay with, and like touching and stuff. It's mind blown. I love it. I love it. It's so good. It's a free game. It's a free game. Go get it on Steam. Go get it on Steam. But yeah, the game is Our Life Beginnings and Always. Highly recommend it. It's a top tier game. Each individual playthrough that you go through will have a different storyline be able to be played out depending on how you interact, and then all of your interactions change how the characters grow up. It's so cool. But yeah, they have like full different appearances and stuff depending on how you've raised them effectively. It's cool. It's so cool. Let's see. Text him to come over. Want to sneak out to his... Ooh, sneak out to his room. We haven't done that before. I don't think we've actually been to Cove's house. No, we have been. We've been into his house, but I've never seen his room. Let's do that. If Cove could do it, you didn't see why you shouldn't be allowed to. And you'd made up your mind. As quietly as you managed, you put on your shoes and slipped out of your room, closing the door softly behind you. Sitting down slowly, you took care not to make the floors creak, especially the boards by the bathroom. Those definitely squeak. The stillness of the night made the slightest sound seem so much louder to your ears, as if you were very aware of your mum sleeping nearby. Upon reaching the bottom, you tiptoed towards the front door. Slipping out into the crisp night air, you shut the door and took a relieving breath. Excitement rising, you dashed across the street towards Cove's house. The road was too surreal at this hour, familiar yet strange. It might have been eerie in another time, but with how eager you were, you hardly cared. You attempted to find your way to the normal footpath from the side of the condo. With the limited light, it was making it difficult. You knew for sure which window was Cove's, and lucky for you, it was on the first floor. Unlike Cove, you would not need to do any building scaling. Silly Cove. Man is like a Romeo. He climbs the side of our house anytime he wants to see us, because, like, why not? All you needed to do now was to make it safely over the fence, past the bushes, without being caught or injured. Sneaking closer, you glance over the hedges towards Cove's bedroom. Finding it cracked open. Perfect. You wouldn't have to knock and worry about him not answering. It took some effort, but eventually you managed to clumsily push yourself over the fence. You slipped a little at the end and snagged your sleeve on the branch in the shrubbery, and you branched it off quickly and darted over to the window. But yeah, how are you doing? How are you doing, Yellow, also? Because I wanted to ask. I got caught up in my excitement about the game. You buzzed with nervous excitement as you approached it in the dark, having successfully made it all the way here unseen. Lifting the windows up so it was fully open, you pushed yourself halfway through, your legs dangling into the underbrush below. It was a little awkward, as a small shelf was right in the way. You had to take care not to knock over a couple of plants, but you made it through with minimal noise. Once safely inside, you dusted yourself off and turned back to close the window gently, with only the soft glow of moonlight and Cove's fish tank there to see the way. Yeah, we haven't actually seen his room before, so like in the pictures and stuff. Like, we've seen his room canonically in the game, but I haven't seen it because like the screen hadn't popped up at any point in time because there was no reason to go there. Then, straining your eyes through the darkness, you crept towards Cove's bed, barely making out the sleeping figure beneath the covers. Don't you think you should have knocked, girlie? But by the sounds of his breathing, you could tell that he hadn't heard you come in. A small smile tugs at your lips. Yellow says, real hungry at the moment and tired. Only slept 4 hours and was woken by a cat sitting in my stomach. Oh, I'm sorry that you're tired, Yellow. And it's always hard. Yellow says, don't want to wake my partner by making food though. Ah. I get that. Sometimes if you've got like a partner or something asleep on your arm especially, it makes it really tricky to go and get bits and pieces of food. So I can understand why you wouldn't want to wake him up. Unlike Basil here, who just wants to wake him up because. To be fair, it's like a new relationship though, so it did take him 10 freaking years, so. Startle him with a loud noise, you poke him until he wakes up, nudge him, whisper his name. Sat on top of him, that's rude. You left him to sleep and sat beside him. Sit beside him, and poke until he wakes up. Ah, he's asleep. I'll just sit next to him. He looked so peaceful as he slept, you decided you didn't have the heart to wake him. Instead, you took a seat at the edge of his bed and watched him affectionately, matching your breaths with his own deep breathing and smiling down at him. You weren't sure what you were going to do now that you were there, but you were happy just to be near Cove all the same, even if he was fast asleep. Your gaze drifted around the darkened room. Even though in the daylight hours you would recognize it, the darkness made it seem just a little bit different and intriguing. Your eyes stopped for a moment on the fish tank against one wall, and you watched his precious fish pets floating around for a moment. Finally, you settled on the window. Maybe you should just head home. You contemplated it, trying to make up your mind until Cove stirred, rolled over, bumping right into you. Ah! You turned just as his eyes fluttered open, still heavy with sleep. He looked right at you.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. He pulled his covers up under his chin and rolled over again the other way, settling back in. Someone's in my room. Okay, yeah. Sorry I accidentally ended up bashing into you. Good night, man. Funny, Cove. Yellow says, yeah, kitchen has no door and the bed is in the living room. It's a fold-out couch that have all the noise and the smells. Yeah, I can see that. I think like the one good exception would be you could make them food as well and then bring it to them and say it was supposed to be a prize, you didn't mean to wake them. That could be one way to get around it, but otherwise, yeah, probably just leaves them to sleep a little longer. Pink says, that makes sense, Yellow. Is there a snack you could eat so you don't have to cook? Yeah, that's true. There might be a snack somewhere. Maybe you have like, I know popcorn's not a common thing for most people to keep in their house, but like you could have popcorn or something. I don't know. What snacks do you all tend to like eating? You snickered quietly to yourself as you sat there. He could figure it out on his own. And after a few more seconds, he did. Wait. Basil? Yes, do you need something? He shuffled under his covers and sat up to stare at you in alarm.
What?
Why are you in my room? What happened? A smile slipped on your face as he finally registered your presence for real. Didn't want to be alone. I was bored. Didn't want to be alone. He frowned, his eyebrows pinching together in concern.
Are you okay?
Everything okay? Putting a hand on your shoulder, he locked eyes with you. Yeah, I'm feeling better. He sat back a little, giving you a fun smile. I should have known you'd done this one of these days. It's only fair. Good, you should have known. You really should have at this point. Yellow says, I ate all the snacks already and I don't want to get more because we've been trying to eat healthier. I have to cook more snacks or I'd want to make like toast or noodles or something. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like toast or noodles, like toast isn't too loud and depending on your toaster. And like noodles, at least you can put them on the stove or something, or maybe do the microwave. If you've got a microwave for it, you could always take out the, like put it on for longer than you need and then just like open the microwave just before it goes off so that way it doesn't make a sound. That tends to be what I do. You let out a breath, feeling relieved that he didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, it felt kind of good. You thought maybe his enthusiasm was why Cove did it so often. He pushed himself up fully, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and leaving a spot for you beside him. His hands shook where he held them in his lap. He was nervous. You sat beside him, happily waiting for him to speak first. You can stay as long as you want. Really? Yeah, really. do you want me to stay?
Well,
Well, to be honest, there aren't a lot of situations where leaving you is ever what I'd want. Yeah, fair point, fair point, fair point. You know what? You know what? Yep. I guess only when I annoy you and you need space. You chuckle softly, doubting that that would happen again anytime soon. Yellow says toast isn't loud, but has one of those really good smells, and we have no microwave, or we do microwave meals. I can wait an hour or so for food if I don't get desperate. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, well in the meantime we'll keep you company, Yellow. So that way, at the very least, you have some company while you're waiting. Okay, I won't go anywhere. His face lit up as he settled in even more. I've secretly slept over in your room before. It's fair you'd get to do it too. You snickered, feeling pleased with your decision to do this. You can have the bed if you want to sleep. I don't need it. I'll stay on the floor. But it's your bed. So, you're my guest. You roll your eyes and let out a soft laugh, which Cove returned as he rubbed the back of his neck. You should just stay in there. I appreciate you taking the floor. You know what? I'll take the floor. Or we could just share the bed. We could just this bed. You know what? I'll joke about taking the floor at least. His eyes narrowed to a slit from Aquamarine. He didn't want to argue about it, but also didn't want to accept your offer. You affirming about your decision. Your gazes stayed locked on each other until you had silently entered into some sort of staring competition, neither wanting to budge. As the mini battle of wills continued, you drifted closer until you could almost cut through one of his individual eyelashes. You stared each other down, the two of you locked eye to eye. One of you would have to be the first to crack. You know, I'd be more comfortable on the floor than the bed. Get over it already. It's your house, so I'm not taking your bed. He pouted and pulled at the hem of his shirt unhappily. Basil, I can't be sleeping in a bed if you're not too. Ah, I see here. I see. Yellow says I appreciate it. Just doing some setup stuff for today. Gonna try and nap later too. I mean, that's a good plan. You need to make sure that you're getting a bit of rest as well. What are you setting up for bits and pieces at the moment? I'm loving this story though. Yeah, this is kind of like the end part of the story. So it's so cute. It's so cute. Oh my gosh. We started out completely disinterested in him at like age 8. And we're now at like late teens. I think we're like 18 at this point in time. 18, 19. And then the next part of the story, which will be kind of the epilogue, I guess, is whatever occurs as a result of the actions we've just done. So we'll see how it goes. It's so cute. So that's it. I'm not going to be the only one with the bed tonight. You raise an eyebrow, folding your arms over your chest, giving him a questioning look. Does that mean you'd share it with me? I mean, yeah, I guess I would. Holding back your amusement, you tried not to grin at his sudden uneasiness. He obviously hadn't thought it through completely. Eventually, your smile broke through. Though Cove stayed completely serious, his face set like stone. Okay, Boyle. So, Yellow says, making sure everything is okay for stream today mostly. So got heaps of commands and mods and everything to test and check. Good plan. So what's is this you playing like the Among Us game again? Or are you gonna play something else? King says, I forgot it was magpie season. Oh no, King, did you get swooped? For those that don't know, when you're in Australia in springtime, you need to be very careful for the magpies who will swoop you and peck at you. Magpies are one of the main things to be scared of in Australia, to be honest. There, I've made a compromise. If you won't take it, you'll just have to accept me sleeping on the floor. Okay, fine. We'll both have the bed or we'll both have the floor. Both having the floor would be hilarious. You know what? For the funny factor, let's say the floor. Huh? That's my compromise. You broke into laughter, all tensions gone. Alright, deal. Cove rubbed at his eyes and stifling a yawn, stretching his arms above his head. This is kinda dumb, but we're doing it, so we should put stuff down to sleep on. Right, I'll help. He gave you a grateful smile. The two of you took pieces from not so being used bed, gather up a few spare pillows and blankets, and then set them up on the floor. When you had arranged them enough to be comfortable to sleep on, Cove hummed happily. Two of you got under your own covers, laughing and joking around before remembering that you should be keeping the noise down. Oops. Oops. King says it's the same with with Bluebers fighting for my life out here. Be careful, King. Be careful. Keep yourself safe as you can. Yellow says I'll be playing The Sims with crowd control mod and trying to finish the scenario so people can use the extension to get coins and stuff. Thinks it's gonna happen in the game. I hope it goes well. I hope it goes well for you as well. Like, it sounds like it's gonna be an awesome stream. I'll see if I can pop in a bit later. Resting on your side, you flopped up your pillows and faced Cove, who did the same. He sighed amusedly as he settled in on the floor. Make sure you don't get too close to me, otherwise it'll be basically like sharing the same sleeping spot anyway. Then all the sacrifices you're making will be for nothing. Yes, absolutely for nothing. What a shame, what a shame, what a shame. You scoffed quietly, hardly believing how ridiculous he was when it came to this, but that was Cove holding for you. You're so dumb sometimes. Oh, we could do that. We could do nudging him playfully. Oh, we'll nudge him. He pulled a funny face at you in return, which had you laughing all over again. Your neighbor looked over at you happily. He was honestly content. The night stretched on and you continued giggling and chatting, tuning out absolutely everything except this room and each other. You felt so light again, like you were 8 instead of 18, and only the big decisions that you had to make were what you were going to have for breakfast in the morning. Soon enough, your eyes began to grow heavy, and the conversation finally comes to an end, as you both fell into a restful sleep, side by side. Let's check the chat. King says, I'm gonna fight a bird in a minute. Yellow says, no stress if you can't. That's all good. Like, I'll see if I can pop by, because I do love your streams, Yellow. Pitch says, I'll fight you. King says, oh, you're both challenging each other. Enjoy your duel, people. Enjoy your duel. Neither of you are ones to be reckoned with, except both of you are a little bit. Just like, you can be reckoned with, but also it's optional to be reckoned with. The next morning, you woke slowly from the comfortable dream. With a small stretch, you open your eyes fully to the sun shining through the window. Shuffling onto your side, you notice that Cove was right beside you on the floor, sleeping soundly. You smiled, remembering that prior night. It's been nice to spend the night together, getting to be with him in a whole different way, and you could get used to it. Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna run a finger through his hair. The familiar scent of his shampoo drifts towards you as you gently raked at his soft strands between your fingers. He stirred a little in response, a small, sleepy smile curving his lips. Then a loud noise suddenly startled you, and you snapped towards the source of the sound. It was the door opening abruptly, and in the frame stood Mr. Holden, smiling brightly. He hadn't seemed to notice you straight away. Damn it. We were there too long. King says, no, how dare. I'll have you know that if a truck can't take me out, you can't either. Truck's awake. Gotta be honest. Pitch says, I'm a pigeon, I fight dirty. Prove the eyes first. You know what would be more interesting, Pitch? If like you had a mech suit that was a pigeon, and then you could be a pigeon and a truck, and then it could maybe try and take somebody out. I don't know. That'd be pretty scary. Like a gigantic pigeon mecha would be hugely intimidating. Get your butt out of bed, sport. Mom's here. Oh. All of a sudden, the two of you made eye contact. He froze where he stood, the smile slowly slipping from his face. Well, it's not usually what I walk into. I should have knocked this morning. Yeah, you should have knocked. Of course, Cove would get away with sneaking into my room, and I'm the one that gets caught. He screamed. Yes, this one. Should I pretend that I didn't hear that? Cove blinked his eyes tiredly and mumbled something incoherent before turning towards the door. Both you and Hold and Mr. Holden stared at him for a few moments, neither knowing what to say nor do. Cove, who continued to look at his dad dozily, oblivious, obviously having hard time trying to process the whole situation that happened. Well, it's a new thing, so like I'm not surprised that he's not 100% knowing what's going on. King says a goose bites dirty. Pidge says a mecha pigeon. I have a new life goal. Happy to give new life goals. King says I'd watch that as an anime. Tales of mecha pigeon. Pidge says, oh shit, you're right. I can't compete with a goose. Oh yeah, goose? Yeah, geese. Geese have teeth and they'll bite you. Then his eyes widened. Dad! Cove scrambled to get to his feet, tossing the covers aside, and he pushed himself up. Unfortunately, in his attempts, the blanket slipped on the floor and he went flying backwards. With a thump, he hit his head on the floor. Oh no, Cove! Such a clut. Ow! He flopped back down onto the pillow, pressing his hand to his head, groaning loudly. He gasped in horror. Cove! You reached your hand out towards him instinctively. Cove, bud, are you alright over there? Mr. Holden stepped further into the room, his eyebrows furrowed in concern as he bent towards his son.
Yes.
Yes, please, just go. Okay, I'll leave. Cleo held his hands out in front of him in a calming gesture, even though Cove couldn't see it. He turned to make his exit, but stopped abruptly in the doorway, obviously deciding he had something more to say. I know we've talked about this before, but now I feel like it's one of those times to mention that I was barely older than you when I found out I was going to be a daddy, so... Just if there's anything you need to say or ask about... We're not having kids! I know, I was only saying... At that age, things can move fast, and... He let out a heavy sigh, running a hand over his face before stopping himself and saying calmly, you know what, it's fine. We could chat about this later. Kira is awaiting. And with that, he stepped back out of the room, giving you two at least one last look before pulling the door shut behind him. Oops. Pidge says, can confirm, have been bitted by a Canada goose. Oh no. King says, I once witnessed a goose go after a kid before. Yeah, geese are scary. Yellow says, I want to know more about this bunk bed. Is it a normal bunk bed with storage, or is it a separate one with storage, or is it something else entirely? Like, it looks like it's a normal bunk bed where it's got the queen or double bed at the bottom half, and then a single bed at the top that he's using for storage at the moment. So I think that's what the actual bunk bed is, Yellow. At a guess. Like, it looks like the way that you would climb up onto it is by using... goodness. It's by using the sort of side of the bed frame, which is a design with some different types of bunk beds. But if you were asking me, that would be like a little bit too much space between those rungs. But like, that's the only way I can think of that it's actually like a bunk bed, unless they remove the ladder because like he doesn't use up there, you know? Either or. King says you look at them the wrong way, they declare war. Yeah, that does happen, yeah. That's true. It is true. Peace. Nah. Can't do it. Pidge says they really have no fucks to give. They really do. They would fight God. I agree with you, King. The goose god. Oh no, the goose god would be merciless. Absolutely merciless. You end up doing something that does not appease the goose god. One honk, you're dead. You're beyond dead. You've been sent past the afterlife into the trash bin of life, full of yucky garbage. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's just don't upset the geese gods. Yellow says, honestly, it's so smart. I'd do the same if I had a bunk bed. It's great space saving. Yeah, exactly. Having things like higher up, just in like a second part of a bunk bed or something, is a really smart idea. King says, a goose god with his mighty soldiers, the ducks. Of course the ducks were involved. Of course the mighty ducks were involved. We couldn't really have any of this without the mighty ducks. Because like they're just his minions, right? They're his minions, but also they have a mind of their own because sometimes they like to go against the geese god, and the geese god he just turns a blind eye. He's like, oh yes, be merciful with this human just for the moment. You know, they may have made a transgression, a very big sin, but they're not hunk worthy yet. Once they're hunk worthy, you can take care of them. And the mighty ducks don't give a shit. They're just like, oh yeah, you know what? they'll lean in and say, we said we have to be gentle, but not how gentle. And then they might, like, I don't know, pat you with their wing into the side of a building just to teach you a lesson. Like, it's so rude. Pidge says the bunk bed does not seem architecturally sound. Like, that spacing up the top is head-sized. Yes. Like, it looks like it's okay. Like, I've seen bunk beds with less spacing between the top bunk and the bottom bunk. I actually used to be in one. So with all of this stuff, let's see. Like, Pidge says, how do swans fall into this? Okay, so swans are kind of like the patron saint angels of the goose god's realm, basically. Like, they are extra beautiful to look at, they're elegant, they're delicate, they're difficult to understand in any context why they would be there, but they just are, right? Except for the black goose. The black goose is the black swan. The black swan with like the red feet is actually the goose god's like right hand man and advisor. So Pidge says like a swan's extra pissed now that their queen is dead. Like, I have no idea whether they would be or they wouldn't be. Okay, so King says, like, hear me out. Goose is the leader, ducks is the soldiers, swans is the air attack, snapping turtles is landmines, pigeons is messages. That sounds interesting. Pidge says, are the swans like extra pissed now the queen is dead? No, the swans are the right hand man. King says plovers and magpies are the aerial attack. No, wait, assassins. Yes, I agree with assassins. Because, like, they strike out of nowhere. And, like, you can't really see them coming. And, like, crows, they're chill. Crows are real chill. But magpies... magpies have no chill. They are on a mission. And they will dive bomb you at any opportunity. Pidge says, I think the swans are like the Valkyries. In what way, Pidge? Like, sort of like, warriors, effectively? Or more something else? I will continue hearing about this in a second. I'll also continue with game in between because, like, this is an interesting concept of, like, are we creating a whole religion around birds in this chat? Is that what we're doing today? Is that today's activity? I didn't think puts creation theory around birds to put onto my resume, but you know what? If we're creating a religion, why not? We've had stranger things happen on the stream. Pidge says deceptively deadly. I mean, yes, it is deceptively deadly. King says maybe, but I would have thought the different types of the geese would be like the Valkyrie. I mean, yes, like they're kind of more disciples, I guess. But yes, they're like the different types of birds. And then like they train their chicks from a very, very young age. So all of the extensive training gets put in from basically birth up. So they're all highly skilled. All of them. Extremely skilled. Pidge says, creating? I live that life daily. Yeah, I know, Pidge, but this is like the secondary. This is like a secondary. We are spreading the gospel of the goose gods. King says, no wait, the swans are like Valkyries, but the goose it's the Valkyrie queen. Oh, possibly. Emus at tanks. Oh yeah, and cassowaries. Cassowaries are the full force of the military. They really are. Like, cassowaries don't mess around. Neither do emus. All of them are just bleh. Pidge says, I don't think our magpies are like that much. No, but the magpies in Australia, we got some weirdly bred like birds and stuff up here. So like, especially the magpies, we have signs. We have literal signs that go up whenever it's swooping season. So people get warned about where magpies are most likely going to swoop you. It is a big deal. Magpies are scary. Like there was a horror movie called The Birds and stuff around the idea of evil magpies. Like it's bad. King says we once lost the war to the emus. Technically, we lost the war twice because they did try to re-engage it and it didn't go very well at all. It did not go very well at all. King says magpies are not to be messed with. No, they're not. They're really not. Of all the birds in Australia, between them and the bin chickens that we have, like, ibis. What are the ibis as well? We've got the bin chickens too. This is great. This is great. Like, we can't go out of the house without being accosted by dreadful birds. And, like, deadly dreadful birds. Pitch says, I like how even the average creature in Australia is trying to kill you. No, it's just, like, most things in Australia won't actually attempt to kill you. But magpies will. Magpies will. King says, yeah, that's right. Australians are just fighting for their lives every day. Well, it depends. How far out into the bush are we? Do we have the drop bears or not? Bin chickens are like the wizards. Do you think they have the intelligence score to be a wizard? Do you really think they have the intelligence to be wizards? They go filtering through the bin all the time. They got bin juice on their beaks and on their feathers. Cove rubbed his face before dropping his head into his hands and mumbling between his fingers.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. King says, yes, okay, well, state your case. State your case, King. Why do you think that they are, like, extra intelligent? What gives them the intelligence edge to have a high enough wisdom score and stuff to be able to have the bin chickens be wizards? Pitch says, wait, ibis really do just chill around bins like seagulls? I thought that was a meme. No, it's not a meme. They literally do. And that's the reason why they're called bin chickens. That was the reason, because they regularly try and steal food off people, and they're somehow more gutsy than seagulls. Like, seagulls will stand next to people and just scream at them. An ibis will try and steal your sandwich while you're holding it. And then they're reliably going through, like, all of our bins and stuff. It's like, nah. Nah, can't do it. They're scavenger birds. King was just saying, oh yeah, that's right. Yes, I was just thinking about it. Wizards are most likely the crows. Yeah, I would think so. I would think that crows being wizards would make sense, because they kind of like stay aloof to everything, gradually just carefully watch every now and again. But yeah. they will get messed into things if they need to. Let's see. Yellow says, oh, I have a literal D&D one-shot named Fruit Fight because it's about an ibis. Oh goodness, yeah. I can imagine how that would go. What do you have going on in the one-shot? King says it's because this one. It says, oh, you just bird to be stealing fruit. Yes, it is, and that's why we don't like bin chickens here. That was why the song was made. Everybody knows about it. That's why it was like swearing and stuff in the song, because that's the hefty dislike for bin chickens. Yellow says, I thought it was originally called a different word from the website wouldn't let them upload it. Oh, fair enough. Pitch is just like thinking about it and laughing. King says the bin chickens are the jesters and the seagulls are the cooks. Yes, I'll agree with that. Well, that was fun. Cover your face with your hands. That was immensely embarrassing. With a heavy sigh, Cove forced himself to sit up again. He frowned hard, staring over at the closed door. Sorry. Guess we can't just hide in here now. He gave you a sidelong glance, despite his displeasure at the situation. A small smile affected his lips.
It's nice.
Too bad. It'd have been really nice. I wish I could stay here all day. You found yourself smiling along with him. Then when you thought of having to go out there and face both Cove's dad and his mom, you weren't too thrilled. The two of you took a few minutes to get up properly to get yourselves as ready as possible before heading out to see Kira. Let's see. King says, bin chickens are the jesters, seagulls are the cooks, toucans are the archers. It's a ghost religion. It was just like, how are all your children not traumatized? I thought seagull stealing food was terrifying as a kid. No, we are. We genuinely are. We used to have like swans and stuff bite us and things. It's just that's part of the reason why there's all the fear around the burbs. Like, they're present. We know about them. We all had that one story as a kid of like a magpie swooping us or like a seagull stealing our sandwiches and stuff. And then a lot of the time we'd end up going and trying to kick seagulls. That was a common thing you'd see when you were at parks and stuff, is that little kids and stuff running up to gigantic flocks of seagulls and trying to kick them because they tried to steal their food. It's just one of those things I think that you get used to after a while. King says, I had to punch a goose as a kid because it attacked me. You punched a goose? You are far braver than I. You are far braver than I, my friend. I could not possibly feasibly kick a goose. Okay, so Yellow has written out, I've not played it, but the synopsis is something along the lines of group of adventures after gathering a large hoard of treasures, realizes they had too much stuff to take with them, so they decided to bury it in a swamp and come back for it later. The pile was a headband of intellect. After a while, an ibis found the stash, and while looking for the food, it ended up with the headband itself and became sentient and is now causing no end of troubles. Yep, that's an ibis for you. That's just an ibis. That's just an ibis. Like, interesting campaign premise, but it's just an ibis. The two of you got 2 minutes. Yes, so you had outside. Ooh, she's got the pretty braided hair today. Nice. Vera was waiting patiently in the living room. She was in high spirits, with her eyes set on the hallway. Her amused smile only widened when you and Cove froze. It didn't take long for the realization to sink in that the scene must have been loud enough for her to hear even from there. Damn it. Cove tried to look unimpressed, eyes narrowing and over Kira's smug delight, though his face was already turning red, and his mum hadn't even said anything yet. He squared his shoulders, lifting his head, and strode forward.
Hey.
Hi, Mom. Hey, baby. Hello to you too, Basil. Her tone cracked in a greeting, and then she gave in and laughed, unable to keep any of it in. Cove frowned at that, eyebrows furrowed. Sorry for the interruption. I didn't know we had already had guests. His frown wobbled as he became even more embarrassed by the minute. He couldn't muster up any words to defend himself. It's not like anyone's surprised by this. Sorry. Hi. Hi. As Kira slowly composed herself again, you raised a hand to wave. All you could really do was smile. Cove was still unable to say anything, other than his teeth biting into the side of his cheek. He stood there frozen. Kira studied you both for a moment. King says, I fight birds on a daily basis. I can't spell. I had no shame, no fight, I fear. I had to fight a crow because it was trying to steal my food and I fought it at a train station. Wow, you fought it in public? Did you get clapped? Did you get full applause and stuff? Such a hero. Such a hero. Yellow says, I literally love the idea so much that I paid for one shot and never do that. I usually just write my own. I mean, yeah, that would be a one shot that I would be paid for. Like, feel free to chuck a link into the Discord, by the way, Yellow, for it, because I know I'm interested. Pitch says, I just imagine you breaking out with switchblade and gesturing menacingly at birds. King. Yeah, I can imagine that too. It would make sense in King's character. Either that or like a sword or something. Like just like have this like huge ass sword and is swinging it around to the local birds. Or like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles style, just like got the nunchucks wavering and throws them up and then back towards the birds and like just going to attack them like full martial arts instead. Like, you have a sword under your bed? And what kind of sword is it? Like, that's really cool, but also, what kind of sword is it and where did you get it? Where did you get it?
It's alright.
I'm okay. My not so little mister is spreading his wings and I can't complain about that. She lightly tapped the tip of her nose, and that got a tiny smile out of Cove. Despite being much taller than Kira at this point, he still seemed like a little kid in front of her. You released the air that you were holding in your lungs, and Kira's gaze locked onto you. You know, we were about to go over to see Pam and Noelle. Are you two coming? Sure, I should definitely go back there. Cove chuckled at your phrasing. He stretched his arms for a moment and yawned, trying to physically shake off what
Sounds
happened.
good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Great.
Great, let's do it. And then you noticed that Mr. Holden had been standing on the other side of the room. You figured he must have been trying to create some space for everyone during the conversation. You could tell that he felt a bit awkward, but he was trying to smile reassuringly as he scratched the back of his neck. His attention just went to Cove. But do you want to get changed first? Cove looked down at his pajamas for a moment, and he shook his head. No, we don't have to wait for that. You sure? It's only a trip across the street.
Don't worry about
I'm alright, besides Basil's going in pajamas too. Oh shoot, yeah we are. We didn't put on clothes before we went out. So I forgot that we could do that. We just decided to go out. Damn it. So now everyone's gonna know. Now it's worse. King says I'm a Ninja Turtle. Comic-Con. Nice, nice. So Comic-Con's where you got the sword, and then you're a Ninja Turtle? Yes, like you could be a Ninja Turtle. Bitch says, and every time a bird sees you, boss music randomly starts playing. Yes. Yes, the boss music starts up, and then it's just like the drums are going hard. It's like you bring out like your weapons and just start looking at them and go, come at me, birds. And then all of a sudden, like the claws and feathers, they're all flying everywhere, and you can see the swing of like a blade or some kind of weapon. Beautiful imagery is amazing. King says, Elden Ring in my daily life, I love it. Finch says, there's a Souls-like game that has a boss that looks like a baby pigeon and it lives rent-free in my mind. What game is that? What game is that, Pidge? Cove then leans in closer to you and he grumbles quietly. And your moms are gonna figure out what happened anyways soon. Yeah. Away we go. And with that, you decided that the four of you headed out across the street to your house. It felt strange waiting there while Mr. Holden knocked on the door.
Hello.
Hi there. Mom answered the door, her expression brightened even more on seeing Kira there, so she moved to pull Kira in for a hug. When her gaze fell on you. It says mortal shell. Ooh. Ooh, that sounds fun. King says, someone please turn me into an Elden Ring character fighting a bird. Like, I could try and draw it. You need to give me, like, some basic specs and stuff, and it's been a while since I've drawn, like, a caricature, but I could try. It'd be pretty funny. It sounds so stupid, but I love it. It sounds great. Yellow says, okie dokie, you found it. It's in the Discord. Thank you so much, Yellow. I appreciate that. Like, now I'm kind of tempted. Do we run a bird one shot? And have, like, the goose god in this game. I don't know. I get ideas sometimes, chat, and then sometimes I end up thinking more and more about the ideas and go, that could be fun. Basil. Hi, Mom! When did you get out there, and why are you still in your pajamas? Mom's eyebrow raised as she gave you a deep, examining stare. Meanwhile, you and Cove shared a slow side glance at each other. Before you could answer, more heads popped into view around the doorway. Ma, Liz, and Lee were all chuckling. To be honest, I always assumed that Cove had been the one sneaking around. Well, he was, up until today. I did it for a once off and I got caught. I'm salty about it. Pidge says it's kind of easier and shorter than your average Souls game, but it wasn't bad. I mean, given I don't tend to play Souls games in general, it could be a good startup piece. I have no idea. Sounds interesting. There are so many games though that I want to play. It's ridiculous. My entirety of September has games just everywhere that I want to play. I've got like 5 games that are coming out on the exact same day. One of which being what's it called? Outbound Ghost, which I was really excited about, which is like a paper RPG, like adventure RPG. And I played it with John on stream at one stage. So, well, John was kind of in the chat just chatting and stuff because it was at stupid o'clock in the morning. This was one of those streams that I decided to do at like 5 or 6 a.m. Because I do them sometimes because I have no self-restraint and I wanted to play video games and not do anything else with my time. But yeah, I'm really excited for like that game in particular. Then we've got Potions Permit that's coming up, which is, oh, it's another game. It's a sort of cozy life simulator, except that you've got like you're an alchemist who's come into town instead of anything else. It's got a lot of story elements, and you're there to treat the mayor's daughter, and then end up having to stay and sort of repair the idea of like medical clinicians in general with this town, which previously only had a witch doctor since the last chemist ended up messing things up. So it's so good. I've played the demo and stuff. There'll be a video up about it shortly, but like yeah, so I'm excited about that one. Then we've got Slime Rancher 2, which is coming out the day after. Then we've got what else? Not in the woods. Beacon Pines is coming out. There's so many chat. This entire September and early October, I'm going to have no money at all. And I know this, and I need this to start with. But it's so exciting, especially because we've also got like Wildflowers as well. Yeah, Yellow. Yeah, I'm excited for Wildflowers as well. It looks like an awesome game. I think they've got like a demo or something maybe out. I'll have to double check that. But I'm thinking about playing the demo and things on stream to see whether or not it's a one that we should all have a look at. King says yes. The one thing I look for is if you can fight birds. I mean, like, I can't fight birds, but you know. Pidge says, honestly, the first question I ask myself when I look at games is there a bird mod? I mean, bird mods, I'm not surprised if you could. Like, also, I did get Hattow for Boyfriend. I did get it. I will play it on stream at some point. It's just a matter of when. Yellow says, I'm curious for how much it'll cost. Well, the game is already out, technically. Like, the game is out on, like, Apple Arcade, I think. But it's just coming to other platforms later. Oh, the demo was good, if not shorter than I wanted. I mean, fair. Peter says, yes. Okay, yeah, I took the recommendation and stuff to heart. The game was on sale for like $2, so I got it. Yellow says, I had some visual glitches in mind, but other than that, that's all. Oh, yeah, fair. Yeah, it's free on Arcade, though. That is true. So if you've got like Apple Arcade and stuff, then you can give that a check. See how it goes. I do not have Apple Arcade. I do not have any Apple devices, unfortunately. I do not have the money for this. Yellow says this is going to be the first place it'll cost anything, I believe. Yeah, I have no idea. It says Pigeon Dating Sim sometime in the distant future. Yes, excellent. I'm glad. I'll try and make sure that it's a time that you can actually tune into the stream as well. That'll be fun for you. And I know, since it was your suggestion, I figured I'd tell you, since you're here. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, and you had to look away. You noticed that Cove's face was burning bright red again. It was a solid theory, Lani. Most likely they've been both been breaking and entering. I wouldn't put it past my baby. He takes after his parents. You're right. I can't believe my Basil getting up to all this mischief too, though. Mortified, Cove looked like he wanted to disappear while the adults chuckled and discussed whether you and him may or may not have done stuff. Unfortunately they left the conversation there, so that's good. At least they left it there. And I'm standing there, come on in. Thanks, being welcomed into my own home. Mum moved aside to usher the group in and guide them to the living room. Before anyone could get settled, Mum spoke up. You're all welcome to stay for breakfast.
Of course.
Yes, we'd be thrilled to host you. There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kira. The Cove looked around the room filled with familiar faces before speaking up. Maybe instead of staying here, why don't we go to the beach? Scenic picnic, eh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms, contemplating the idea happily. Excited, Kira clapped her hands together.
Yeah.
Oh, we could really make a day of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. Sounds lovely, Cove. Uh, King says, I love that. All the people you can date are different types of birds. Yes, they are. They are different types of birds. So I thought that'd be a fun one. We've done some strange dating sims. Like we did the KFC dating sim a while back. Like, gosh, it would have been like six months ago now. And that one was a lot of fun as well. And we've done like Dream Daddy dating and a couple other ones. We're doing this one, which is another one. Pitch says, warn me in advance in case notifications fail, lol. I mean, yes. So, I will give you a DM or something before that goes live, Pitch. Because, like, I know you want to be involved. It's all good. Pitch says, I mean, love and war go together, so fighting birds to dating birds is a natural progression. Wait, the enemies to lovers bird dating pipeline? We could have that. I don't know. Is there like an enemies to lovers bird dating sim? I don't know. We do like playing these kinds of games. Especially since it's much easier on the mobility issues. Yes, I want this. I have no idea if we could do it or not, but like, we'll have a look. Let's see if we can find them. Quick, scatter. Find a whole heap of ridiculous games. Everyone else under an agreement with Cove's suggestion. Before long, the families dispersed to get everything ready. Sandwiches had to be made, water, sunscreen towels, more needed to be gathered and packed. Plus, you and Cove both took time to get dressed for the day. Good. King said, imagine that is an entire anime bird war. I mean, that'd be cool. It says, there's kind of one in Hatto for boyfriend. We could try and go for that route maybe then. You'll need to like give us info and stuff ahead of time and we'll see how the chat feels like they want to go about it, but it'd be fun. King says, against the good queen. Ooh, the good queen. But who's the good queen and who's the not so great queen? An hour later, both your family and Coves are walking down the old path to the beach. The morning was already turning into a bright and beautiful day, and honestly, you couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up there. The sight always filled you with wonder. Hey Basil. I was thinking about calling Terry and Miranda, see if they could come too. Pretty much everyone is here already, so would your family mind? Well, you had a good idea. He chuckled, his mouth pulled into a bent smile. It had to happen sometimes, even with a quick surprise Holden raising me. That had you laughing this time. You were already eager for your friends to join you there. Hey Mom, Ma! They both stopped what they were doing and turned to you immediately. You darted over to them. I have a question. Would it be alright if Terry and Miranda came by? I don't see why not. I looked to Mum to see what she thought, and she nodded in agreement. Mum then shot a glance over at Mr. Holden and Kira, knowing they'd likely heard everything.
You alright with that?
Biff, Kira, what do you two think? The more the merrier.
Okay.
Of course, they're welcome with me. Well, thanks. Delighted, you nodded and turned on your heels. Cove was still several feet away talking to Liz and Lee about likely the same topic. With a beaming smile, you gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved, as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. Awesome. King says, sorry, be back in a few minutes. I have to go get ready to go out in about an hour. I'll be back. That's all good. Have fun, King. Make sure you're taking care of yourself while you're breaking. It says, see you later. But yeah, honestly, like a bird, like enemies to lovers sort of like dating sim, or have it go both ways. Like enemies to lovers and then lovers to enemies. And like have there be like a massive betrayal. That could be fun. I would find that so entertaining. So unbelievably entertaining. At that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnic setup. Unexpectedly, your phone started ringing. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID. Feeling your heart jump with excitement, you answered. It was Derek. Hey, Derek's back. Hey, this is a surprise. I thought you disappeared. No, I have not, and I hope at least it's a good surprise. A very good one. You chuckled at that and your smile widened. So what's up? That voice came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it still had the exact same amount of enthusiasm as a kid. Awesome. King says, I will, Andy. See, you guys have had fun making goose religions with you. Of course. May the order of the goose be with you, King, on your travels. It says, is there a reverse dating sim, a divorce sim, but with less paperwork? I have no clue. Like, there's got to be somewhere. Someone has to have made it. And if they haven't, somebody should get onto that because that's a really interesting idea. Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days? Yeah, I have. It's been amazing. There have been ups and downs. You know what? It's been ups and downs. Yeah, it happens. But bright side, it's almost over then. How about you? How's your summer been? You were beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time you spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with stuff recently. College applications, scholarship inquiries, but what else is new? They more turned. Your only struggle will be choosing which place to go. They will be desperate to have you. They will be. They really will be. Because he worked really hard all the time for everything, so, you know, there's that. Totally. His chuckle turned into a sigh, and you could hear his small smile when he spoke. I really hope so anyway. That would be amazing. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My little brothers are little punks. But I guess they're doing alright. You both laughed at that. It was easy to imagine the grin on his face. Mom and Dad are fine. That's great, my moms are too. Turning your attention back to your surroundings, you smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. The towels were laid out, the chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually, I'm out with my moms right now. Liz and Leah are here visiting too. Oh, that'll be fun. But if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. You sure? I don't mind. I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay, bye. Bye, Basil. Have a heck of a day. Hanging up, the conversation left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make this day even better. You hurried over to your mum's and helped put the rest of the food out. The moment you noticed Cove at your side. So what's the verdict from these invitations? They're gonna come. Yes! Excited, you raise your free hand for a high five, and Cove laughs and slaps your hand.
Yeah.
They'll meet us here today. Shouldn't be too long. Can't wait. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attributed it to the gorgeous ocean view and the soothing sea breeze. Morning swiftly gave way to the afternoon, and a very recognizable face came walking down the shore. Baxter seemed momentarily surprised to see you all there, and he pleasantly approached with a wave.
Hello, folks.
Hello there, didn't mean to intrude on the party. I was coming down to get some fresh air. Oh, you didn't intrude on anything? You're welcome to join us. We brought plenty of towels, food, and sunscreen. Yeah, you're one of the neighbors. Kick back and relax with us.
Thank you.
Well, I can't possibly say no to that. Thank you. Baxter's gaze moved over to you and Cove. He smiled. Basil, Cove. Long time no see. Hi. You waved from where you leisurely sat and Cove nodded. It was then that Baxter noticed the faces that he didn't immediately recognize from around the neighborhood. He turned up his charm even more for the introductions. How could he turn it up even more? He was already trying to be so charming just normally. Excuse me, I'm Baxter Ward. Sorry, we haven't met before. Well, we're not typically from around the area, just visiting. I'm Cove's mum. A few giggles escaped Lee as she watched Baxter carefully. His attention turned to her. She held out a hand. Hi, I'm Lee, Basil and Liz's cousin. Baxter shook it, then took a step back. Lee's smile grew. I'll remember that. It's very nice to meet you both. After that, Baxter spent some time getting better acquainted with everyone, and Terry and Miranda arrived excitedly. You took a moment to introduce the three, and then the conversation shifted to what you would all do next.
In that case,
We could do a few rounds of volleyball. There's plenty of us now. I mean, that's true, you could make teams.
is that alright?
Could I play? Of course. Miranda brightened, delighted with the plan. Ma looked around to see if there were any takers. I don't feel like playing. I'd have to change, but it'd be fun to watch. I could be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. He'd be biased as a ref. Volleyball's a good idea, but there should probably be something happening for those who aren't a fan. Ooh, I have some crafting supplies we could use to make jewelry. Could even use stuff we find around the beach to accent them.
Really?
Really? I want to make a necklace.
That's right.
I'd be interested in trying my hand at that too.
Absolutely.
Impromptu crafting is my kind of party. I'd like to join too, please. Yes, we're not playing volleyball. Oh, wait. We'll make the jewelry. Already you were imagining various designs you could make, depending on what Lee let you use. Your cousin shot you a thumbs up, clearly happy with the decision. I guess I'll try making a necklace too. Vera got up from the towel that she was sitting on. She brushed off some sand from her legs and then stretched her arms over her head. I'm up for a few rounds. Well, since it's still a 3 spot, I'll throw my hand in for the ring and things I do for my family.
Thank you.
The things we do for love. Thank you, Liz. I'd love that. Liz got up from where she was sitting, and you could tell by her expression she was already determined to win. You laugh at yourself, curious now for how the game would have turned out. Now that plans were settled, the group temporarily split into 2. Okay, let me pop back to the house to get my supplies. Anything we can do while you're gone? Yes, you can start clearing out towels for us to work at, and if you want, look around for good stuff to use.
I'm on it.
Roger that. While Lee ran back to the house, the group did just as she suggested. By the time that she returned, everyone had their craft area ready to work at. Perfect. Lee sat down at one of the towels and then looked up at everyone eagerly. She held 2 necklace options. I hope you've all been thinking about what you want to make. I have for everyone a choice of either a chain or a threaded rope. How do I pick? All I know is that I want to put some sea glass chunks on it. That's a charming idea. His gaze went back and forth between Lee's 2 necklace base options. You could tell he was thinking quite hard about it. I can't decide on anything for mine. No rush. I'll leave the strands here and then you can decorate it however you want later. I suppose I'll use whatever I spot around the beach first. Fate can decide. I think I'll keep it classic. Only worry about finding a decent shell. Yeah, I'm planning on doing shells too. I want to find sea glass, go for a handful of shells. Driftwood. Ooh. Driftwood would be fun. Pidge says, OMG, I just realized that visual novels and dating sims are the modern versions of my childhood choose your own adventure books. Yeah, they kind of are, right? Because, like, I used to have a whole bunch of the choose your own adventure books as well, but they kind of fell out of favor for a while. I think they're still around. I just don't see as many of them in bookstores at the moment. But yeah, the choose your own adventure books were great. I used to get like choose your own adventure murder mystery ones a lot. I was really interested in like solving mysteries and crime as a kid. Not as like Batman, more like Sherlock Holmes. But yeah, it's really interesting how it is kind of just like a choose your own adventure book. I didn't think of it that way. Thanks for letting us know, Pidge. I think I have a cool idea in mind. Cove crossed his arms and chewed at the inside of his cheek. You weren't the only one who noticed that. What's wrong, Cove? I'm not sure what to use. I mean, ideally I'd want a shark tooth, but what are the chances I would even find one? Mum smiled. You both looked at him sympathetically. Sorry, the rare downside of not having a shark-filled coast. That would make for a really nice necklace, though.
I know.
Yellow says, oh, I love the Goosebumps ones. Yeah, they were really good. We had like a whole collection of them. I think we had like 40 different ones of the Goosebumps books when I was growing up. And it was one of the set series of books that I ended up learning how to read with. Now, I can't stand horror movies. I can't really deal with horror in games. But give it to me in a book, now you've got me interested. I'll read like horrific poetry, I'll read like Goosebumps books with like horror aspects and things. Just can't do it in the game. Pidge says, I don't know why that never occurred to me before. I loved those as a kid. Yeah. Oh, the choose your own adventure books were some of the best things, especially since they were so light and you could just pack them into a bag anywhere and then just consistently read them and reread them to get all the different endings. It's great. At Cove's pouting, Mum gave him a little bump on the shoulder with her fist. Well, don't lose all hope. You never know, you might end up really lucky. Cove laughed, cheered him up, even though he wasn't really convinced. After that, the little crafting club busily went to work on their pieces. Whatever they decided using was hatched in loops or were then slid onto the necklace base. Jerry was immensely proud of herself when she was done. Hers was simple but gorgeous because of the striking piece of sea glass she had painstakingly searched for and found. Baxter excitedly showed his finished piece to everyone. He stayed true to his word, using various materials he found along the beach. The necklace looked like it had a good weight from the clutter. He always had an eclectic style, it seemed. Yellow says, oh, I just gave away hundreds of Goosebumps books that I've been collecting for years because I don't have the space for them and hadn't touched them. They've gone to a family with kids though, so I'm happy about that. I'm glad they went to someone who's got kids because then they can read them and have a similar experience to like you know? Well, even if it's not exactly the same, they might really like them. That's one thing that I've always found with like nostalgia items. Whether that's like a park or something that gets renovated, or necessarily like a book that you haven't read that you end up giving away to somebody who looks like they might enjoy it, they can then make memories with that thing. You know, if the park gets renovated and ends up being different, there's still all the kids that are going to go to that park later and then make their own memories similarly to the way that you did. So it's never going to go to complete waste, even though it might be different from the way that you saw it originally. Kid says, yay, I love it when books get a second life. Yes, it's so good. Because then everybody gets to try them and you get to keep sharing memories until that book ends up reaching the end of its life. Cove ended up using driftwood of varying lengths to design his necklace. Despite not finding any shark teeth, he looked pretty pleased. Mum decided on medium-sized purple ring-top shells as a centerpiece for hers, and Lee went with a few small scimitar shells. They both put their necklaces on as soon after finishing them. After combing the beach several times, you found just what you were looking for. It took a bit, but you managed to make a necklace you were satisfied with, mostly just of driftwood. Billy says, yeah, exactly, some were falling apart a little, but I knew that they'd be looked after well. Yeah, I'm glad that they're getting more life. Because like I like thinking of like that tree and stuff that got used to make the book still being enjoyed by a lot of people, even though it's in a different way, I know. But still being able to be enjoyed by a whole bunch of different people as a result. Although I do think about like how we just like hallucinated a plank of wood effectively. Because that's kind of what books is. Like they're hallucinating vividly at a piece of wood that had been turned into mush and then into like a thin strip of parchment paper. That's a strange concept reading. Very strange concept. But like I love it all the same. Your group of crafters would also cheer for the volleyball players whenever shouts could be heard coming out from the court. On top of that, you would all hold up newly made pieces of in the air. Then players would take a breather to applaud the creation. You really enjoyed searching the beach, trading supplies, and watching everyone make necklaces. The crafting club was definitely a success, and you weren't the only one who had a blast. We had a very lovely craft-afternoon. The afternoon continued through a drift by, but the fun was still going strong. Occasionally, someone would head back to the house or use the bathroom or get a rest from the sun for a while or retrieve something they needed, but they always came back. The beach was never empty, and there was always a new conversation to take part in or another game to join. At one point, Mr. Holden even broke out his old pack of cards. He roped the whole group into a few rounds of good old go fish. On the beach, of course. You could do many things on the beach. Fishing is in fact one of them, theoretically, if it's like a beach that allows for it. There was only one thing that could bring the beach to the end of the day, and that was for the day itself to end. Before anyone realized it, the sun began to set over the sea. As this happened, you were taking a break, sitting on the towel with your legs stretched out past it, and your feet buried in the warm sand. Shortly, you looked up to see your mums approaching. They stopped in front of you and you smiled. Hey there, kiddo.
How are you?
How are you doing? I'm doing great. Today's been amazing. They both sat down, squishing you between them. Ma leaned her head against yours, and Mum started rubbing your back soothingly. Nothing more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly. Mum looked at you wistfully. We're both really proud of you, Basil.
True.
You grew up to be more than we ever could have hoped. Aww, thanks to you two. It was thanks to you two. It really was. It really was. They did a good job raising us. Ma wrapped an arm around your middle, squeezing you tightly in a side hug. Mum continued to lightly scratching your back.
Thank you.
It means a lot, but I still think you're selling yourself short. You've always been such a lovely person, and I'm so thrilled to know you. Your voice faltered, and you honestly couldn't imagine your life any other way. while I lightly brushed some of your hair back and left a small kiss there. I'm so happy that I got to have you both as my mothers. After that, all three of you were sitting there getting all sentimental. I don't know how we got so lucky with you and Liz. Ma reached out in front of you for Mum's hand. She gave it to her and Ma squeezed it.
Of course.
Basil has a point. We must have done something right. You stayed there quietly and contentedly, watching the sunset with your parents for a while, until Mr. Holden called out to you. He was still walking in your direction. We were talking and thinking that we're going to take a walk down to the shore. Any of you want to come? Automatically, you looked to your mums to see what they were thinking. Mum glanced from you to Ma and smiled. Sounds good to me.
That's fantastic.
Yes, that'd be very nice. My legs need some stretching. That's a yes across the board then. Thrilled, Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back up where he came in a light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust. Cliff kept going but flipped around, walking backwards across the sand so he could face you again.
No worries.
Oh, don't worry, we wouldn't leave without you. Alright, well, we'll catch up. Ready to go? Uh-huh. Both your mums held out a hand for you. Chuckling, you gave them each one and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her in too. Liz shook her head, but mouth worked into a smile and she didn't resist. Together, as a family, you followed behind the others, hand in hand. Your feet squashed into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the world as more and more stars began to dot the sky. Once the sun had been out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day and the ever-approaching end of summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Harry and Miranda took turns compressing Cove into a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckle, feel overjoyed you got to see them today. Sorry, we have to go already. Parents are here. That's okay. But still, I wish we could have helped clear all this up. Don't worry about it. Just thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here. Oh yeah, I'm super glad we came too. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. Nodding, you turn your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held out her hand out for a low five, which you obliged.
See you later.
Take care of yourselves, buddies. After that, they walked away, waving to you and to Cove. As they went down to the shore, Cove waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. Have a safe trip back. We will. Bye! Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped and twisted round. She kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the mood of your farewell light, shooting your finger guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with a hip and everyone left with a laugh before they disappeared down the bend. Basil? Hey, Cove, could you come here? Oops. Both your parents were motioning for you and the two of you went. Tons of things ended at the beach over the course of the days. There was still much to pack up, and the parents needed help. With a nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling them up in towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry, as absolutely no one wanted to be a back and forth kind of thing. I mean, fair, I wouldn't want it to be a back and forth kind of task either. That would be a lot. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the after effects of the day, and a cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back in the neighborhood. Baxter carefully placed what he had been carrying onto the ground. Thank you so much for helping with that.
Thanks.
No, thank you for allowing me to join today. You all shared with me. Helping to carry it back is the least that I can do. Ma nodded, and the others started collecting their things from his pile. Baxter, meanwhile, stepped over to you and Cove. It really was a pleasure getting to know you both this summer. His head tilted towards you and he smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. Free to shake it, wave goodbye, pat his shoulder. Shuffling a few things, you were able to briefly free one of your hands enough to pat his shoulder a couple of times. Baxter chuckled, amused you did that. I enjoyed meeting
Glad
you.
to hear it.
Delighted to hear that. I've enjoyed this vacation immensely thanks to you. Baxter turns to shake Cove's hand. He was a little incredulous for a moment, then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake, and Baxter was really pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride. While it lasted, I would happily do it over again. Bye, Baxter. Yeah, bye. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo. He then stopped and waved.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Baxter sauntered away completely and disappeared inside the condo to return to his own things. And the time with you, your family, and friends was ending. He paused a moment, staring at where he went. But afterwards, he looked back over at the rest of the group. Lee and Liz were just going inside your house. You couldn't spot Kira or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to their house was wide open. Mom approached you with an amused look on her face. It seems like you're holding up some Holden things. Kid says, a star-crossed thruple. I mean, I don't know, like, it could happen. We could do another playthrough of this game if somebody is interested in watching it. Like, if you all are interested in seeing more of the game, I could do another playthrough and we could try and get a different route. Surprised, you glanced down to take quick inventory of what you were holding. Mom was right. Some of it belonged to the neighbors. Would you mind dropping it off now? Looking down again at everything that you were carrying, you sighed, a teasing grin playing at your lips. The Holdens is such a long walk from here. Cove snorted and laughed next to you, making your grin widen. Mom chuckled and shook her head. You can hack it, and then you'll get to experience the joy of a job well done. You laughed happily and nodded, and smiled fondly. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped, waiting for you. Night, Cove. I'll see you inside, Basil. Night. You caught up to Cove, and together you went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kira and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on the counters, and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their head when Cove closed the front door. Hey. Nice seeing you again already, Basil. A teasing tone brought a light smile to your face, and you hefted the stuff in your arms a little closer. I ended up with some things of yours from the beach. Oh, thanks for getting that to us. You can put it here on the coffee table. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface that he was referring to, and you immediately left. It didn't belong to your family there. Cove put his own things down on the floor, just at his feet, wading through everything strewn about to reach his parents. Putting your family's stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to resituate it all. You went over to where the others were. Kira opened her arms wide, wanting to hug you. Fine, I'll accept. Without any hesitation, you went to Kira and let her pull you in for a hug. You squeezed her back just as tight. Her hug was filled with affection, and you hoped that she could feel how much you cared about her too. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. You're welcome. That was amazing. Kira eventually released you and patted the tops of your shoulders as a final gesture.
Thank you.
Every time I've gotten to come by, it's been an absolute joy. Things really couldn't have worked out better. Mr. Holden took a step closer to you, and Kira moved to the side to let him say goodbye too. He grinned. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor. And not just right now, for as long as I've known you. I didn't always make it easy, but you and your family are good people. Really, truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again, Basil. So much. At that, Mr. Holden reached over and gave you a soft pat on the top of your head. Give him a hug. You burst forward into Mr. Holden and wrapped your arms around him. Surprised, he went rigid immediately. But several moments later, he relaxed and began to lightly pat your back before shifting into a full hug. You squeezed him tighter. Thanks for moving in. As you let go, he sniffed, but when he met your gaze once more, his mouth pulled into an open, happy grin. Mr. Holden was staring at you, but his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at who you used to be, the 8-year-old he asked to be his son's new friend.
See you.
Hi, Basil. He smiled softly. And Cove took a step forward. He gestured to the pile of things he had carried into the house.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about all that. I'll put stuff away in a few minutes. Right. I need to go do the same with my family. I figured. Cove walked to the door and held it open. Taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home, he went into the road. He leaned his body against the door frame, not following you out. So, this is it, huh? Actually, no, that's not what I meant. His expression twisted and he shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish pensive thoughts.
Bye.
I'll just say bye. Yeah, bye. It won't be long before you'll see me again. You offered him a small wave goodbye with one of your hands. Cove reached forward and gently cupped your face in one hand. His thumb trailed across your cheek for several heartbeats. Mesmerized by his blue eyes, he stepped forward, delighted to oblige in his request that he was silently asking. He met you halfway as he smiled into the kiss. It was soft with longing and your chest ached, knowing that there couldn't be anything more than this. At least yet. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. Of course he was. As you walked over to your own front door, he stopped. Turning around, you spotted Cove right where you left him, and you laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you stared at each other from across the street. Ooh, blow him a kiss. Do it. Cove reached out like he was catching it off to the side and curled his fist to his chest, holding the kiss close. Your lips curled into a beaming smile. I hope you'll treasure that. Forever! Things couldn't be dragged out any longer, so after one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, dragging it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were both still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things that you'd brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mom stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit, and she yawned loudly. Ambushed. How about we finish the rest of the chores tomorrow? Yes, honestly, it's too late for this.
Thanks.
Please and thank you. Ma put her hands on her hips and turned to assess the room. Ma was not the one who liked to leave a mess about, but she sighed.
All right.
I suppose we can make an exception to the usual rule. It's been a really long day. Liz grinned contentedly, and Lee wasted no time in skipping over to you and hooked you into a big side hug. Good night. I hope you have the loveliest dreams of you-know-who. Lee ended that last sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh, then let you go. I hope you have good dreams too. Lee smiled widened as it went from ear to ear. That'll be a fantastic way to cap off today and start tomorrow. Here's to us, Basil. Night, tomorrow, and forever. Thanks, Lee. I don't know what I'd do without you. I know, it'd be lonely. Lee stretched out her arms high above her head, and she yawned loudly and looked at you with tired eyes. I think that's my cue to bed. Bye! I think so too. Have fun sharing the room with Liz. She laughed at that, and Lee shuffled off towards the guest bedroom. Before you had any chance to do anything else, you could feel the top of your head being tapped. It was fun to see Liz smirking. Nighty-night, I'm heading to bed too. It's been a long day, and I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow. Exhaling, you automatically started fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? The gaze moved away, and you knew she had more to say. You waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts. It's just been a good summer. It was nice to come back home. You nodded, and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as she went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go. Love you, little kiddo. Love you too. Liz stopped walking and stared at you for a moment. She smiled softly at you. Get some sleep soon. Morning will be here faster than you know it. I will. When Liz was out of sight, Mum started up the next conversation over her shoulder. Aren't you heading up to bed too? Want to relax first? I want to get everything cleaned up. Do that. What? Are you sure it can wait? Glancing around the room at the moment, the disarray made you feel a bit twitchy, and you had a feeling that you'd sleep sounder if you took your time cleaning before bed. Yeah. Mama came over too, smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a big hug.
Love you.
Alright, do what you need to do. I love you. When you were done hugging Mum pulled you into another hug. Their actions basically handing you off to another had you laughing jovially. Love you so much. Alright. Love you too. Aww. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again. Your smile widened, and it felt so good to be loved. Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Night, sweetie. Night. After that, your mum's headed off towards the bedroom down the hall. You're about to turn the other direction when you heard Mum's voice. And don't let the bed bugs bite. You heard Ma chuckling as you watched them go on with a smile. It was a while later when you were finished putting everything away. You didn't rush through the process at all. Your sleeping hours may have been cut into, but you did feel better getting it done. You sighed contentedly, gazing at the organized living room and kitchen before you take a well-earned break from the couch. Something out the window caught your eye. Guess who it is? Your feet brought you right in front of the large window spanning the length of the back wall. You stared onto the hill behind your house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting a new notification. It was Cove. Is anyone surprised at this point? He probably wants to hunt fireflies. Want to hang out on the hill tonight? Yes! Something told you that this is the right kind of night to take a trip out there, so you sent back a very quick message. Yeah. Ooh, he sent us a heart. I think he likes us. I don't know. We might be dating, but like, you know, sometimes you just like, I don't know, he might, maybe, possibly, potentially, not too sure. You went over to the front door, stopping over the threshold and gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. Then you shut the door behind you. Silently, you made your way up to the poppy hill. With steps in the dark, you walked across the hill behind the house. Up ahead at the very top, silhouetted by the night sky, a familiar figure was already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he'd got there first. He didn't have the advantages of living closer. And again, maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow Cove was intrinsically linked with this place. After all these years, it would be weird to scan the horizon and not to find him there, as surreal as the shore was without the sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by second, and hearing the grass and the earth crunch under your feet, Cove turned, a grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place standing by him on the crest of Poppy Hill, looking over the ocean. Same as you'd done countless times since you first arrived, when you'd found him in the very same spot. Basil. He had officially broken the silence, the spell that held you both in place, and you looked at him expectantly. There's something I've kind of wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What do you think about when we first met? I was just a kid you'd never seen before, bawling my eyes out on the hill next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back made it clear that he was genuinely invested in the topic. Luckily for you, you remembered what initially struck you in that moment as if it had only happened yesterday. Well, I remember noticing a sad look on your face. Cove replicated the frown for you right now, looking grave at your reply.
I guess.
Yeah, I guess that would have been kind of hard to miss. Sighing a bit, you continued to reminisce about that first meeting. I also remember feeling really bad for what was happening. I remember that too. He ran a hand through his hair, and you knew his line of questioning wasn't an end, even before he spoke again.
I mean,
You remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person? Was I annoying or mean or... Let's see. Didn't know what to make of you at first. Didn't know what my feelings were at the time, but I thought you were cute. Yeah, that's true. That mirrors their actual response from the very beginning. It does. Cove brought his hand to his mouth, half hiding his self-conscious smile. His wavy eyebrows were raised in open amazement.
Well,
Thank you for feeling that way. He scrunched his eyes closed, regretting his phrasing. Oh, that sounded weird, I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm glad. Cove's hand drifted to the scar on his arm, fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark again. It was much less noticeable than when the neon pink cast had first come off. The shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed, then dwarfed in comparison to his growing body. Still, his fingers came back without thinking. He gave a half smile, not quite meeting your eyes. I feel bad now. The thoughts I had were, well, considering what you were thinking, I come off a lot worse as a kid. You didn't like me?
no.
No, it definitely wasn't that. Cove lifted his head up, finally committing to meet your eyes fully once more. I remembered you that day, and I remembered it well. I don't think I'd ever be able to forget. I can picture the way you looked back then when I saw you standing right there. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. He chuckled self-derisively, interrupting his own monologue. You scared me at first, but I figured I'd be alone out there until I had to face my dad again. Then all of a sudden, another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. You were a strange person in a strange place, but in that moment, you were exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what was happening, and how that made me feel. It says, I feel Cove's inability to take or give a compliment on a spiritual level. Yeah, he does have a lot of issues with being able to give compliments and receive them properly. He just gets so awkward with everything, and it's cute. And you listened to me, and you stayed. He sighed and bit his lip as he gave a small smile. I was a little bit spoiled growing up. A little. You let him continue. You wasn't bad. You were dealing with a lot. I'll just let him continue. He looked off again, seeking clarity for his thoughts at the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe, and I didn't even imagine it wasn't like that. I didn't think things could simply happen. It would be weird according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense that everything in my life had a specific connection to me, somehow, right? He sought affirmation in you, his wavy brows raised as he tried to explain childlike logic. So at the time, you felt almost unreal. Like you weren't just anyone, some other kid who happened to live in that neighborhood in your whole other life that wasn't connected to Cove Holden. No, to me, you were there so you could find me when I was lost. I kind of expected it all to vanish like a dream when that night was over, so I would wake up and everything would be the same again. I'd be back in bed at my home, my real home, with both my parents. The future was something that I couldn't picture anymore, and I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I'd eat breakfast the next morning, or anything. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think of something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my real reality. It was far too big for me to hold all at once. So, I never thought I'd see you again. Then Cove beamed at you, his eyes shining bright. And I never ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was a grown-up, the two of us would still be together. Hard to believe it's been that long. I mean, honestly, yeah. Aww. I'm glad I met you. I feel the same about you. A small smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew neat. That was the worst day of my life at the time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. Thumbtack says, hello again, didn't think I'd catch you again. No, that's okay. I just, like I said, I'm getting really absorbed in this game. It sucked me in. It sucked me in so hard. We're nearing the end. We're very much nearing the end, I think, because we're in that spiel. We managed to date him. We're dating him. We're dating him currently. We're dating Cove. It took us 10 years, but we got there. He held a hand over his heart, connecting the pain that he had felt with a child and looking at you earnestly. Also, let us know how you're doing again, Thumbtack. It's good to see you. It's good to see you.
It's okay.
But that was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me and my dad and my mum. It was the change we all needed. His eyes were growing misty. So when I remembered that time right now, it's not the point my life was over. Only the moment I met the person I was going to be with. And I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I'd lost. I didn't have any idea that they would be the one thing in the world I actually wouldn't be able to live without. Aww. Thank you for all of this. No, thank you. Ooh, which one do we want to do? Kiss him, tear up, grin at him, over shoulders, hug him. Ooh, we could do any one of these. So many options, so many options. Let's see. Thumbtack says, I'm good. I'm back from shopping. Coffee is life. So you got lots of coffee? I'm glad. What type of coffee did you end up getting? Just like a latte or something? Not sure. Cove sighed contentedly. His voice was as delicate as the petals on the poppies which crowned this hill. Hey, Basil. I'm so grateful you always stuck up for me. I didn't even know what to say back to that. His heartfelt appreciation left you speechless. Rude! He tilted his head up, lost in thought in the sparse clouds above. I wonder how late it is. I guess it doesn't matter. My dad's fine with me being out wherever. Let's see. I want to make sure that you message your mum about what's going on. You could still text your dad about what you're doing and go message my mum's. No, we'll just quietly nod. Mr. Holden was content giving Cove all the freedom he could. You gonna lay in the grass now? Whoa, how'd you know? You're predictable. I mean, it has been 10 years. 10 whole years. Thumbtack says, a jar of coffee to make it home. Ooh, nice. It is good to have coffee and things in the house just in case, you know. Fitch says, ruffling his hair is such a chaotic option to have. I know, right? Like, the game does give you a lot of power to change how the interactions and stuff go, and whether they seem like more romantic or like purely platonic, or sometimes even downright rude, which is fun. With a chuckle, Cove flopped down onto the grass and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time there. Sat on Cove's chest. I could sit on him for no reason. He lay down and snuggled against him. Let's be cute. Let's be cute. Let's be cute. Just this once. You lower yourself against Cove's side and in the grass and wrapped an arm over his chest. Cove smiled at you and used his free hand to cradle your face. Both of you fully settle in on relaxing on the hill, and it felt like just the beginning of one of your nightly outings. Then you realized the sun was peeking over the horizon. Cove spoke up in a disbelieving tone. It really was late. Oh gee, you don't say? The sun's up. Rise and shine, princess. It's time for you to get going with adulthood. Your neighbor wasn't usually a stranger to being awake at dawn, however not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. This unexpected sunrise particularly awed him. The two of you watched silently as the sun began to light the world. Cove then propped himself up on the backs of his arms and looked at you with a soft expression on his face. Wanna go back home? I could carry you if you're too tired. No, I want to stay here. You couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. Cove chuckled affectionately and just gripped you a little more.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things. Like, really a lot. This has to end sometime. Does it really have to end? Yeah, I don't think there's any of us can say or do about that one, but you can stay if you want to. Cove smiled brightly at you, warm as the new rays of the sun that were tickling your skin. In that moment, you couldn't have appreciated him being there. Yeah, fine, we'll kiss him. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. Pidge says, and that's how you get ticks. What do you mean? That's how you get ticks? From the grass? You move your face forward and give Cove a small kiss. He tilts his head against yours. Good night, good morning. You're my favorite neighbor. You're my favorite neighbor. That's the one. And you're mine too. The two of you remained on familiar Poppy Hill, where you first met, until the world began to fade and blur, and you fell asleep. A few more gentle words drifted into your consciousness.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed, and everything that had come before this had reassured you of that. You were confident that when you opened your eyes again, things would still be okay. Pidge says yes. Oh, I had no idea that you could get ticks from grass. I did not know. You open your eyes and instead of walls of your room, you are surrounded by open sky. There was not soft pillows or sheets under you, but the bed of earth and grass that you'd taken last night. The day welcomed you with the shining sun and the refreshing breeze and the chirping of the song of birds. You cupped your face with your hands and sat up, feeling the imprint of the blades of grass leaving lines in your cheeks.
Hazel.
Ooh, hello. He's still here. Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, your most influential neighbor. Well, that's a polite way to put it. Like, very, very diplomatic of you. Cove Holden. Oh, that's such a cute image right there. That's the composition of that with like this, like the light sun glare that's happening off one side, like the sun sort of come from that direction with the petals and stuff kind of in soft drifting sort of focus, and then like the sharpness of the figure in the middle with like the angles of like the flowers and stuff at the sides to frame it properly. That's a good shot. Like, I know it's drawn, but that's a really good shot. Me playing a romantic game. Also me comments on how the shot composition was. Pidge says Ghibli vibes. Yes, very much Ghibli vibes. It's so pretty. It also doesn't help that they're also on a Poppy Hill, because there's actually a Studio Ghibli movie called Up on Poppy Hill. It's a sad movie, but it's very sweet. He had made himself very comfortable, laying on his stomach with shoes kicked off and a flower in hand. Good morning. It's not really morning anymore. Cove laughed, tickled with the overall situation and simply being able to spend time like this. Told you I'd see you tomorrow. Oh, you don't need to look so smug about it. You knew. It's a pretty safe bet. We see each other nearly every day. So, smiling, you shook your head and left Cove to his victory. Cove turned his head up to the sky, his expression content. So, looks like it's gonna be a nice day. We'll have to come up with something to do to make the most of it. He trailed off, blinking slowly in the sunlight. Someday when we're even older than we are now, I wonder where we'll end up remembering this moment for. What will we feel looking back on it? Will it be the same as what we're feeling right now?
It's nice.
I can't see how the future's gonna look like again, but I think that's alright. Way too sentimental. Think it'll mark a new start for me. Cove's eyebrows lifted as he turned to look at you. That's a good one. I want to think about it like that too. He eyed the hill sprawling out before you, down below where the wild hill and the nature gave way to civilization. Your home in Coves, laid out at the bottom, neatly filed among the other houses in the neighborhood. Hey Basil, bet I can beat you in getting back to the road. You laugh, amused by the wager that reminded you of so many moments in youth. As much as I like it here, it's okay if we leave now. We can always come back to see the poppies and the fireflies again, right? I've met your eyes waiting for what you're going to say in response. You better do that and you're not getting out of it. Well, we'll be together one way or another. He didn't know where that was coming from, but Cove blinked slowly, his eyes still locked on you. Though you didn't need to see his face to know that he adored you. If there had been any room for doubt, the tender way he spoke would have definitely filled that up. One of a kind, huh? Cove beamed at you. His expression was so unlike the one that he'd worn when you first found him here, swaddled in sadness and uncertainty. Yet you couldn't help but glimpse the boy once more underneath his bright expression and matured features.
Come on.
Come on. He offered you a hand and you accepted it, your palm fitting into his. Cove lifted himself up, pulling you along too. Our parents probably aren't going to come running for us this time. We gotta make our own call. And I say we can't hide away forever. Poppy Hill is just one part of things. There's more out there for us than this time in this place alone. Let's enjoy it. You couldn't say whether you were one that broke into a run, or if Cove had been the one to start it, or if your feet had simultaneously made the choice for both of you. In the end, the result was the same, with the two of you rushing down the hill like children, but with the nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. The wind whipped past you and you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint, and there were more memories to be made after all. Life takes another step forward. There we go! So that is the end of the game. What? Why is this so freaking cute? How the heck does this game deserve to be so adorable? It said Micah, yeah, sending the love, yes, exactly. It's so cute. What? So many different supporters and everything. I think that this game was definitely worth a play on the stream because like I wasn't expecting to like the game as much as I did, and this is great. Thank you for playing, and then we even get a little congratulations. Thumbtack says congrats on finishing the game. Thank you. So this is just one playthrough. Each time we do it, we get a different ending. In between. Hold the phone! Oh, wait a second. Wait a heckin' second. You mean there's one more phase? I didn't know. You put your credits in a very misleading place, game. You really did. Okay, fine. Fine, you know what? We'll do that. Let's do... this is like that character creator thing that I was talking about a while ago. Let's do... Well, actually, that's cute. Plot twist. Yeah, plot twist for me. I think that this is a massive... Well, actually, we could go for like... that again. I feel like that would be kind of a good way to end it. Keep the eye shape and everything. We've got the purple. We've got all that. But yeah, this is all the stuff that you can choose from. Maybe we'll change earrings as well. Cause like I actually like the way the character looks at the moment. So we'll just do some simple groups, I think. I also like that you can put in like birthmarks and scars and things. Like it's so good. It's so good. Clothing type. No, we'll keep the clothing types as is. I don't think I would do hats. Like I've never been a hat person. Ring pattern. Hold on, hold the phone. Let's do a pattern. We can get a tattoo. Yes, arm tattoo. We're getting an arm tattoo, chat. That's what we're getting. We're getting a tattoo. I have no idea what it is. Let's have nail color. Maybe let's do black, plain. Purple could be interesting. Purple could be really interesting. We'll do purple. Oh, we gotta can change out the nose ring. Maybe. I'll keep it as that one so it's a little different. Wait, so you chose your name and it's voiced? Yes, so there is a voiced name list. But yes, so there's a whole massive list of like voices and stuff that you can choose, voiced names that you can choose from, which you can get from the free DLC. So you can choose whether you want to have your name voiced or not. And then any of the ones that aren't on the list, you don't get voiced. But yes, there's a lot of names. Wait, let me just show you if it'll let me see them. So So many names. Also, we get like masculine and feminine names, etc. And you got to choose your own pronouns, the works. And each of this can change based on each phase. So you can change up your appearance and stuff throughout the game, which I really like. There's so many different types of names. But yeah, all these ones are the voiced ones. I love that. Yeah, right? It's so good. It's so good. Freaking game developers, I swear. Sometimes they think of everything. Alright, my feelings for Cove at this point, chat, this is what it is. It is love. We're no longer just crushing on Cove. We went from completely indifferent to in love with our best friend. Ha! I'll save it as far because, like, you know, also another thing I appreciate, we have a lot of save slots. I really appreciate that. That way we can have like things go through there really nice and easily. So we've got so many different like slots to be able to save into if you want to just go and try all the choices. It's so good. Yellow says, I love that. Saw my actual name but with a Z instead of the first letter. Oh, interesting, interesting. But let us see what this last summer has to bring, I suppose. Begin step 4 at direct, and yes, please and thank you. Now, I have been going for no Cove customization, so this is that other phase, because Yellow, you haven't seen this. So with the Cove customization thing, you can choose his personality and appearance. You can choose both or neither throughout like each of these end step phases, but I have been, for stubbornness sake, going for neither, which means that the narrative determines how Cove ends up looking in the end, as well as what personality he has based on our choices. So that's what we're gonna stick with. It says, I saw my name. This appeals to my vanity and lack of customization keychains as a child. Yes, I also had a lack of keychains for myself as a child. Thumbtack says, I'd love to see a game with the name Thumbtack as a preset. Oh, okay, so this time, so this is the initiative phase. So this is the amount of like physical interaction you're comfortable seeing. In the previous one, I think I went for middle initiative. Do we try and go for high initiative? What do you think, chat? Do we want to see what high initiative looks like? It means that some of our choice will get removed a little bit from what Cove does, but it means that he has more like agency over romantic interactions. So that's what that one means. Do we want to go for more of a like pick and choose, or let's just see what he does? Also, I'm gonna drink some more of the tea. Ooh, try it. Yeah, we'll try it. We'll try see what it does. This will be interesting. Also, this is your reminder to hydrate and things when you need to. Like, go get a hydrate. Go take a break if you need to. I have been hyperfixating on this game, so I haven't taken a break. But I will take a break after we finish this little bit, I say. I finish this game and then I go, oh, but man, wouldn't it be nice to go again? Alright. And so, your days growing up in the loving cradle of Sunset Bird came to an end. Oh yes, must grab water. Yes, go grab water, Yellow. In the years that passed since graduation, you'd moved out of your childhood home and you made your way in the world. You... Ooh! Liver's Cove and the pet that we picked. I think we'll go with that. Water? Oh, you mean coffee. I mean, look, you can do that too. You can do that too, Thumbtack. If you're really a fan of coffee, I would make sure that you have at least some water in the next while though, you know, for extra hydration purposes. But if coffee's all you can manage for now and you really need the caffeine, also do that. It's still self-care. And you... let's see. Who owned a business with Cove? Actually, we did discuss that. We're still focused on pursuing education. Had a business of your own. co-owned a business. Want to go for the business, or do I want to go for some education? I think we'll go with the co-owned business, I think, this time. This time around we'll do that. In the... Oh! What industry do we want? STEM fields? Like, I know that he wanted to have a business to do with, like, the ocean in some way, shape, or form, so we could do, like, that. We were more interested in, like, music industry stuff, but he wasn't particularly interested in that either, so it could be, like, education, possibly. That could be a good medium between the two. Pitch says coffee. You mean brown water? I mean, kind of true. Thumbtack says I drink liters of coffee a day during work. Literally, I just joke about only coffee. I mean, fair enough, fair enough. I'm thinking... Let's go STEM. Because we were scientifically inclined as well. A pretzel business. I mean, we could have. But this time we will not do the pretzel business. Next time we can do a pretzel run. Pretzel's only run of Our Life, Beginnings and Always. When? Be a speed run. First one to pretzels wins. Your family members went through some same kinds of leaps in their independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started in fantastic careers in new towns. Goodness. I had a frog in my throat. Not a real frog, just pretend frog. But your mom's and Cove's father still lived on the same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you that there were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. Despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends were still your friends. Though, of course, things weren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use a Y instead of an I. Good for him! Good for him! I'm proud of him. He also confessed his love for Miranda, which she excitedly reciprocated. Finally! They took long enough. They moved in together recently in the city past Sunset Bird. Derek was busy as always, but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. The one person who did disappear from the shuffle of your memories inside your mind was Baxter. After his vacation in Sunset Bird one year, he was just gone. That was a loss you felt. He'd become someone you considered a friend during those days. And there was what became of the sad little boy you grew up with. Prue Holden. Your deep affection for him was something that continued to last unabated over the years. Hopefully you would commit to each other more someday. Engaged, why not? His dad joked about being married. The past years were certainly busy. You'll never forget the moment of the love that you had for one another was let out into the open. You wore rings. Both wear rings, why not? The ring Cove wore looked like... Oh, we get to choose his ring? That's so cool. Can we only change the gold? Oh, it can be silver or gold. Okay. Silver, platinum. Let's go platinum because he's more of like a cold colors kind of person. Also, because it's Cove, that's his ring. Oh no, back. Yes. Platinum. Thank you. What? I know. We get to choose. We get to choose it. This is such a cool game. This game should be way more popular than it is. And I'm going to tell everybody I know about this. If you really like visual novel games, I beg you, please play this one. It is literally for free. You have nothing to lose playing it. It will give you many, many hours of fun. He truly thrived with his continued efforts of cultivating loving and supportive relationships with his family and friends. His personality had changed, becoming more reserved, though not at all unkind. Cove was a gentle, loyal, considerate man who took the lessons that he'd learned over the years to treat people around him with patience and understanding. Thumbtack says, nothing to lose. What about tears of joy? Okay, maybe some tears of joy. Maybe some tears of joy. You can lose some tears of joy. Because, like, you may get to that point. Or, like, tears of sadness if you uncover some of, like, the tragic past of some of the characters. But also, it's so cute. Ah. You all know me. I don't tend to freak out this much about games very often when it comes to like a visual novel that I'm playing. Like I tend to be a bit more sassy with them, but like it's just so wholesome. I can't not. It's so cute. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future that he wanted to have as an adult, it made perfect sense for you to base it on his interests. Yeah! Cove got a 2-year degree. He worked with you in your shared business naturally. He worked part-time at Orca, helping to educate the public on the ocean reserve conservation and participating in shore restoration efforts. Aww, that's cute! As an adult, he was also able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. We have a canon autistic character? Is this the same across the board? Is he the same in all the playthroughs where he is or is not? I don't know. What? Every time I think I understand where this game is coming from, it surprises me. How do you do that? How? How? What? That is awesome. I want to see if if this is genuinely like the canon ending, or like the canon thing that does not change. That's amazing. That's really cool. If it's like that varies from playthrough to playthrough, not 100% sure about it, but like if this is canon and the character doesn't change for that aspect, it's just like how he presents will be a bit different from playthrough to playthrough. But that's awesome. But oh, okay. Oh, how? I ran into something that had representation for me and I didn't even know. How? How did I do that? It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove he always was, just glad to understand himself better. So he was late diagnosed too. He was late diagnosed like me. What? It was thrilled to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. On the whole, life continued its steady beat forward, and you all went down with the path that you'd chosen. It was strange and wonderful, but no matter how old you got, and by how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bird still called you back eventually. Oh, now this is a nice car as well. The cars in this game are beautiful. The car rumbled down the highway and you started to zone out when a truck in the left lane zoomed loudly past. Your driver didn't remark on it, just like anything else in this trip. You went back out to staring out of the window, letting the scenery pass you by. You did appreciate the spacious backseat of your ride. You hadn't known exactly what you would be coming in, so you decided to use a ride app rather than ask your mums to pick you up. It had turned out to be a convenient choice. You looked forward to surprising your parents at the door. You smiled at the thought of their faces lighting up. Luckily, it hadn't been that big of a trip for you. You lived close enough that the travel hadn't turned out into a big production. However, that didn't make the occasion mundane. For once, your mums decided to have a modest celebration dinner for the anniversary. Unlike when you were growing up, they preferred not to make a big deal out of it, but this year they were comfortable having a party. As time went on, they found being at the center of attention easier to handle, and you were happy to see it. Pidge says, I just googled to see, googled if it was canon. Is it? Pidge says, car upgrade. Yes, car upgrade. Always. You didn't hear it from Liz about her exact schedule, but you hadn't shared yours either. You reminded you of when you were kids and you both knew to show up for dinner but didn't keep each other in the loop for all the pre-dinner plans. This was the same concept after all. Some things stayed the same, and yet it was definitely different from when you would see your sister every day. And knew what sort of what she was doing anyways from osmosis. Today you had no idea. Things were always changing. You amused on how, at times, it was hard to believe that you didn't live with your parents anymore. Yet you also couldn't imagine going back and living as a kid under their rules. The rest of the drive flew by. Your silent driver provided a smooth ride. No sharp turns or hard stops jostled you out of your own head. Pidge says the dev said so we have a canon autistic character. Chad, we have a canon autistic character in a video games and the devs even said so. Oh, that makes me happy. Oh, it's been a very long time. And it's like nice representation, it's a bit different. Yeah, he's a bit reserved and stuff at times, but like you see him being social and everything as well. I'm in tears. Oh, that means so much. This is why video game representation is important. Being able to see yourself in other people, even if they're fictional in games and in media, it can make you feel so seen. Pidge says, but apparently he can go undiagnosed, but that changes nothing in my opinion. Yeah, sometimes they do end up being undiagnosed, but I like that it's canon either way. I like that. I like that very much. It means a lot. I wasn't expecting the game to make me cry. Like it's cute, but I love this. Yeah, that means so much. Thank you so much to the game developers for giving us this game for free to experience. Just in general, like you can go and check it out on Steam, go and support it as much as you possibly can, because we need more of this kind of representation. It's inclusive of LGBTQIA+ individuals, is a chilled game, it lets you decide your own orientations, sexual, romantic, whether you have preferences towards different types of people, etc. They don't make it a huge plot point of the entire story. And then to still have the characters that you end up falling in love with in one of the many different routes being autistic in canon in all of the endings, that's amazing. Please go share them some love, because I'm definitely going to. Pitch said, honestly, the fact that they don't make it a huge plot point and it's just part of him is a big deal. Yeah, because a lot of the time they end up making it to be like a massive deal and a big part of like the whole story and how much he struggles and stuff with it. And it is what it is. And it doesn't make anybody love him any less, you know? It's yeah. I genuinely can't say exactly how much this means to me to have it just there. Because a lot of the time it ends up being so big and overwhelming if people look at you just because of the deficits. They forget that it just kind of is a part of you rather than everything about you. It's something that makes you different, yeah, but it doesn't make you any less than. And that's something that I've always thought different to, but no less. So thank you. Yeah, Pidge is crying as well, yeah. Yeah. This is why we need more representation in video games. Let's keep going and see what this playthrough has in store for us now, I guess. And let's see how this story ends. Your thoughts turned from introspective to observant, and the landscape passing by became more and more familiar. You frequently recognized the landmarks that dotted the area. A grin came to your face as you passed, the now entering sign for Sunset Bird. Excitement built within you. You really were here. You were doing this. Your driver turned off the street, you realized that their map program was taking you the way home that Ma preferred. Usually, you would have used the other side of the street to pass by the beach. In no time at all, the car had gone through the whole of town and pulled in front of your mum's condo. The car slowed to a stop and parked. With the buzz of the highway gone, you realized that you could hear the familiar sound of waves, and the air smelled like salt, and a rush of childhood memories flooded back. You started to gather your things and were humming to yourself. You pulled over your suitcase from the other seat and yanked at your bag from down near your feet. Kid says it's honestly so sweet. Yeah, it is. It's so wonderful that they wanted to make a game to be this inclusive and to give you those options, to give you the options of different pronouns and things. And I don't know what to say about it anymore. Just so happy. You started at the sudden sound of tapping on glass. It caused you to pause. Did you really hear what you thought you did? You weren't entirely sure, because soon you heard something else, the window on the opposite side of the car rolling down. It confused you until you put together that the respite from the driver's silence, you weren't actually alone in the car. The driver must have pressed the button, so someone had to be there. You turned your head to face the now open window. And there he was, leaning his arms across the window, your fiancé, Cove Holden. He beamed at you with one of his precious, open smiles.
Basil!
Hey, Basil. Welcome home. I was wondering how long I'd have to stand out here for you to make it. It's been a while, you know. Okay. You survived. You survived? What do you mean you survived? Of course you survived. He's your fiancé. I've been the one waiting to see you. He snorted. Well, we've both been waiting then. Then he gripped the top of the car and pushed half his torso through the opening. That was enough to make the driver break his silence with a sharp, "Hey!" Cove didn't seem to notice and continued climbing in through the window. Can't you open the door, Cove? He pushed his one hand down into the middle seat to prop his dangling body up. He used his other hand to caress your cheek as you leaned in as close as he could. I missed you. Aww. Look at you two. Do your best to hug him without knocking him down. Cover his hand with yours. Your position didn't quite allow for you to hold his hand, but you enjoyed the touch all the same. Meanwhile, you noticed that Cove had started to shake. His balancing act was becoming highly unstable. You saw his arm wobble and wondered if he'd have an accidental head dive onto your bag. Love you. Ooh, get out of the window, you crazy person. Really should have expected this, you and your windows. I promise this was unplanned. I know, it still doesn't make a difference. Cove's smile turned awkward as his arm started to bend lower, causing his body to slide downwards with it. He turned his head to the driver.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood. Cove shifted around some more and squirmed back the way that he came. After he had successfully pushed off the window and landed on the pavement with a thump, you opened the car door. You threaded your arms through the various straps of your bag and climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car and quickly met you on your side. Cove stood in front of you, but it struck you that the two of you were back at Sunset Third, reunited once again on the street. It said not nose flick existing. I think this nose broke out. I think at this point in time, I don't think we could make him leave right now unless like we really did something terrible. He'd probably just look at us with like mild irritation and amusement and then just go, well, I guess I deserve that for coming in the window, because it seems like the kind of humor he has. Jump into his arms, give him a friendly punch, ruffle his hair. Now we could do the ruffling of his hair. Wave shyly at him, hold out your hand. I'm gonna ruffle his hair. You give his hair a satisfying tussle. He laughs and shook his hair when you were done, completing the windswept look. You really were ecstatic to be here with him again, and absolutely thrilled that he was here in this town where you were together. Even if it had only been a short time since you'd seen him off, you still missed Cove greatly. It somehow felt a lot longer. Given your different schedules and travel availabilities, it had worked out better for Cove to head out to Sunset Bird first. He only arrived the evening before, however, and secured the hotel room. Bitch said, oh gee, and now you're laughing. Oh my gosh. Until now, you never had to deal with that inconvenience of being in a tourist-heavy area. It was a fight to get to a place to stay close by during the heat of the summer vacation season. Living without him at your place was so strange. Cove was basically a part of you at this point, and you were glad to feel whole again. Oh! You idly shifted your luggage, and it struck you that you were short one. You got out in such a hurry that it was left behind. You reached back into the car to pull it out. Cove stood to the side as you made a dash for the door. You shouldered the small bag and felt relief that you would be able to brush your teeth tonight. Got everything this time? You stood up straight, everything truly gathered up and out of the car. You gave the backseat one last glance and nodded. Cove shut the door after you had moved out of the way. The two of you stepped off the street to give the driver some room, and Cove waved. Sorry again. The driver said nothing and drove off. Well, that's Cove. He's never been exactly one for impulse control. He did repeatedly climb our house, so that way he could knock on a window and say hi. Pidge says the options, fist bump and hair ruffle. Yeah, exactly. Like, I like that we have those as options as well. Like, the fist bump is just like an amusing thing to me as well. With the road clear, you let your gaze drift across the neighborhood that you had known forever. It was such a small place to spend so many days. You were flooded with memories of going up and down this street during every stage of your life. Being a little kid, following your big sister to the playground, becoming a teen, staying out later, growing into an adult who left their parents' house behind to be dependent or independent. You could feel the summer sun on your skin from all the times that you headed out to the beach. You saw the same surroundings that you as a young adult did when you were leaving home. It was hard to quantify the amount of history that you had here. Now you were back. Despite taking in the neighborhood again, you never lost awareness of Cove's presence. From the corner of your eye, seeing him there was a very familiar sight as well. So many of your memories include him. Your mind drifted from the neighborhood itself to the person who used to live there, and you couldn't help feeling the nostalgia. You still remember his face, his voice, scar on his arm, days long gone. He had changed so much since you first met him, and yet even with those changes, always recognizable. He was familiar like the sky was in the way you knew the sea. Every day may appear different, but they were still inextricably a part of yourself. It was the world, with the help of Mr. Holden and his ill-thought $20 bill, that brought you together to begin with, but the two of you had ended up choosing each other. You'd never let your interactions fade. You had decided to nurture your relationship into whatever it was. And you would continue to keep Cove close into the rest of your adult years. He was the love of your life, your wonderful fiance, and the day that you would officially be married couldn't come soon enough. He was the only one you wanted to keep spending year after year with, as soon as you had done for years before this. It would be impossible to imagine a life without him. Cove noticed that you were staring at him after a while, smiled with his eyebrows raising in curiosity. He was very transparent in his question, if there was something that you wanted to say. He shook his head. You shook your head and returned him a soft expression. You let yourself get carried away in a tide of memories. Now is the time to focus on the present. No time like now. Let's go see my mom's. Cove nodded, then pointed to all of your luggage bundled around your legs. Can I help with any of that? You can help with all of it? No, it's like carrying all my groceries in one go. Yeah, mood. I can do it. Well, fine. Who am I to get in the way of your task? He smirked at your seriousness at something that was admittedly ridiculous. The bag situation resolved, and the two of you strolled over to the Thornbury residence door. You started to pack your pockets instinctively, only to realize you were no longer carrying a key to the house. Eyes scanned the entryway, a little lost, only to spy the doorbell. The thought of having to ring it felt super weird. As you pressed the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remembered that no matter how much this place would always be a home to you, it wasn't where you lived. Being back here was like putting on a uniform after you quit the store where it came from. Well, it had remained the same, but your circumstances had changed. Cove shifted on his feet awkwardly, obviously also thrown about you being stuck out here keyless. You heard muffled voices shuffling around from inside. Your heartbeat sped up in anticipation. The door swung open, and there was your mum's smiling face. She immediately brightened at seeing you standing there. Well, well. Mum twisted her head back and gave a shout down the hall. Lani, guess who's here? There was more distant noises. No doubt Ma was getting up from wherever she was come to see. Her high-spirited words sprung out clearly. I hope it's one of my children. Mum snickered, still holding the door only half open to hide you for just a little bit longer. Cove flushed as if suddenly realizing he was going to be present for your mum's enthusiastic welcoming of you. You smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. Ma finally reached the door and then peered over Mum's shoulder. It is! Hello, Basil. She gave you a once-over, patting the top of your shoulders and moving down the sides of your arms, before she noted in satisfaction that you were in fact in one piece.
How sweet.
This is a wonderful surprise. Ma inclined her head to Cove next, not leaving him out either. Hello, sweetie. You count as one of my kids at this point anyways. I have double the surprise today.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You grin at your parents and laughed. You missed their presence so much. Cove bashfully waved at them. He hadn't relaxed fully, but he had settled down at their welcome. Well, don't just stand out there. Come on in. Your mum moved aside and held the door open for you, gesturing for you to enter. You stepped into the living room. It was comfortable and cool. Cove was a half step behind you, his eyes on the new painting your mums must have added since the last time you were here. Things were mostly the same, but there were more decorations since you had seen the house last. Mums may have gotten an urge for interior designing again. I mean, she did seem inclined towards it before. It struck you how odd it was to be the guest, only observing their choices from the living space here rather than a full-time occupant. Ma came up in front of you, excitement in her eyes. I'm so glad that you're here.
That's fine.
You know, your mom and I would have been happy to pick you up, but you're self-sufficient and responsible, and that's okay. What matters is that you arrived safely. Mom appeared at her side with a nod. Welcome back, kiddos. You appreciated that your parents respected you as an adult, even if Mom still called you kiddo. You figured long ago that you'd always be her kiddo, no matter how grown you'd become. It was part of the whole parent-child deal with her. Hugged them, grinned, took Mom's hands, gave them a thumbs up. Took their hands. He held Mom's hand first, then Ma's, then gave them each a loving squeeze. Happy to be here, missed you both. So great to see you, wanted to surprise you. Thought you deserved a little break after everything I put you through. You know, when growing up and all, it seemed best to let you off the hook for at least one thing. Your joke made Ma shake her head. We are always happy to have you, Basil. Plus, there are some things you can never recover from, no matter how much time you get. Plus, it's always nice to see you when I'm able to come by. Your mum giggled, pleased. So how's it been? Hope you've been good. Getting enough excitement and all that? Speaking of exciting things, your anniversary dinner. Is everything all set for that?
No problem.
We're happy to help if there's something that we can do. We've been plenty fine. It's been a little quiet, but that's not a bad thing. Mum placed her arm around Ma's shoulder and gave her a side hug.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about the party. We're just planning at eating the cypress. Nothing fancy. Which is kind of a funny thing to say about a pretty fancy country club. The biggest issue has just been making sure everyone can make it for the day. Speaking of which, Liz will be arriving tonight. We're planning on picking her up later. I guess Liz isn't as grown up as Basil. Mum snickered at her own joke, and Ma lightly elbowed her with a barely hidden grin. Shush! As I was saying, we could drop you off wherever you're staying. I don't mind waiting for that. I'm sorry there's not space for you in the house. It's gotten crowded in these old rooms since you and Liz moved out. I don't know where all the stuff keeps coming from. Sure you don't, Pamela. It's okay. Cove already has a hotel, and I'm going to be staying in it anyway. Cove sent you some pictures of the place when he arrived. It was stylish and roomy. Seemed very nice. Double room. There was a room with a single king bed. And there was only one bed. He claimed that the bed was comfortable, so you had high hopes about that. Though mostly you were looking forward to having him next to you as you slept once again. Your mum smiled, relieved. Kira's already here, isn't she? That she directed her question at Cove. He bobbed his head a bit to go along with his reply. Yeah, I heard she made it. She'll be staying with Dad while she's in town.
Oh?
Have you gone on over and said hello yet? Cove chuckled self-consciously. This time he shook his head. You raised an eyebrow since you had figured that he would have taken the chance while waiting for you. Not yet. I should go do that now. I just wanted Basil to be there for it too. He caught your eyes with an adoring smile. Mum laughed at that, no doubt thinking that Cove was sweet but ridiculous.
How nice.
It's nice to know your priorities. Ah, yeah. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm, shifting on his feet, looking much like he did when he was a kid.
So?
Basil, you want to go over to my house now? That's a good idea. We won't be leaving till late evening. Yeah, let's go for it. Cove perked back up, excited once more. We'll keep an eye on your things while you're out. There's no reason to be carrying all that around. You set down your bags in the living room, tucked in a corner where they wouldn't be in the way, and Cove helped. Your mums waved the two of you off as you walked back to the entranceway. Thanks, we'll see you soon. You waved back and opened the front door for Cove. With that, you were on your way to see Cove's family next. The trip put a little pep in the Cove's step as you crossed the street to his dad's house together. Your spirits were equally high. Doing this made you feel like a teen again. You had known that Cove's parents for a long time now, and when it came to what you called his dad... Cove's dad. The classic, You're on a first name basis. First name basis. Though it was awkward on the tongue at first, it rolled off comfortably now. He appreciated how much he saw you as an adult and a friend, not just the kid from across the street. For his mum, still on a first name basis? He called her Mom 3 in a non-serious way. You know what? Let's do that one. You've been giving this ton of thought recently. Smile on your face wavered. There's probably no better time than now to test it. Silently, you hoped she would be okay with it. If not, it wouldn't change how much you considered her another mom in your heart. Cove hopped up to the front door and didn't bother knocking. He twisted the knob and swung it open. With a grin, Cove gave you a grateful thumbs up. You shook your head in disapproval, but you both knew that you hypocritically supported his behavior. Your dad is lucky that we aren't criminals. He brushed your comments aside and went right into his old home. Cliff was there standing in the kitchen, babysitting a pan on the stove. His head turned at the sound of footsteps, and he brightened instantly at the sight of you both. Cove matched his enthusiasm instantly. If it was anyone else, you would have thought he was lighting up with childlike joy over seeing his dad again. But since you knew what Cove was actually like as a kid, you were aware that this level of happiness with Clint was definitely not equivalent to any childhood feeling of his. Dad! Cove! Cliff gracelessly pushed what he was cooking to a different burner and flipped off the heat. He rushed over to both of you. Cove flew forward and met him in a halfway hug. Cove squished his eyes shut and held his dad in a tight hug. Cliff soothingly rubbed his son's back. The more of an adult that Cove became, the more he turned into a big daddy's boy, it seemed. I mean, he did have a really rocky relationship with his dad and only started getting more affectionate with him the older that he got, so it would make sense that he would want to be more affectionate now. Missed you. I missed you too. It was sweet, and the teasing aside, it was wonderful to see them in this place, in their relationship, after years of struggling to connect. When the hug broke, Cliff hooked an arm around his son's neck. He let out a deep laugh. Still can't believe you outgrew me. I really thought that I had that on him after he graduated from high school, but then he had to keep on going. Chuckling, he shook his fist in mock anger. Cove ducked his head and laughed in kind. Sorry, Dad. Cove's cheeks turned pink, but he averted his eyes. He was becoming bashful, so you knew that he had more he wanted to say. Cove softly added, but I was raised really well. His dad's expression instantly crumbled with emotion. He sniffled, putting an arm around him too, and hugged him into a side hug. He observed their little reunion fondly, happy to let them enjoy their moment. They were a perfect pair of sentimentality. Cliff eventually turned his attention to you. Hey Basil, great to see you. As always. He pulled away from Cove and approached you with a little wave. He was back to his cheery self. Let's see. Hi Cliff. We can high five him. Yes. Let's high five him. Because why not? You bounced forward with your hand held high. Cove snorted and held back a wisecrack about your outburst while his dad stared at you blankly. Cliff took a moment before he recovered. His expression melted into a warm grin. He slapped your hand hard enough that you had to discreetly shake the sting away. I missed having you around. Nodding, you could still feel the warm blush rising in your face. It felt good to being home. Cliff cleared his throat, calling attention to himself. He crossed his arms. Before we get too carried away, it's not a real reunion yet. Kira's still in the guest suite. I'll go get her. He eagerly bolted down the hall, and you could hear every step that he took. It ended with a distinct knock. Kira, they're here. It was only seconds before there was a sound of a door being yanked open. The pounding of his feet hitting the wood floor grew even louder this time.
My baby.
Next to you, Cove let out a nervous laugh. His parents entered the living room, and Kira stretched her arms out wide when she spotted you both, and Cove went to her easily. Raised your arms up to pass. You know what? Fine. We'll do the hug. We know she's a hugger. She held you both tightly in her arms and squeezed her back with nearly the same intensity. He felt love. Cove wrapped his free arm around her too. He rested his head on top of hers and let out a happy sigh. After a moment, Kira let go and pulled back to get a better look at your faces. She surveyed every inch of them and appeared satisfied. You're both looking well. That's wonderful.
Thanks.
Just what I like to see. Hi, thanks, and hi, Mum. You look great too, Mum. One day soon I'll let you in on— Wait. Both of her hands flew to her mouth. The sun looked in Kira's eyes, quickly melting into affection. Slowly her hands lowered, revealing the biggest smile you've ever seen on her face. You heard me, Mom. That's fine, isn't it? That's okay, Basil. I'd be the luckiest lady to have you as another beautiful baby. Aww. Fitz says, God, I want her hair. Same! It's so pretty. That's such pretty hair. I'm jealous. If I ever dyed my hair green again, I want it to be like that. Like that, just, it's perfect. I know it's not gonna do that, but you know. Ah, but I'm a grown-up, not a baby. For added emphasis, you finish with a pout. Kira threw back her head in a loud laugh. Yeah, still a baby, alright. Your gaze bounced back and forth between Cove's parents and their happy chatter. A wave of relief settled your nerves. They both seemed to respect your choices and how you wanted to address them, so you were glad there weren't any issues. So, you put your hands on your hips, your gaze sliding from one to the other. How have you both been doing since I last saw you? Any good stories? Kira gave a nod for Cliff to go first. Cheerfully, he waved a hand.
No worries.
Ah, same old, same old. Still got the shop. Still got my friends and families, of course. Still, the most exciting thing around here is seeing who will rent that one free condo. Incredible. I always knew you were such a snore. They snickered, and you couldn't help but peek at Cove. He rolled his eyes dramatically, drawing out a few giggles from you, and the whole time there was still a happy smile fixed on his face.
Well,
For me, things have been good. I've gotten a lot of interesting assignments lately. Oh, I recently went to Seattle, and Kira twirled a strand of her hair shyly, her mouth curved into a grin. Whatever she was thinking about, it made her happy. Oh. Things have still been going well with that guy from work. It's a little early to bring him all the way out to California to meet the family. Cove crossed his arms. He and his dad nodded. It was clear that she appreciated the acceptance from her two boys. I'm really happy for you. I hope he gets a seal of approval when he does come. You added a thumbs up to keep things light. Her smile widened, grateful for your gesture. So that's us. Do you two have plans for your first day back? The only thing I have to do is pick up Liz later tonight before we head back to our hotel room.
Great.
Great, great. He suddenly looked over his shoulder, his eyebrows pushed together. I'm glad you're here, but I just remembered I was in the middle of cooking something. Mood! I forget that all the time. Only a small cackle escaped you while you fought off the giant grin taking over your face. Meanwhile, Cove erupted into laughter that had his dad shaking his head. That's fine, Dad. Go and salvage what you can. I think it'd be nice to explore the old neighborhood for a while anyway, since we've got the time. Cove directed the last part towards you as he spoke, hoping that you'd want to go with him. You nodded automatically. You were already looking forward to it. That's a perfect idea.
makes sense.
I think so too. You should go and enjoy your day. I'll hang back here so I won't be a third wheel. And someone's got to keep an eye on Cliff before he catches the whole kitchen on fire. You're not a third wheel. Cove stiffly stuck his arms to his side like a little child. A small smirk tugged at Kira's mouth and she winked. You know what I meant. Have a good walk. I'll see you both later. Cheerily, Cliff waved before going back to his cooking. Cove smiled warmly.
Bye.
Okay, bye. We'll be back. Bye. Cove trailed behind you as you walked into an welcoming summer sun. He stopped, closing his eyes to stretch his arms into the warm rays. Satisfied, Cove gave you a bent smile and dropped down low to the ground. You knew that this was your chance at a piggyback ride. Cove silently waited for your answer. Your mouth curved into a mischievous grin. You read my mind. Cove hummed in agreement while you climbed onto his back. When you both had a secure grip, he stood up. Movement bounced you more than usual. Chuckling to Cove's hair, you were pleased to enjoy another afternoon of your favorite mode of transportation. Under your hand, you could feel the reverberations of laughter in Cove's chest. Let's go. Naturally, you found yourself heading down the road towards the beach. Your spirits rose even higher as you strolled across the sand, heading for the shopping district. Arriving, you wove past tourists who were taking in the sights for the very first time. Being a local was a badge of honor that you wore proudly. You casually walked past the shops. Over the years, some had closed down. Many of the stalls were still exactly the same as they were when you were little. There was something you planned on saying, but the look on Cove's face made you pause. You watched incredulously as Cove's attention laser-focused on something in the peripheral. As the two of you went down to the stone street, the gaze stayed parallel with what must have been a stationary object. Then, when his head couldn't turn any further, he stopped in place entirely. You were brought to a halt as well, since you were still on his back. Sticking your head out to the side, you were finally able to see that the subject of note that had captured his apt attention was a pretzel stand. We get a pretzel stand in the end either way. All's well that ends well. After a moment of silence, his puppy dog eyes swung back to your face. With cheesy faux wistfulness, Cove whispered a few small words. That could have been us. What a shame it might have been. It's not too late, we'll start our own pretzel stand. Really? I better ask my dad about how to get licensed for something like that. He knows business. Sounds like a plan. We'll be following the pretzel plan in no time. Cove chuckled at you and your willingness to play along. This was the joke that never died. Yeah, we get pretzels. But seriously, did you actually want to get a pretzel? Yes, I do. With that, you changed course to the pretzel stand for a snack break. Cove is very pleased by the morsel that he picked up, and that was good to see. The sun arched across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned to the beach, day was beginning to fade into night. Cove kicked off his shoes, tossing them into the sand. He wanted to get his feet wet in the waves as fast as possible. Ooh. Avoid the water for now. Content, you watched Cove wade deep, ankles deep. You could already imagine how he was wiggling his toes far into the sand. Cove sighed contentedly. You followed his line of sight to the setting sun, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. It really feels like summer now. You wore a bent smile when he turned to you. The light illuminated like a halo behind him, and the sight took your breath away. In fact, it's hard to think of anything that feels more perfectly summer than the moments exactly like this. Being here at sunset, in Sunset Bird with you. I'm so glad we were able to come visit. I do like our living situation now over just being neighbors, but still. Agreeing with Cove, you made an okay sign with one hand. You felt your heart flutter in your chest. Your smile quickly stretched from ear to ear. Of course, we would have to end up again like this sooner or later. This one. Cross your arms. Cove looked at you in the sand, meeting your gaze with a bent smile. It's inevitable. Cove murmured quietly, losing himself in his thoughts again. Shortly after, you saw his hand shoot down into the sand. He stood straight back up with a lopsided smile, and got to work brushing the sand off his prize. You knew without a single word. Cove had found a new shell for your collection. As you wandered down the beach, Cove followed at your side in comfortable silence, as your shadows stretched across the sand like they were leading the way. The only noise that you could hear were the soft footfalls of your feet, and the waves gently rocking into the shore. For a moment in time, it felt like there were only the two of you in your own little world. Eventually the bubbles popped, when you realized that your phone was going off. It was Ma, hoping that you were going to be back soon. Curious, Cove's eyes slid down to your phone. You let your hand fall down to by your side. You held your phone pressed against the palm of your hand. It's Ma. She wants to know when we'll be there. Cove scratched the back of his neck and he shook his head, his mouth twisted like he had a funny thought. Dang, parents, always trying to make us come home before it gets too dark. Let's see. No escape from curfew as long as we're in this neighborhood. It's like we walk back into being little kids the moment we set foot at the entrance sign. Cove's nose crinkled in fake disgust, and you both burst into fits of giggles. It'd be nice not to have to worry about bills again. Yeah, sometimes. After one last glance, you put away your phone again, and Cove gave a small shrug. Ready? Yep. Well, let's go. Together, you left the beach, feeling the call of home pulling you forward. Both of you ran off towards your mum's house, leaving the waves behind, but welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran up from the beach, sand flying from your steps. Cove made it to the road first, but you managed to catch up to him by the time that you reached the house. Of course he won, damn it. It wasn't exactly a race, but it also wasn't not a competition. Both of you were laughing by the time you bumbled through the old front door together. You inhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard anywhere in the house. We're here! Your mums were seated in the living room. Their eyes sparkled as they locked onto you and your light dusting of sand.
Hello.
Welcome home. Mum leaned forward, eyebrows raised at your jubilant entrance. Ma sighed wistfully.
Aww.
Brings back memories. Cove chuckled shyly as you scratched the back of his neck. Hope we're not too late. Oh, you're just in time. Better start packing it up. Liz will be waiting. Ma nodded as she stood up from her seat. She lightly ran her fingers over her clothes to smooth out her wrinkles. It took you a second to remember where you would put your stuff, since you needed to get it all in the car so you could get everything back to your hotel. Can I help? You shrugged and directed him to your bags. With Cove, your mums, and yourself on the job, it only took one trip to the car to get everything. Cove firmly closed the trunk, and you thanked everyone for the assistance. Of course, kiddo. Come along, my family, let's get in the car. She gave Cove a special look to make it clear that she also meant him. Cove climbed into the back seat with a decidedly touched expression on his face. You got on the other side. When everyone was situated and buckled, the engine was started and Ma pulled out into the street. You couldn't help but feel amused to be stuck in the back seat with Cove again, with your mums driving you around. It really was like you were little kids again. Cove caught you staring at him and gave you a bent smile. He was probably on the same wavelengths from you, from the sheer mischief in it. There was some light chatting behind the drive, but no one brought up anything too deep. It was mostly just swapping jokey stories. The entire trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she'd gotten up to. When you neared the airport, Mum pulled out her phone to call Liz. Ma followed the signs to the correct pickup area and then asked for you to shout if you saw your sister. Yeah, Liz, we're at Wingby. There's a blue sign that says North America?
Alright.
Tell her we're right in front of the building with the blue windows. She says we're outside by a yellow truck. Well, let's see. I see at least 3 yellow trucks. I think they're doing works at the airport. The back and forth continued with Ma driving around in wide circular airport roads. Mum attempting coordinations between her and Liz's locations. Aha! You leaned forward, peering out the front of the car. A tall boy's silhouette pulled a pale purple roll-along suitcase. Behind her, it was definitely Liz. She waved the car. Ma parked along the sidewalk to her, and Mum put away her phone with a cheer. Mission accomplished, Steve. Ma excitedly reached over to grasp Mum's raised hand, thrilled that both of the kids were back.
Good job.
That's right. Liz came closer and yanked open the back door beside her, and she popped her head into the car. Her smile ornery, despite how tired she appeared. It must have been a long trip for her, yet with the expression that was the same familiar smirk you grew up with.
Hey.
Hello, children. I'm back. Let's see. Rude. Liz shrugged, unaffected by your joking accusation. You'll survive. You poke her cheek. Her eyes watched as your finger with confusion until you poked her. Her jaw dropped at your sheer audacity. Liz backed out of your reach and drooped your nose before you could regain your balance and pulled back. Well, hi do you do, kiddo. Hello, sweetie. It's so nice you're here. Hi, Elizabeth. He jokingly huffed at her. We're not children. Whatever you say, big boy. She turned her gaze back to Mum and Ma. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. Her spirits were high, and you could tell that she was just as happy to be here as everyone was to see her. She left the door open, but ducked out to walk around to the back of the car. She opened the trunk and lifted her luggage bin. I'm gonna move your junk, Basil. I'll keep it in front of my bag so you can get it later. Ma's dropping you off first, right? Yes, but that's not junk, it's important. Liz slammed the trunks closed without responding. Liz swung around to open the door, and you noticed that her hair had a few flyaways, no doubt from the long day of traveling. She leaned against the frame of the car, giving you and Cove a significant look. I'm not sitting in the middle. I've already had 5 hours of that nightmare on the flight, and there's no way I'm getting in between the two of you. I mean, really, who would ever want to be the person pulling Cove Holden and Basil Thornbury apart? Cove puffed up indignantly at the classic ease of your relationship. Liz continued like she didn't notice. I don't care how you decide who's scooting. I figure you can fight for it somehow. Cove leaned over at you and shrugged. He unbuckled his seat and moved to the middle. Ooh. Good job. I wasn't moving. You stayed quiet. Guess I'll always have a bossy bigger sister. Always. It's the law. More like Liz will never change. Exactly, and why would I need to? With the window seat open, Liz squashed herself into the car and shut the door. When everyone was settled, Ma began to pull out.
Let's go.
We're off! Liz crossed her legs, compacting herself slightly. She braced most of her weight on the door behind her instead of sitting up straight. It gave her a little more room. Hopefully we finish this journey. This car's almost as old as we are.
No.
It's still just as good as you are. Ooh. Snap. Wear the equivalent to this junker. You put as much fake hurt into your tone as you could muster. Neither of your mums took you up in your teasing. Damn it. I feel insulted being compared to this rust bucket. This doesn't even have enough cup holders, bar. Mum turned up the radio as Mom merged onto the highway. The station was familiar, the normal soundtrack for when she had driven you and Liz around town. Liz bounced in her seat, enjoying the classic tune. The song would be old enough to vote at this point if it was a person, and that was hard to believe. With Liz, the conversation livened despite it getting later and later at night. She told you all about her week and all the travel preparation she'd made for herself, and by the time she'd made it to the actual tale of travel itself, Liz started chuckling. Pitch says, lol, yeah. I just wanted to be sassy to my sister. I do like the way that the sibling dynamic is written, like, tell that they do have sibling rivalry and stuff, so they must have got at least some consultation from actual siblings. On the plane, Liz sat next to a couple of girls who had talked a lot about how well they could read people. Liz recounted their conversation with her in hilarious details. They had apparently tried to guess her occupation after only shaking her hand. Neither girl could agree with the other, and Liz refused to tell them. However, the drive to the hotel was only so long, and eventually your group arrived. He yawned and got out of the car when it stopped. Cove clambered out after you, and Liz gave a loud sigh of relief at the extra space she found herself with. You and Cove grabbed the luggage, then waved off your family after you said goodbye. After they left, you and Cove went to find your room. You scanned the key card to unlock your hotel room. It sounded out a soft beep as you turned the handle of the door. The door creaked, then you craned your head in to take a look. First thing you noticed was the large king-size bed in the middle of the room. It was a prim, modern-looking space and seemed clean and smelled faintly like floral air freshener. A smile played on Cove's face as he watched you take in the space. That's nice, huh? Which one of us is gonna use it? Here we go again. Me, you can fend for yourself. Serious? I'm kidding, I'm just kidding. I want to share, really. That was cute. Good. Crave let out a breath in relief that he'd been holding on to. I got a good hotel, didn't I? You did pick up a nice one. Thanks for handling all this. No problem. He beamed, glad to have your appreciation. You and Cove continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all the room's amenities. Cove pointed out the mini fridge and started puzzling over what food could be considered if we ordered to the room. However, the fact was, you were both exhausted, and it didn't take too many yawns before you both changed into your pajamas to call it a day. You had to hunt along the wall to locate the light switch. When you finally found it, you flicked it off with a sense of triumph. You turned your head to Cove, who stood behind you in his pajamas. He was cozy and comfortable, but the pieces never matched, and he never minded that. I'm exhausted, and we both need our beauty rest. Cove smiled. The soft expression was adorable.
Alright.
Okay, let's go to sleep. Despite saying it was bedtime, Cove took a step towards you and wrapped his arms around your back, and you leaned into his embrace. Then he lifted you off your feet. What? Still not putting you down, Cove promptly dropped himself backwards. The both of you crashed into the tightly tucked sheets of the hotel bed, and he laughed the entire time. Cove bounced on the landing and absorbing most of the impact. He laid on his chest, feeling a little jostled. Madman. Absolute madman. You shook your head jokingly, his laughter turned into a snort. He smiled up at the ceiling, a thought clearly crystallizing. My dad used to do that kind of thing to me when I was little. Sort of. Nostalgia was clear in his voice. It was a fun memory, and you felt something warm in your chest. You made a small noise of understanding. It turned into a yawn. When Cove yawned in return, you pulled at the sheets until you were actually under the blankets. Don't let the bedbugs bite. Oh, this one! We've got a pigeon question! Hey, do you know why pigeons are called pigeons when they're actually doves? Cove blinked at your random tangent. You yawned and continued talking, your sleepy brain very happy to info dump. Pigeon actually used to refer to a young cheeping bird, not a species like it does now. Cove nodded as you continued along, seeming interested despite the random topic. By the time you finished, he was watching you intently. Ooh, cute. You shot of a sleepy grin. You found it charming if the soft look on your face, if the soft look on his face was any indication. Ooh, a pigeon cameo. Yes, so the game even has a pigeon cameo. Pidge. Cove wrapped his arms around you and snuggled next to you. He let out a contented breath. You reached out to hold Cove under one arm, then used your other hand to comb through his hair. Both of you relaxed into one another, and you knew neither of you would want to be anywhere else. I can't believe we're here. You and Liz and everyone else is going to be here in Sunset Bird again. I was staring at all the scenery going by while we were driving here, and it honestly felt like we never left. He ran a hand down his face. I mean, in some ways it feels like it's been ages and everything's different. And some of that is definitely because I'm lying in a hotel instead of being at my room at my dad's, but yeah. Can't put it into words. Cove nodded. He understood completely. I'm looking. A yawn forced an interruption in the statement. Cove was undeterred. Looking forward to this. He tucked his head into your neck. You felt his lashes flutter against your close against his skin. Yeah, I can't wait. See you tomorrow, Basil. His words were a whisper you barely heard. It might not have even been that Not exactly. You might have just been guessing. I've always had a habit of mumbling. It was okay either way, whether you heard it or only thought you had. The sentiment was true regardless. Hope would see you tomorrow when he opened his eyes, and the sunlight would return to your hometown of Sunset Bird. He comfortably drifted off to sleep, eagerly awaited to see Cove tomorrow as well. Your eyes gently opened to see a dim, unfamiliar ceiling. You recalled where you were, a hotel room. Yawning, your muscles felt relaxed and warm enough that sleep threatened to pull you under again. Morning. Cove's voice brought you back to consciousness. Oh, the heat made sense now. You knew the comfortable weight against you was your fiancé. His arm was draped around you and his fingers were lightly drawing shapes in your pajamas. You twisted over to face it fully. Morning, sleepyhead. Cove raised an eyebrow, his index finger drawing a question mark across your back, pulling a giggle out of you. You know what I mean. Have you been up long? You hooked your heel around his calf, then trailed up to the space behind his knee. He hummed contentedly. Not too long. Of course. You played with his hair dozily. You buried your fingers into his many strands of pale green hair. Fluttering his eyes shut, Cove mumbled in satisfaction, and you gave his scalp a small scratch. As he combed through, your smile softened. You admired the way his silky hair curled around your fingertips. Neither of you were making any moves to get up and actually start the day. It was sweet and comfortable to be wrapped up in Cove. You could indulge just a little while longer. Eventually, enough time flew by that there really weren't any minutes to spare. There were far too many people waiting, so you both crawled out of the sheets together. Standing up, Cove took a few seconds to stretch. He glanced over at you with an animated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mum's anniversary dinner tonight. It's gonna be really fun. I think so too.
I mean...
This whole trip is great, actually. Being here with everybody is like having another chance at being a kid. We can do all the stuff we used to, and all the stuff we never did but we wanted to. Oh yeah. Something about the way that Cove worded that dug up a memory. You hadn't thought about it in a long time. The first time you met his dad, and the money he offered you. Chewing at the inside of your cheek, it felt like a lifetime ago. But you knew that that would still matter to Cove if you knew. But you weren't entirely sure what it would mean to him. You snuck a quick peek at Cove, but his stare was already glued to you. He raised a questioning eyebrow, leaving the rest to you. So we get another chance to tell him about the money. Do we tell him about the money or not? Realistically, like, we didn't really plan on telling him that, and we kind of just let it go at this point. It didn't matter. It was just a strange event you sometimes recalled. Confused. Cove slowly nodded. You waited another minute in vain, hoping that what was on your mind would tumble out, but you stayed silent and shrugged. Okay. After that, you and Cove moved around each other. Yes, I muddled that up. Busily getting dressed and ready for the day. Light laughter and chatter filled the air the entire time. Bags were packed and phones were sought after. You handed him his phone. You'd somehow lost a sock. Shook your head at Cove when he ran a hand through his hair instead of brushing it. I'll do this one. Thank you. You plucked the phone from your hand and then slid it into his pocket. You still got to keep your giggles in. Cove raised a questioning brow. It said, I mean, real me probably would have spilled it 10 years ago. Honestly, real me would have just plain forgotten it years ago. I would have forgotten about it. The only reason I didn't tell him initially was because, well, his dad, like, he was upset at the time, and I figured that it would be a weird thing just to tell him your dad gave me money to come and find you when he seemed genuinely upset, and I felt bad for him, so I didn't. After that point in time, like sometime over the summer, I probably would have told him. But by this point in time, it probably wouldn't be relevant. And I would have forgotten. He plucked the phone from your hand and slid it into his pocket. Struggled to keep the pickles in. Cove raised the questioning brow. What is it? I watched you go past it probably 5 times.
Seriously?
Wait, is it an option to tell him at the beginning? Yes, you do get the option. You get the option 3 times to tell him. So you get the option to tell him at the beginning of the game, when you first find him on the hill. Then you get it again when you're like sort of beginning of the teen years. And then you get it now once you're already like adults. So you get it quite a few times to make sure that you get the decision. And you can tell it at different stages if you were waiting for a while. So I get the feeling that there's a very different route that happens if you choose to tell him. Depending on what happens. Are you serious? Either that, or this is going to pop up at some point and it's going to tremendously backfire in my face. Which is also entirely likely. Groaning, he reassumed what he was doing before the phone crisis. When Cove's back was turned, you double-checked that you hadn't misplaced your phone either, and you hadn't. There was nothing else stopping either of you now. In minutes, you were hopping into your ride and heading back to the neighborhood. It was another beautiful summer's day in Sunset Bird. You couldn't resist rolling the window down so you could absorb it all during the drive. Cove sat across the seat from you, near the opposite window. His gaze was locked outside, catching all the old landmarks the vehicle was passing. Pitch says, let's just hope his dad forgot about it now then. Yeah. Given Mr. Loudmouse being who he is, I wouldn't be surprised if he mentions it again, and I didn't think about that, and now I'm second guessing my choices, but I didn't save before this point in time, so I kinda can't go back, so we'll just have to play through it. Your spirits rose even higher the moment you made it home once more. Eager, you hopped out of the car and let yourself inside. Your mums knew that you were going to be there that morning. But the second that you made it past the threshold, an excited scream nearly scared you out of your shoes. Hi, Lee! Basil, you're here, and guess what? I'm here too. While your heart race settles, a broad grin quickly took over your whole face. Since your cousin moved out on her own, you'd noticed that she'd really found her own groove. She still seemed loving person she'd always been on the inside, but she expressed herself in new ways. She was a strong, kind, and smart. Over the past few years, she graduated college with a degree in history. Ooh! So you'd last heard she was pursuing her dreams, working towards getting into the music industry. Well, she did want to do that from a young age, so I can see that. Ooh. You look great. Thanks. She beamed, putting her hands on her hip. Lee gave you a once-over. I'm not the only one. True, must be a family trait. Thinking you threw up a high five, and Lee edged forward. Lee leaned to the side to glance past you and meet Cove's eye. The grin on her face widened as she waved. Hi, Cove. Hey, nice to see you, Lee. I got in practically at dawn. It was a whole thing, but at least I made it here alive. Lee exhaled and slumped her shoulders to emphasize how exhausting the whole ordeal was. Behind her, Liz made her way over, and she crossed her arms at the scene. I'm here too, just in case you were wondering. I'm always wondering if you're there somewhere. Oh, so thanks anyway. Lee giggled and Liz's eyes narrowed at your remark. She seemed to stand up straight at a demure smile on her face didn't move. Wouldn't kill you to say hello, you know. You neither, but I'm glad to see you too. Thanks, the feeling's mutual. Another friendly shout then rang out from the living room. It was as cheery as ever from many times you'd heard it over the years. Morning, family! Your parents both came out from the side hall together. Morning!
Well?
Now that everyone's here, I do have a little something to mention. Uh-oh. What something? Ma put her hand lovingly over her wife's. Mum leaned her head into Ma's with matching affection. We're all still having dinner together, but Pam here actually made plans to take me out to brunch to celebrate our anniversary, just the two of us. Please, she hooked an arm around Ma's waist.
Sorry.
Sorry to push you out, but I'm sure this group of mature grown-ups will still be able to entertain themselves for an afternoon. You don't need to find a babysitter or anything. We're adults only as it suits us. Really it is. Totally. Yeah, have fun, moms. Don't worry about it. Understood. We'll tell you about our shenanigans at dinner. This works out, actually. An afternoon open means that there's time to catch up with Terry and Randy. Hopefully they're free today. Your two school friends still lived in the area. They knew you were coming for your mum's party, but when or how they might arrange to see each other wasn't set in stone.
Sounds good.
Definitely, we should call them.
Alright.
I have some people I'd like to say hi to as well. Liz had her cell phone in hand, ready to get her plans made before she was even done speaking. Touching an eyebrow, then directing the next part at Lee. Would you want to come along? I've missed out on a lot of cousin bonding time in the past.
Yeah.
I'd love to. It would be an honor to hang out with you, Liz. Whose fault is that? I hope you both have fun. Don't worry, fun is my specialty. Chuckling, Liz smirked. We'll try not to have all the fun. Don't get into too much trouble. She shook her head and Liz winked, then glanced back at her phone and rapidly typed in a new text. Excellent, it's settled. She squeezed her wife's hand, and her gaze took in the whole room, ecstatic to have the house full again. Today's gonna be perfect.
Yes.
I think so too. I truly couldn't be happier with my wife, my children, and our whole beautiful happy family. It's already a wonderful anniversary. There were awes and sweet comments from the group gathered around a couple of hours. Seeing how your mums were, you couldn't help but hope that when you got to be their age, you could be as proud of your life as them. After that, you enthusiastically began setting up plans to meet with your friends. They were both able to come and see you, and having kept their schedules free for this, you couldn't wait. There was also speedily sending text messages. Since you conveyed the plans to Terry and Randy, you imagined that he was letting his parents know what he was going to be up to. The group continued to chat and catch up until it was time for your mum's brunch and your big meet up with your friends. Soon enough, everyone was out the door, looking forward to their fun-filled afternoons and the dinner later that night. Once outside on the neighborhood street, you looked the Cove. He stood at your side with a bent smile. Harry and Randy were driving into town while you and Cove were traveling on foot to meet them at an easiest-to-reach spot. Man, we really are kids in Sunset Bird again, having to rely on other people who actually have cars to get anywhere. Now we're stuck walking to whatever's nearby. Midge says, wait, how old are the moms supposed to be? I actually don't know. Well, at this point in time, like, we're probably into like mid-20s, I think. Maybe they're in like their 50s, possibly. They might be in like their 50s to 60s. I have no idea though. They could even be in their like late 40s, because like my mom's in her late 40s, so like it could be anything. Could be anything, really. We could chat. Like, we could Google it and see what's that. No, we're reverting back to infancy. A snort was followed by a true laughter from Cove. Teasing, you pouted. This isn't funny, Cove. I don't want to be a baby again. I didn't realize we were regressing that seriously. He shrugged, then stuck his hands in his pockets. The thought of being little again made you shiver. I couldn't go back to that. I like being me currently.
Me too.
I like current you too. Let's go. You bounced forward several steps and shot Cove a playful look over your shoulder. With that, the two of you began your trip down the old road. Midge said, I'm gonna pretend they're like 70. Well, I mean, look, if it makes you feel better, do that. Do that. There was a casual stroll into town, and before you know it, you were at one of the large parking lots in Sunset Bird. It was completely empty, and I've never been here before in my life. Cove pulled out his phone, texting Terry and Randy in the group chat to let them know you'd made it. Someone must have answered already because Cove gave you a status update while staring at the screen. Randy texted, "I can see you." Oh, Rid! The blare of the car horn cut you off. Both Cove and you were turned towards the source of the noise. One of the windows rolled down. Hey, buddies! Your friends had arrived, making a spectacle of it, as expected. Being the only car meant that they got to pick up a lot, so they pulled into the stop in front of you. Windows closed back up, and instead of the two front doors popped open, Harry and Miranda stepped out onto the pavement. Here's Miranda. Oh, look at her, so cute with her little fluffy curls and everything. Oh, I want to give her a pat on the head. She's so cute. With a cheery wave, Miranda skipped towards you. Terry, on the other hand, walked speedily over to Cove, squeezing him into a hug. A quiet laugh escaped Cove, along with the majority of the air in his lungs. He didn't fight the constriction, but instead gave Terry's back a pat, with a large grin spreading across his face. When he let Cove go, Terry came up to you and he held his fist up for you to bump it. Looking nice, Terry. I like the haircut. Max smacked his fist with a high five to make it a turkey. You fist bumped him, you hugged him instead, you waved. Make it a turkey. Your shoulder gradually began to shake harder while your lips twisted teasingly. Confused, Harry's eyebrows pinched together like he was trying to solve a puzzle. Gobble gobble. You wiggle your fingers, thinking of them as long and colourful tail feathers, and Terry snorted the moment the image clicked in his brain. Gobble gobble. It felt so nice to have your friend group reunite as adults. Terry was currently a full-time lifeguard down at the busier beach in a town over. You were proud of him. He'd helped a lot of people in his line of work. And in recent years, you and Terry were able to form an even closer bond. It was reassuring to have a friend who knew what it was like to go through the changing parts of their identity. That's true. Pidge is laughing. Yeah, look, I would totally do the gobble gobble thing. It's very funny. I think I have on several different occasions. I must be awful to try and like fist bump or like shake hands with. Like actually in real life I must be dreadful. You could go to him for understanding, and you knew that Terry felt the same about you. Miranda took Cove's hand in one of yours and the other, her eyes alight, and gave you both a gentle squeeze.
So great.
I'm so happy to see you again. Hey Terry, hi Miranda. He answered assuredly, and it was clear that he was equally glad to see them. This reunion was long awaited. For a while, Miranda had been working hard as an assistant at a school while continuing her own education. She also kept busy, running a small online shop, selling crafted knickknacks she made. Wow, she's doing a lot. That is so much effort. I missed you all. Miranda's expression softened. She gave your hand another squeeze. I missed you too, a ton. Pidge said I legit never even occurred to me to make a turkey until now. Well, now you've got a lot of lost time to make up for. Pidge, you must go and make all of the turkey fist bumps in the world. I send you free, my friend. Fly. Take flight. Go into it. Miranda laced your hands. Giggling, she eyed you both carefully. So how have you been?
It's nice.
Things have been nice. Everything is perfect, fantastic. Ooh, no comment. Been doing well.
That's
Really glad. Miranda pulled her hands back behind her back, sweetly leaning forward just a smidge. Of course, everybody already knew you'd be a success. What about you? I'm super. Harry sidled up next to Miranda and put his arm around her shoulder. Sighing dreamily, Randy chuckled up at her boyfriend. Yeah, things have been unbelievable. Oh, look at how cute the two of them are. They're so cute together. He pressed his cheek against Miranda's and she let out a light squeak. The sight put an amused grin on your face. Your friends made a wonderful couple. They knew each other so well and cared about each other so much. It was no shock at all when you'd heard the news that they'd started dating. The corner of your mouth curled playfully, while you took in the warm welcomes all around. At the time, it was still kind of funny how your group of 4 friends had just kind of evolved into 2 couples. Yellow says, "Ooh, if anyone plays Sims, the base game is free at the moment. If you already own the base game, they have the Desert Lux kit free for you." Thank you for the update, Yellow. I will go and check that out later if I can actually get The Sims to run on my laptop. The game's been so bugged recently, I can't get it to run at all. And I don't know if that's just because my laptop isn't like high enough to be able to take up all the space of the Sims games, or if it's just due to all the crashes. But thank you for the heads up. I will have a look at that later on today. Not that you were complaining about it though. It was an amazing thing. Cove then pulled out his phone and peeked at the screen. He repeated the motion every so often. He raised a curious eyebrow at his unusual behavior. Cove was too focused on whatever he was doing to even notice you noticing him, which was even stranger. Yellow says, "No worries, free is always good." Yes, I agree. Free is very good. It's one of the best numbers. Because it means you can reliably get it for nothing. It says, "I'm gonna have to check too, thanks." Yeah, much appreciated sharing all of the free things, so thank you. We appreciate you. Is there anything any of you want to do while you're here? Any place you want to see? I'd be up for a lot of things, but there is actually something I want to do right here. Oh yeah? What's that? Harry poked Cove's arm playfully, and Miranda met your eye, suddenly asking if you had any idea what Cove was talking about. But you shrugged. "I just want to see my friends." Huh? Cove, you're already doing that.
Well...
But I could be doing it even more. Aww. Beauty. You, Terry, and Miranda all turned to Cove with identical incredulous expressions. His stare moved to a point past you three, and you heard a scrape of sand and gravel underfoot. Someone else stepped into the parking lot. Startled, you all jumped at the call of another warm voice shouting over. "Is this Derek? Please tell me it's Derek." It's Derek! He's back! He's back! Yay! Sup, guys, gals, and pals? Blue says, "Andy! Hi, Blue!" Yes, I'm still streaming. Yes, I know it's been several hours. No, I can't stop. Blue, we have a canon autistic character in the game. I'm still streaming because we have a canon autistic character in the game. And I'm so happy about it. And they didn't overdo it. And they didn't make it a major part of its like traumatic backstory or anything. It's decent representation and I'm so happy. I'm so happy about it. I automatically love him. Yes. Okay, so it's Cove. Cove's autistic. Cove is canonically autistic, and I'm so happy about it. I literally was crying. I cried on stream because of this. I also just like how inclusive this game is. Oh, it makes me so happy. Like, you can't see me right now, but I've got a spinny chair, so I've been spinning backwards and forwards because I've been really happy. I was excited about it. Representation is important. Blue says yes. Yee! Yes, exactly. It's so good. It's so good. And we're dating Cove now. So we're more than dating Cove. We're our fiance. We are our fiance. We are engaged. We are to be married. And we're back for our mum's anniversary. Running a hand through his hair, the last person who crossed the lot was unmistakably Derek Surik. He was beaming the whole way. It's been too long. Even though it hadn't actually been that long, but long enough. Derek! Grab his arm excitedly. Your mind is struggling to wrap your eye around the idea that Derek was actually there. You gently gripped his arm, putting a sweet look on his face. It's me, I swear. I missed you. Oh dang! Derek got deep voice. Oh, hello. Also, he got swole. The last time that we saw him, he was a skinny little noodle kid. He spoke to you gently, and you were just thrilled that he was there, reuniting with him. Derek was a good friend of yours, and he had been for a very long time. Hey. He waved over to Terry and Miranda pleasantly. Over the years, they had all met several times in passing, simply through being friends with the same people. Sup, big man? Hi, it's great that you could come. Cove put himself next to Derek. Happy, he clapped his hand on his friend's shoulder. But yeah, how are you, Blue? How was school? How'd it go? Hi, thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Of course, thanks for inviting me. Sheepishly, Cove looked back at you and the others, and that was when it clicked in your mind. It wasn't his parents that he was texting earlier, it was Derek the entire time. Derek's in town for a few months to help my dad, and his dad with some work. Yep, I'm working on my own business thing too. But I'm still involved with running the scuba shop when it's called for.
Very nifty.
Humming. Derek elbowed Cove.
So?
But hey, we don't have to stand around here for my sake. What's the plan? Let's hit the town. Eager to get going, everyone piled into Terry's car, but the rest of the afternoon was spent visiting spots all over Sunset Bird, laughing and reminiscing the whole way. Once it started to get late, Terry brought you and Cove back to the neighborhood. You didn't have to walk there after all. You didn't get out until promises were made to see each other again before your trip ended. Lou said, I'm just so happy, almost all those autistic rep and media shit. Yes, but this is so good. It's so good. It's so good. And like, play the game, Blue. Play it. You're gonna fall in love with it, or at the very least, like, watch back to the VOD, because, like, the second we found out about it, it was such a surprise. It was so good. Side by side, you and Cove stood in the street and waved at the car as it drove away. Terry tapped the horn for 2 honks, while Miranda stuck her hand out the window to wave back. Also, just in general, if, like, given the context of it, and a couple of the other ways that some of the characters have presented, I'm really curious if, for example, maybe Derek has ADHD. Because if they've included an autistic individual into it, there is a possibility that they might have included other things with other characters who are dateable, which you could get with the DLCs. You know what, I think I've decided I'm just going to buy the DLCs, because why the heck not at this point. But yeah, like, I'm just so happy about it. Yellow says, I have it downloaded in my library for when I have spare time to play it, yeah. There's gonna be, like, spare time and stuff to play it, and, like, you're gonna get quite a good few hours out of this. Like, I wasn't even expecting it to take this long. I've done, literally, like, an 8-hour stream and a 6.5-hour stream at this point, just of this game. Just of this game. So many hours. So many hours, and that was with me, like, chatting to chat and other things, and I still haven't even finished the game. There's so much content, and this is just, like, the first run through. There are several different routes. There are so many routes and so many different moments that you can play through, which are kind of like deals, like the different memories and stuff from the summer that I could have gone through, and I only opted to do 2 from each one of the extra stages. So imagine how much longer this game actually would have been, and these streams would have been, if I had gone through and done every single one of them. It would have taken so long. In a good way, in a good way, in a good way. But it would have been so long. Yellow says, wow, that's awesome. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is such a huge game, and it's free. It is a free game. So, how is there this much content and stuff in it? It's very good. It's very, 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 very good. So let me see. Let me see. We'll keep going with the story, but there's so much content. So much content. It's amazing. But yeah, Terry tapped the horn for 2 honks while Miranda stuck out her hand out the window to wave back. He caught Derek in the back window, giving you both a wide grin. Sighing as soon as the car turned down another street, they were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Ready to see your mums? Yup, indeed. Indubitably. Indeed. Of course, it's far too early to hop off the party train. Also, just so everybody knows, this game is actually available on Microsoft Windows, Linux, and Macintosh operating systems at this point in time. It's not a console game, but if you've got just a really basic PC that can like run a potato game, you should be able to run this game. So, yeah. If you like what you see of the game so far, go play it. I wanted to double check the actual game platforms and stuff that everything's on before I got too much further in the game. Although I'm already really far in the game, but also I'm not. But yeah, I'm just happy about it. It's so good. It's so good. You have no right to be as good as you are. Cove raised his eyebrows before letting out a hearty laugh, and he nodded in the direction of the house.
Come on.
Lead the way, conductor. Choo-choo! Spirits high, you and Cove crossed the distance to your house. It was almost time for the anniversary dinner. You barely stopped over the threshold of the condo before Ma descended, eagerly welcoming you both. It says, Android 2 if you side-loaded, apparently? Ooh, I haven't checked with that, but those were the platforms and stuff that I found it on earlier. So apparently Android as well if you want. I had no idea you could side-load it into Android. The usual greetings were followed by questions on everyone's well-being, after which conversation moved to excited chatter about tonight's dinner plans. Cove excused himself to the restroom to freshen up before being on the move again. When he returned, you were shocked to see he had entirely changed outfits. I really like his shirt. And I steal it. It is mine now. It's on itch.io. That's good. Thank you for letting us know, Pidge. Where did that come from? I packed it with me so I could get dressed before the dinner without having to go back to the hotel, didn't you? Or maybe you have stuff still here at your mom's place. Cove, I hate to break it to you, but no! I definitely didn't do something crazy like that. It's your mom's party at the country club. Yeah, and so are middle-aged folks in Hawaiian shirts. What's your point? It'd be different if we were going to one of the club parties, but we're only going for a regular meal. Cove was befuddled by your explanation as you were with his actions. He threw up his hands up, desperate for understanding.
Serious?
How can you not dress nicely for a country club? I'm with Cove on this. I don't think the Cypress is as special as you've decided it is. You saw Ma, she wasn't in formal clothes and she's one of the guests of honor. His frown wobbled and his cheeks became far pinker. He looked down at his own self regrettably as he pulled at the cuff ends of his shirt. He seemed more like a scolded child than a grown man dressed for the latest charity gala. I thought that she was gonna get changed while you and me were... Ma? No, I should need a lot more time than this. It's okay. You look very nice. You look very nice. That earned you a sheepish smile, though he clearly wished that his look didn't garner any attention. Cove's eyes stole a glance at the hall as if he was calculating how much time he would have for another quick change. Unfortunately for him, it was not meant to be. But the time to head out had come far quicker than expected. Cliff and Kiro swung by the condo to make sure everything was in order, and for your second surprise, Cliff was also in formal clothing. Cove's face excitedly whipped towards yours at the same time. Cliff went to Kira's. The two men pointed at one another. See? He knows! This must have been one of the arguments that he had had with Kira before they got here. Exactly, sport. Kira was talking to me like I was crazy. You and her sort of like in terms of the Holden boys' antics. The aforementioned Kira placed a hand delicately, yet dramatically, across her eyes. Clifford, our son only knows about this because you are the one who raised him. Cliff chuckled, his arm moving to scratch at the back of his neck. Yeah, that's my boy. The ends of Cove's mouth gently bent up. He truly was his father's kid in even more ways than he realized. They may be the only ones in the entire group, potentially the only guests in the entire country club to be gussied up, but at least they could now take solace in one another. That looked to be good enough for both of them. All the members of your family headed out at the same time to Cyprus. It was to be a perfect reunion. An impeccably smart host greeted you on arrival, smoothly leading the way to a set of tables reserved for your group. Once you'd all settled in, chosen drinks that were poured into delicate glasses, the food would be coming later, letting you soak up the atmosphere for a little while longer. Smiling, your parents faced the group of familiar faces all gathered here together to share this special day with them. Mum reached over and took Ma's hand, clasping it between both of hers. Thanks for being here tonight, gang. Marrying this lady here is the best thing I've ever done, and there's no one else I would want to celebrate that with. Yes, we're so lucky, not only to have each other, but we've got such a large and loving family through all of you. Around you heard people saying, "Aww," and chuckling appreciatively at the comment. Lee had clasped her hands tightly in front of her, eyes shining. Your eyes met Liz's misty ones, and the affection that she had for her mum's carried over to you too. You turned your attention towards the happy couple as they leaned in to kiss, smiling all the while. Yes! Yes! Bravo! Bravo! They even did like the picture of the kiss and everything. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. The table responded with cheers and clapping and shouts of happy anniversary and other congratulations continuing after they had broken apart. Mum beamed as she watched Ma giggle dreamily. Then her eyes met yours across the table. And of course, it won't be too much longer before we're celebrating another marriage. She leaned eagerly over the table towards you and Cove. Your fiancé blushed, but he still grinned proudly at the suggestion. Yeah, when is that happening? With how long you've known each other, it's a miracle you've had the willpower to hold off on officially tying the knot already. Liz smirked. You'd known that face since childhood, and it meant trouble. Yeah, wait much longer and I'll start taking bets for the real on it when it'll happen. I missed my chance with the proposal. The group burst into laughter. Cove only stopped pouting long enough to take in an angry chug of his drink, and did not join in. Blue said they're engaged! Yes, they got engaged! They're engaged! I was happy about it as well. And also, you can't see me, I'm happy flapping right now, but they're engaged, and both of them have engagement rings. You could choose to have both of them have engagement rings, neither of them to have engagement rings, or just one of them to. And you get to even design the engagement ring. You get to pick them. You get to pick them. Come on! It's so good. It's so cute. Yeah, it's adorable. It's adorable. I'm so happy about it. Cove is such a grumpy boy when he's embarrassed. He's either grumpy or he's like really bashful and kind of just like stops talking. Embarrassed, you sank down in your chair. You placed your hand over Cove's in solidarity. Yes, that one. The teasing was good-natured, but never failed to rile him up. Unfortunately for him, his guaranteed reactions probably made him a more frequent target of such jokes. Oh, isn't that the truth? When you give people reactions and like you can't help reacting to things sometimes, it makes them want to give you reactions more, especially if they can predict what your response is going to be. Ah, the struggle. Still, you know it was easy enough for him to bounce back from, especially with a little support from you. Predictably, a smile already began to appear on his face again. The waiters reappeared, delivering delicious plates of food, and dinner began in earnest. Both conversation and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with two families relishing the opportunity to be together once more. Eventually, after your hunger and thirst had been fully satisfied, the plates were cleared, and the event began to draw to a close. Cliff and Kira exchanging goodbyes with your family before heading out together. Cove gave his goodbyes to his parents while hanging back until your mums were ready to head off. You were getting a lift back with your mums. It was already late, so you discussed the possibility of going straight to the hotel rather than going back to the condo, but the Cove had asked if they'd mind taking him back to the neighborhood. He wanted to visit it a little longer, and your mums had happily agreed. Liz and Lee were feeling tired, so your mums swung by their hotels during the trip home while you and Cove made the full journey with them. Riding in the back seat of your mum's car with Cove felt more than a little nostalgic. As your eyes drifted over to him, his head resting on the window, it was hard to believe exactly how much time had passed. Mum stretched as she got out of the car, smiling over her shoulders as she headed towards the house. Also, for context, I think this is well over 10 years. So it was 10 years when we were 18. So I think we're probably up to like 15, 16 years at the very least of them being together. Even just as friends. Mum stretched as she got out of the car, smiling over her shoulder as she headed towards the house. Time to put my feet up. You two joining us? Cove shook his head. No thanks. It's your anniversary. You don't have to entertain me. I'll take a walk. Never any trouble to have you over, Cove. Let him do as he pleases, Lani. But you better not stay out much later or there'll be trouble. Ma chuckled as Mum waggled a finger, her expression exaggeratedly severe, as she reprised a role that, in truth, she's never really played. Neither of your parents had been particularly harsh as you'd grown up, so Ma joined in on the act. Don't go too wild just because there's no school tomorrow. Laughing, they both made their way inside, leaving you standing out in the dark street with Cove. You didn't even need to ask him why. He'd already had the answer for this. He wasn't yet ready for the day to end. Yeah, transitions are hard. Without a word, Cove began to stroll down the road, and you walked alongside him. You'd known your destination long before you arrived on the dark and utterly deserted beach. There were no lights down here, nothing but the moon and the stars for illumination. Your only sounds were the gentle waves rolling in and out, and the soft sounds of the footprint you left in the sand. In other words, it was perfect. Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked up at the sky, and with a smile, he tucked his head down and began to pull his fancy shirt off. He tugged it over his head and lobbed it backwards, further up into the beach and out of the reach of the waves. Ooh. Follow him into the water, I think. Do I tease my fiance or not to tease my fiance? You know what, let's tease our fiance. Cove froze, his arm still raised from where he thrown the shirt. Slowly he came back to life, stiffly pulling his arm back down. Commentary had made him self-conscious. No, damn it. He's cute. Laughing, you clapped your hands at the light of his awkwardness. Cove slipped his dress pants off and then tossed them back into the roughly the same direction as his shirt. It was down to just polka dot boxers briefs. Sometimes you were really struck by the way that he was braver than his younger self, and this was definitely one of those times. He never ever would have done this when you were both living on the street, but you also know he still wouldn't do it with anyone other than someone he'd spent all of these years with. took off your dress so you could swim. I don't care if my clothes get wet. Cove waded further into the water until it came up to his chest. You followed Cove deeper into the sea, your wet clothes clung to your body, soaking up the water and weighing you down, a physical reminder of all the unwritten rules you were breaking. Cove grinned as you approached. I'm gonna be in so much trouble with my mums when we get back. Soup says, hello. Hello, Soup. How are you? There's lots of things happen. I'll tell you later. But I'm really happy with this game. I really like it, and I want to get all the DLC. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. It's so cute.
I guess.
Yeah. Oh well. I'm alright. Just a bit tired because of work. Well, make sure that you rest and eat something, honey, just before we end up heading off for bits and pieces ourselves today. So make sure you're taking care of yourself as well, please, and thank you. Think fast. He splashed water at you as soon as the words had left his lips, giving you no time to prepare. The splash caught you full on, leaving you spluttering and drenched. Ooh. Let's splash him back. Seeing what you were doing, Cove put up his hands for protection. It was no use. The water washed over him, leaving his hair soaked through. The two of you wound up drifting further down along the shoreline, chatting and enjoying the chance to be back on the beach, and provided a backdrop from so much of your childhood. Eventually, a silhouette of structures appeared up ahead. As you drew closer, you realized it was the old playground. Cove spotted it too and hurried towards it, dragging himself out of the water and heading into the park. Soup says, yeah, I've just showered and I'm gonna get a snack in. Good. I'm glad that you've ended up showering. And what are you having for a snack? Wet sand coated his feet and lowering legs with every step, clinging thickly enough that it began to resemble a bizarre pair of boots. Yeah, that would annoy me. The way that wet sand clings to you so much. Nope, can't do it. I love the beach. I don't like the sand. As you followed him, you wondered how many visitors this little park gotten these days. There are officially no children living in that neighborhood now. Cove gazed at his surroundings in wide-eyed awe. He didn't care at all that he was soaking wet, dressed only in his underwear. Crouching, he gently pushed one of the child-sized swing seats, marveling at it all.
Wow.
I can't believe how tiny everything is. Are we seriously small enough to use these? He shook his head, unable to fathom just how little you'd both been when you first met. You then walked over to the monkey bars. Once, this had been a challenge for you, and now they were little more than waist height next to Cove. Cove turned his back to the bars and hopped up onto them with ease, sitting on them comfortably. Let's sit on the bars with him. It was strange seeing adult Cove juxtaposed with the baby playground, but you took your own place on the structure. This place had been something so exciting for Cove back when he first arrived. Apparently, it was to this day. Cove smiled eagerly as you approached, kicking his feet in the air happily, briefly forgetting the low vantage point until the tip of his toe scraped along the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but with little more care. He thought it was adorable. In this moment, you were really home. It just so happened to be the place you'd grown up, but really, anywhere could be with Cove. And that would be you. He held a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your life had been shared. You'd grown up on the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it went far beyond that. You had both chosen from a young age to share your life with each other and wouldn't have it any other way. Here we are again. Looks like the mood shifted now. The funny, impulsive night beach trip with the spike of adrenaline that came from you playing in the water under the moonlight settled into something quieter and a little more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. Too bad I wasn't able to bring my surfboard along for this. Cove shrugged dramatically, trying to lift the mood a little. Dinner was really nice. It was great to do all this. The smile he had when he spoke those words fell quickly as it had appeared, though. It went by so fast. We all came out here for the party and it's over. Liz, Lee, our parents, we're going back to our own things now. But what else can you do except say it's okay? He shook his head, a wry look twinkling in his eyes. If I really never wanted to see things outside this neighborhood, I would have actually followed through with that pretzel plan. This place and these people, they're our foundations, and it shapes who we are now. It's like making castles out of sand. I owe a lot to Sunset Bird. His eyes crinkled fondly, and Cove's voice was gentle when he spoke again. He had a good childhood, I think. Aww. I'll always remember our days
Me
here.
too.
He shook his head, sighing heavily. Alright. His smile took on a playful twist. We better get home before your mums ground us. You had to laugh at the idea that not only could your mums somehow ground you as a fully grown and independent adult, but that their powers could extend over Cove as well. As much as you were enjoying being back here, Cove was right. You had to accept that you needed to go. It was late, and your mums were still expecting to see you before you got a ride back to the hotel. You and Cove hopped down from the bars, landing easily with the ground only a short distance below. Before you could return, you had some clothes to retrieve from the beach. You retrod the same path, following the footprints down to the shore that you'd left in the sand only a little while earlier. Once Cove had scrounged up his abandoned clothes, you started to walk up the old path home side by side. Droplets of water slipped down your skin and fell onto the road as you made your way back to your mum's house. As you and Cove were still soaked and sandy from your earlier adventure, it was likely you were leaving quite a trail in your wake. Like you'd seen Cove's bedroom growing up, and it was only natural for him. The air was slightly humid and already pleasantly dense with moisture. It felt like a hug as it closed around you. Any damp footsteps that were left behind would take longer to dry in this weather. The sign of your adventure might even be visible when the sun came up the next day. You hoped so. You quite liked the idea of you and Cove leaving your mark in your hometown again, if only for a little while. Despite being let out, and in Cove's case, mostly undressed, the balmy summer night prevented you from feeling any chill. You were entirely comfortable. In truth, you felt warm inside and out. The day had been so lovely, and spending the time with friends and family. Your eyes drifted over to Cove. Cove Holden, your fiancé. Just seeing him brought a smile to your face. Cove, you make me so happy. Cove turned to you, his eyes wide and adoring. He bit his lip and smiled shyly. He could tell you that your words had touched him. I feel the same way exactly. He held your gaze a moment longer, looking straight at you as he spoke again.
I love you.
I'll love you forever. No, kiss him. Do it. Do it. You catch him by the hand and you stop Cove in his tracks, holding him close. Your heart somersaulted as your lips met. Even after all this time, still the same. At this moment, quiet seaside town at rest, it felt like it was just the two of you in the world. Cove returned the kiss, gently cradling your head with his hand until you broke apart. You were full of joy, all other concerns and day-to-day stresses of normal life were squeezed out by it. All you could think in that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second and every day needed to come to an end at some time, and that time had nearly come for tonight. You needed to at least get some rest to bring it all to a close. Also, the two of you went in to say goodnight to your mums as well, and as to clean yourself up as best as you could. Your mum's in pajamas, ready for their own sleep, rooted in laughter as you came in, disheveled and damp, with their teasing continuing until the car came to get you to the hotel. Cove stayed silent as he put his casual clothes on again, facing the formal ones back in the bag he had brought them in. You given Ma and Mum plenty of material for a mock scolding, and you got a playful lecture about not getting into the water without bothering to change first. Ha 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 ha. You grinned at your partner in crime, feeling like a naughty kid again, and it had been worth it. By the time you and Cove finally dragged yourselves to the hotel room for the night, the sky had been dark for quite some time, and the lonely hotel hallways were quiet. The late hour made you feel a sense of fulfillment. You were really making the most of your trip. It was such an odd thought. This was almost over. You had settled into this new routine naturally. All the familiar streets and faces made everything easy to get used to. The two of you drowsily shuffled past an ice machine and into your room. Cove set his phone on his bedside table and you followed suit. You both started settling in for the night. The hotel room was a welcome sight after your long day. You noticed Cove rub the back of his neck and yawn. His voice was quiet and kinda distant. I hope the pet sitter is doing good. Of course. The wish wasn't exactly directed at you. It was just a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed on the world at large, but still you agreed. I hope so. That sitter is watching some of the best animals on the planet. Cove still kept fish after all these years, delightful, colourful things, in huge aquariums, and he spent a lot of time when he wanted to just relax and watching them swim. You also had adopted a pet who you loved dearly. Your home was a lovely place full of critters that you both cared for. That is why, while the both of you were gone, it had been important to find a decent pet sitter. Cove's anxiety about leaving them hadn't subsided. Over the vacation, you called him a few times, texting the pet sitter and asking about his fish. Oh, what a sweetheart! I'm also a little worried. Oh yeah, just look at the two of us, out on vacation but thinking of home. You had to snort at that as well. You really were both like-minded. Cove yawned widely. He seemed confused at the magnitude of it all. He groggily blinked at you. I think it's time for bed. That's great, thought. You yawned and raised an eyebrow at Cove for making you catch his, and he gave a little smile but then ended up yawning again. I think so too. Two of you had gotten changed and brushed your teeth. In no time at all, both of you were cozy and ready to sleep. After that, you flopped onto your side of the shared bed. Cove headed over onto his side and you felt the mattress dip under his weight. You tucked yourself under the covers and Cove snuggled in closer to the middle. You turned on your side to face him and scooted slightly closer. Your noses almost touched, and Cove watched you with a soft expression on his face. Cove gently spoke, his words like a lullaby.
Good night.
Good night, Basil. You have a good night too. Cove's eyes fluttered shut, and he let out a contented sigh. There was a warmth from Cove's body next to you. He was right there. Ooh, alluring or comforting? What do we go for? What do we go for? Chat, what do you think? Are we gonna be comforted by his presence, or is his presence too alluring? I'm also gonna read the chat while I get some responses. Let's see. Soup says, hey to Aphelion, why are you using the streaming account? It's like I got confused. Blue says, hey, sorry. Lol, I was gonna stream later anyway. Whatever you want, Abby. We haven't done anything like this, so we're gonna do this one. See what this does. Your hands drift over to Cove's, and you ran your fingers up his arm, across his shoulders, and finally to his face. Cove trembled at the gesture. He cradled his cheeks, his eyes open, slightly to peek at you unsure. Are you tired? As nice as it was to be near him, you understood he might not be in the mood, and you wouldn't mind if you both just went to sleep instead. Cove mumbled under the hotel blankets.
I mean...
Not anymore. Your eyebrows lifted. He was flushed, growing excitement, replacing any previously held plans to rest. You leaned forward and lightly kissed his lips, and he pecked you back affectionately, and you could feel his smile in his affection. He rolled slightly so that he was fully on his side and had a better range of motion. With the new freedom in his arm, he reached over to stroke the back of your head. Okay, so this is going a different direction than I thought it was, but oh well, okay. When the first kiss ended, you immediately started another, and then another. Cove stopped running his fingers down your hair to hold your head closer. We're gonna bring it back satisfied for now, I think, for me. You put a hand on Cove's shoulder as a sign to pause. He tilted his head as a question. You smiled shyly, and he got it. I do like that this has consent, and you could say no to different bits and pieces and things at each step. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Cove nuzzled your chest, her cheek against you lovingly, and whispered, "You really shouldn't stay up all night, huh?" You agreed wholeheartedly. Tomorrow would be a busy day, and there hasn't been enough fun. You curled up comfortably in each other's arms, ready to actually settle down for the night. Your eyes fell closed sometime after. You weren't sure exactly when, only the fact that they were now too heavy to open. You felt a mixture of bitter and sweet emotions. You were happy to be here, but sad it was ending. There was a relief that you would soon be in your own home again, but also wondering when you could return here. It says, I'm kind of here for that level of awkwardness, to be honest. I mean, it's pretty accurate. Like, I would be that awkward with things. Being awkward is fine, but also, like, I like how they're consistently asking. It's very important to have informed consent, and that is awesome. I really like that this game has given us that as well, even with all of the more intimate sections and things of the game. If you want to do them, you can. If you don't want to proceed, you can also say no and not have the character be offended. So I like that. And the awkwardness is cute. It's cute. There were many more feelings swirling around in your head that hadn't even crystallized into thought yet. Paradoxically, you felt nice but also confused. Unsurprisingly, your exhaustion did not give you much time to muse on your emotions, and in what felt like seconds, you were already dreaming. The dreams dancing around your head became fragmented and faded until you couldn't remember a thing about them at all. You were growing more aware of the real world. Woke up on your own. The alarm. Cove was waking up. You woke up feeling enveloped by warmth. Humming happily, you felt Cove's fingers trail up your arm. Pouted and squeezed your eyes shut. I'm dreadful in the morning. I am the absolute worst to wake up. Soup can attest to this. He has had to get me up for several things early in the morning, and I just keep falling back asleep or muttering under my breath and trying to like drag the covers over my head and pretend that the world doesn't exist. I don't want to get up if I've been asleep. I will not try and get up. Let's see. Blue says, I do love the consent though. Yes, it is good. And Soup says, they get cranky. It's not just they get cranky, it's that the world outside exists and my bed's so comfortable. I just want to sleep. Blue says, me too, Andy. Yeah, like I can't bear to drag myself all the way onto the floor, you know, with my feet and stuff and put it on there. It's just, it's too cold. And, sleep is superior to waking up. So it's like, it's unsurprising that I get cranky, especially before I've eaten something. Like, goodness gracious, I need to eat things in the morning too, otherwise I'm really cranky. Morning buzz of time to wake up. His upbeat greetings were accompanied by laughter. You could feel the vibrations of it, and it only made you want to bury your head deeper into the pillows. Cove ran his finger up your arm, and then he gently gave your shoulders a small shake. Sighing, you peeked an eye open and saw his grin. He appeared far too charmed by the situation. Come on, join me in the land of the living, please. You sat up fully with a big yawn stretching your back, then your arms, and lastly your neck before accepting the day. The blanket fell to the side while you swung your legs over to the side of the bed. A part of it almost got caught on your foot, but you kicked it away. See, this is the hazards of daytime that I'm talking about. No, daytimes can, nope, I don't like them. And the worst part is that I like really early in the morning. I just don't like the getting up. Blue says, I hate the mornings. What is it about the mornings that you dislike, Blue? And also, if there's somebody who really likes the morning, let me know what you like about it as well. Both slipped out of bed on the opposite side. Today would be your last day in Sunset Bird. The only thing that you had planned was some family time in the old neighborhood, and you figured that you'd see where the day took you from there. Yawning again, you glanced over at your clothes. There was just one more day to live out of your bag. Oh, yes. Anything you want to see me in today? Your teasing had Cove shaking his head, but then his gaze locked with yours, and his smile grew. You raised a quizzical eyebrow. You already know the answer to that. Oh, right, we exploited it earlier. I forgot about that. The anklet? Well, I was thinking anything is good on you, but that is also a nice guess. Dang, the game knows us. Alright, let's get things going. Our families are waiting. Nodding, you and Cove swiftly finished getting ready in the small hotel room. As soon as you had your stuff together and were ready to go, you were off. During the ride there, you and Cove decided to visit his house first this time. It says, I like the mornings and the new day, it's sunrise and the birds waking up. Fair enough. So you like the sunrise and the birds waking up. It is a really pretty time in the early hours of the morning. I just usually don't like the morning for when I specifically have to get up. Because it gets really loud where I am too. And I don't like a lot of loud noises. It says that the only way I've seen the morning is if I'm still awake from the night. Oh, fair enough. So you tend to sleep in pretty late then, Pidge. When you get dropped off, Cove eagerly hopped out onto the street with his eyes locked on his father's condo. Your gaze fell on your fiancé. He stood in the middle of the street where you grew up together. The summer sun made him shine. So he was the brightest light in your eyes no matter what. Soup, you're my Cove. You're my Cove. Playful grin spread across your face. It was a beautiful day and a beautiful boy. Cove strode out to his old front door and casually flung it open without bothering to knock once again. You followed at his side as he poked his head in. He closes the door behind you both. Hello! You found Cliff and Kira in the kitchen getting breakfast together. Kira was cutting an apple while Cliff was watching a frying pan sizzle. Is he actually going to stay watching it this time, or is he just going to turn it off in the middle and burn something like he did last time? Soup says, I like between 3 and 7 in the morning. Ooh, why 3 and 7? Is it because it's still dark out and it's not quite so peoply? Pidge says, why do you think I've never streamed before 2 p.m. my time? Look, I don't know. I just figured it was because you're on the opposite side of the globe and you don't exactly operate over Australian time. So that was like my guess for it. Soup says, aw, you're adorable, Andy. Oh, that's okay. You're adorable. You're adorable, okay? Blue says, Andy, Troll, Soup, you two are adorable. No, everyone in the stream is adorable. Whether you are watching directly and interacting in chat or you are looking, you're all adorable. Soup says, it's still dark and quiet, like 6 a.m. sunrises. 6 a.m. sunrises are really pretty. I haven't gotten up to see the sunrise in a very, very long time. Maybe we should do that at some time soon. Do you want to just like go and find a mountain or a hill or something somewhere and then just wait until it's morning? That way we can watch the sunrise? That could be fun. Kid says, nah, 2 p.m. is the waking up time. Ah, fair enough. 2 p.m. is a good waking up time if you ask me though. I would wake up at 2 p.m. if my schedule allowed for it. But no, I had to work. Co's parents waved from across the room, not straying from their tasks. Morning, you two. Yeah, morning, and hello to you. I hope you slept well.
Thanks.
Thanks for swinging by. You're more than welcome to join us for breakfast here if you haven't already eaten, of course. We haven't yet, although even if we have, there's always room for more. Kira chuckled and put down the knife that she had in her hand, so all of her attention could be on her son. You're still my giant growing baby boy. Mom, please. Kira didn't pay Cove's whining any mind, and instead she put a finger to her lip as she thought, her eyes on you, then glimpsed towards a window. Uh-oh. Why the window? Does she know?
What do you think?
I wonder, do you think your family's eaten yet, Basil? Oh, obviously she doesn't know about Cove constantly sneaking out of his window up my window. Huh, that would be far too absurd. Blue says, fair. I wish I could sleep in until 2 p.m. is like a good waking up time. If that was possible. I would so do it every now and again at least. Sue says, yeah, we could do that and get some early morning macas and go to a cliffside. That sounds like a good time to me. I like it. I like the sound of it. No clue. I haven't checked in with them yet. You got to be the first stop today. Your eyes flicked over to the clock on the oven. Given the time, your mums might have eaten, or they might be having a slower morning. It was a coin toss either way. Well, I'll give them a call. They could come over. Cove nodded, a sage expression on his face. Making them breakfast would be the least we could do after how much food I ate at their house growing up. That is a very good point. You did eat a lot of this out of house at home, Cove. Soup says, oh no, wait, further down. I already read Soup's message. Blue says, I don't want responsibilities. Look, we all have to get responsibilities at some point. I understand if you're not a fan of them, but also we gotta do things like adults and stuff sometimes and go and do bits and pieces. Pidge says, be the change you want to see in the world with the devil face. Yeah, I know, Pidge, I know, but you gotta do something sometimes. And besides, Blue does not need any encouragement to sleep in. Blue would do it if it was good. John says, hello, I'm back. How has stream been? John, it has been amazing. I have really been enjoying this game, which is why I'm still streaming the same game, like 7 hours later. It's been a long stream, but like I have not regretted any of it. John says, hey, Zigzag, how are you? Blue says, I take it as a challenge, don't try me.
Right.
True, bud, very true. Alright. You take out your phone, and even though your mum's had cells for years, the house number was the one that you had memorized, and the first entry in your contact. As the call connected, you tapped the speaker button. You figured it'd be easier if everyone could hear what was going on. You heard a click and familiar static.
Hello.
Hello, Basil. It's nice to hear from you. Hey, Ma. Guess who's currently across the street in a kitchen full of food with an invitation to share said food? You waited a beat. It's me. I'm at the Holdens and I want to invite you and everyone else over to eat with us. What do you say? Sounds delightful. Pamela and I can do that. Liz and Lee should be able to make it too. Would that be fine? Cliff took a step forward and spoke loudly so his voice would be picked up. Definitely would be. More the merrier. We may have gotten together last night for dinner, but there's no law saying we can't do it again for breakfast today. Enjoy the company while you can is what I think. Let's see. John said, gosh, yeah, I really like this game. I want to get all the DLC, but I need to wait till I have money. And this September's ruining my wallet. It's ruining my wallet, I swear. Blue said I slept into 5 p.m. once. That's actually really impressive. That's very impressive. Soup says, you know how you can tell they never have actual Macca's employees in their ads? Because the employees... I can kind of see what you mean. Usually they're a bit stressed out, yeah. Ma giggled, so you could hear some rustling over the line. Thank you, I'll let them know that we'll be right over. Cliff gave the thumbs up and shook his head with amusement. Dad just gave a thumbs up. I'm telling you since you can't see him over the phone. Kira nodded and Ma's laughter rang out. Filling the kitchen, Cliff switched his thumbs up hand to instead scratch the back of his head.
See you.
Well, it sounds like we'll see you soon. I'm glad. I'm glad. Goodbye for a little while. Yes, indeed. Goodbye for a little while. You could feel her smiling from her voice. Bye, Ma. You entered the call with a satisfying tap of the red button. Pip's eyes wandered around the space. We better get cooking.
Sounds good.
I can help. Just tell me what we're making. No way, you're the guests. Here and I got this. She grinned. There was something playful in the twist of her lips, though. Couldn't have said it myself, Cliff. I've been in your spot before, and there's no choice but to accept it. Let's see. Heading further up, John says, to Blue, I'm doing good. Today's been a busy day, so I'm glad that I'm home. I'm glad that you're home and get to relax too, John. Now you can chill and relax and have some nice food, possibly. Let's see. Blue says, well, at least now you get to relax for a bit. I hope your day was productive. Midge says, I want to know the history of why y'all call it Macca's in Australia. It's literally just because we shorten stuff. I'm pretty sure that's the actual reason. I don't think there was any more thought put into it. But some of the places also actually have Macca's as like the name tacked on the side instead of McDonald's. So that's interesting. But yeah, Blue says McDonald's shortens to Macca's. I don't know why. It's an Aussie thing. We shorten a shit ton of words. Yes, it is. It is an Aussie thing. Like, we do a lot of shortening of a lot of words and then add syllables and things and vowels where there is no need for them. We'll either shorten something, or if it's short already, we'll make it longer. Midge says we call it Mickey D's here, which is interesting. Why do you call it that? Why do you call it that one out of everything? Fine, we'll just hang out over here, I guess. Good. Cove walked over to the living room and gestured at the couch. You both took a seat, getting a comfortable spot while they're waiting for food and family. Cove tilted towards his parents with his chin and then shook his head with a gentle smile, apparently asking if he could believe this, and all you had was a silent shrug. Time passed, filled with light chatting. Cove kept a careful watch on his parents' culinary progress and teasingly kept running commentary. Blue! Really? Silly, 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 silly. Silly goose. Silly goose. Oh, speaking of, hey Blue, so, while you were gone, we did make it a religion surrounding geese. Just so you're aware, so if there's something weird that gets posted in the Discord later, yeah, that's why. Time passed with, filled with live chatting. Oh yeah, running commentary. Oh, Dad added another pinch of salt. I wonder if that was a good idea. Biff had to raise his voice to project over the living room. He sounded very amused. Blue said, you what? Huh? My Wi-Fi cut out. We kind of created a religion around geese. You'll have to go back through the VOD if you want to find out why. There was something that happened that caused the goose religion to be made. This is like, my Wi-Fi cut out and I lost the VOD. Very concerned. Lost the VOD, how? Like just the Wi-Fi cut out in general, or is this for like your streams and stuff earlier? What is it for? I do not know. It says, I was there and I don't even remember why. I mean, yeah, fair. Blue said, yeah, that's why I got technical difficulties. Yeah, that's fair. Technical difficulties are the actual worst, and I highly do not recommend them to anybody. 0 on 10. Do not have technical difficulties if you can avoid it. It's funny that you, of all people, are commenting on my salt usage. We were both born and raised in salt water. Besides, I'm sure you remember back when you were 12 and tried to make Cove flush slightly, but the smile remained as bright as ever. You really want to start talking about cooking mistakes, Dad? Because I remember a lot of things too. Like, what about that clam chowder? That chowder was supposed to be a pie. Let's see. Blue says there were solar spots and Wi-Fi cut out the whole town. No! That sucks! I hate that. I hate that for you. Also, solar flares and stuff today. Oh, that's concerning. Hopefully everything ends up alright. John says, wait, Turnip Boy gets a sequel? Excuse me, when is it coming out? It's coming out in 2023, so it's coming out next year. We will be doing a live playthrough of it. Because, like, come on, that was the game I started streaming. We have to. We don't have a choice. We do not have a choice. Cove and his family were quite a show to listen to. You chimed in occasionally, but mostly you provided the laugh track. Eventually there was a rhythmic knock on the door.
Oh.
That's them. He said loudly for his parents' benefit. You nodded and got up to greet your family. When you opened the door, surprisingly there were no moms. Terry stood in front of you with Miranda at his side, and Derek waved from behind them. Hey buddies, I came to see you two before you left. Blue says, I just hope it all goes well tonight when I do stream. Yeah, I am hoping to. Also, Fillion says, Turnip Boy. Turnip Boy robs a bank? Yes, Turnip Boy robs a bank. As if tax fraud wasn't enough, he also had to rob a bank. And it looks so good. It looks so good. I came to see you two before you left. The plan would have been to go over to Basil's house next if you weren't here. Luckily, you two aren't too hard to find. What he said, and hi. Cove burst into happy laughter. His brows were high in surprise, not unlike how he looked after unwrapping a nice present. It says, wait, was that the game you started streaming with? I remember you streaming that. How long has it been? Well over a year. Well over a year. I celebrated my one year streaming anniversary, I think in... Was it May? I think it was either May or June, and I can't remember off the top of my head which it was. But one of those 2 months. But yes, that was the very first game I started streaming with. And it was the Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion, the original one. So I figure, look, I gotta stream the second game. I've committed now. I did it. Blue says, I remember that I loved it. And yeah, it just got better and stuff with time. Each playthrough added extra stuff. What even is time? I don't even know. I can't tell you. Blue says, I really got to know you. Yeah, I was very, very talkative during that stream because it was like the first stream. I honestly didn't expect anybody to show up at all. And then I was really having a great time just chatting and laughing quite a lot at a whole bunch of bosses beating me to death multiple times in a row. It was the first sort of, I guess it's kind of a roguelike game that I had ever played, and I had a lot of fun. Blue said, I remember being afraid of you before that stream. Why were you afraid of me? What about me was so scary? I apologize for being spooky. I don't intend to be spooky. It is not even Halloween yet, although it is getting up to spooky time, and then I will be. Ooh, then it'll be spooky. Wow, thanks for coming. Hello! Kara's voice carried through the house and in from the kitchen, and Cliff likewise projected. Great, the whole gang will be here. You heard the sound of cabinets open and shut, and a pan clatter, then the faucet turn on. Gosh dang it. gosh, dang it. Ended up having the faucet turned on. He's probably burnt something again. Oh no. We interrupting something? Oh, you're just joining a breakfast party. My parents, sister, and cousin are coming over. We actually thought that you were them when you knocked. Yep, but my dad always makes tons of food anyway, so it's no problem for you guys to join. Cove waved off their concerns before pausing with a thoughtful hum. The only real problem is that do we have enough places for all these people to sit? He peered back into the house and started counting the dining room table, chairs, and bar stools. 5, 6. Cliff interrupted when Cove started trying to use his fingers to connect different chairs to different guests.
No worries.
Don't worry, if some people squish together on the sofas, it'll be fine. That's at least you can like reassure them, you know. Blue said, I don't know why, but I thought of you as a big, strong moderator in Ball's chat. I mean, I can get that, but as I chatted with you more on stream and in chat, the less afraid I got. Yeah, I can kind of see why you would have been scared, especially since like I did have to do some muting and stuff in the very, very early days of Ball streams because we had a lot of bots for a while, among other things. But that was just because when they were getting popular, it was important to note that they were there. But yeah, so I'm not horribly terrifying nowadays. As soon as I start speaking properly, most people realize I'm not particularly terrifying. Blue says, like, my first time on proper streams was a moderator. Ah, okay. So were you talking on the streams as a moderator or nah? Pidge says, I mean, moderators are intimidating. I can see that. I can see that. I'm speaking with, like, Pidge, knowing, like, Pidge has been a moderator before. Pidge can be spooky sometimes. Can agree, can confirm. Sometimes moderators be spooky. I'm just teasing Pidge, don't stress. John says that trailer looks epic. Right? Right? It looks so good. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Blue says, like, Ball streams were my first ever time in chat with a mod. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Well, I don't bite too much, so that's fine. But yeah, don't worry, some people can squish together on sofas. It really is going to be a party. Well, I'll be happy to accept the invitation. Yeah, you'd have to be crazy to skip out on this.
Thanks.
Thank you for making room. We're really glad that you came. The three friends finally piled into the house before they had a chance to settle in, and the doorbell rang. Only Miranda's had sat down.
Alright.
Now that has to be them. People laughed as he walked back over to the door and opened it up. He was right this time. It was just your parents with Liz and Lee all crowded onto the front steps. They squinted into the house and were surprised at just how many greetings that were said. The sheer force of the chorus of hellos was impressive.
What?
How'd they beat us here? How early did Basil call you? We were literally across the street. Let's see. John says you get guns. Who doesn't like a turnip with a gun? I mean, it is really cool. It is really cool. I'm very hyped. And I'm betting that we're gonna get really weirdly named explosives again, like we did in the first game. Because like occasionally you get like fun things and stuff like the bomb blooms and stuff. But like, what if we get like more things that we can utilize as turnip to rub paint? I want to do lock picking. I want the turnip to have a lock picking mini game because that would make sense. Finn says I drive for spookies. Blue says, not my first streamer, but I don't know, I was scared. I get that. I'm more interested because I had been talking on Ball's stream since they started streaming. So you would have heard me talk before probably, but may not have connected the voice to the actual mod, I guess. Fidge says, a radish with a knife? I mean, yes, a little bit, a radish with a knife. Blue says, you're not scary, you're a fun, calming, fair, and responsible streamer. Thank you. I'm honored. I'm honored for you to consider me as such. John says, I tried to play the first game, but it wouldn't save my data, so I quit. Ah, fair. Fair. Sometimes the save stuff can be a little bit funny. But it depends on what platform you're playing. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion on. Best platform I've seen to play that one on is Steam. So for that one, Steam, and I think they ended up getting it on the Switch eventually, but I haven't played the Switch port yet, so I'd need to see about that. Blue says, not scary, but you are perfectly capable of sticking up for yourself and muting people who are irresponsible. Yeah, if I ever need to, but I try not to for the most part because, well, obviously everybody's going to have their own opinions and things. So that's important that they get to speak their mind for the most part. That if they say something inappropriate or goes against the terms and conditions of Twitch or the stream, then I will mute as needed. John says, I might just play it for like a full 10 hours. I mean, yeah, that happens. I'm pretty sure that I ended up streaming for a lot longer than I initially intended on my first stream, purely because of that. We were surprised, we called ourselves.
Cool.
Very cool. Cliff smirked as he adjusted his settings on the stovetop. It's a little more crowded than expected, but we're making it work. What are we having for breakfast then? Cove led the final group to complete the picture inside. They took their chance to greet you along with everyone else. With the excited energy buzzing around the table starting to calm, you had a second to truly appreciate this view with the most important people in your life all together. It still felt too good to be true to have everyone here. And then you noticed Kira stood back up. She clapped her hands once in a satisfying smack. I hate to interrupt, but I thought you'd want to know that food is done cooking. Cliff crossed the floor to place a pile of silverware on a table, then he dropped stuff off on other surfaces around the living room. When he was done, he gestured towards the food. Blue says, how long do you think you'll be streaming for? Not too much longer, I hope. I got an appointment and stuff, but I want to get to the end of this game. I love it. I think this is probably the longest I've actually streamed. Yeah, I'm pretty darn sure this is the longest stream I've ever done. Wow.
Okay.
The plates in the kitchen, serve yourselves and sit wherever you'd like. The guests happily formed a line and the meal was safely passed around. Full-on each person claimed a seat in Holden's living room area. Some at the tables, others at the kitchen island, and some situated at the couches. Conversations trickled across various clusters of friends as everyone dug in. Cove finished his plate in a record time with a pleased sigh. He had put his fork down and surveyed the room. John says, proud of you, Andy. Yes, good. I'm sad. I'm glad. Blue says, I just wanted to know because I'm early to stream, but I want to watch you finish dressed. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, when you need to go, just let us know, okay? Because if you need to stream and things, then that is also okay, and you can pop out whenever. But I get if you want to be able to watch the VOD and stuff later. It will be up on YouTube and also on the VOD part of Twitch when you need it. It says, wait, when do you go to the bathroom and eat? I just realized you've streamed non-stop. Well, that's literally because I hyperfixated on the game and I literally forgot. This is one of the few problems that I really have with like my ADHD in particular. I just hyperfixate on stuff when I get like interested in it, and then I just can't stop doing the thing. Usually I have like water and stuff beside me or snacks and things when I'm streaming just in case this happens, but I didn't think I was going to be this obsessed with the game. John says, Andy, please eat. Don't worry, I will. I will eat. That is the plan. I did have food directly before the stream. I tried. You must eat and drink. Yeah, I have like a massive bottle of water next to me, so I've been drinking water and stuff across the whole stream. But it's been like 5 hours. Yeah. I don't have anything I can grab to eat unless I want to grab like a banana. Will you be happy if I just grab like a banana to eat until I finished off this section? Sue says, Eddie, is it okay if I come by now or wait till stream is finished? No, you can pop by. I don't mind. So you can pop by anyway. So we may get soup on stream for a little bit anyway. But yes, I'll tell you what. Because y'all are concerned and I honestly did not realize that I had been streaming this long until literally just now. I will grab like myself one of the muesli bars that I have and a banana, which is just behind me, so I can at least grab those. So give me 1 second, chat, and then we'll hop back to the game, and you may just hear me like crunch on something every now and again. If that is satisfactory for you. This one's a new one. Okay, thank you, Andy. All right. I do need to make sure I'm not too much of a hypocrite, because like I want to make sure that all of you are taking care of yourself. So thank you all for always making sure that I try and take care of myself too. Because like I said, sometimes I do forget. But Blue says a little bit of something is definitely better than nothing. Cool. John says, wait, do you get soup on stream as well? Possibly. It entirely depends as to whether or not he feels comfortable. So that is up to him. But yes, possibly. So if he wants to come say hey, then that's up to him. And if he does, then you probably will. But he'll be in my house. He'll be in my house a lot, please. I've never been more hyped for somebody eating. What is this, a mukbang? I don't know. The one problem is that I can't eat and talk with my mouth full. I'm not supposed to do that. But yes, I am eating. So if I just pause randomly, I'm taking a bite of something, and that's why. So I am eating, I promise. This is really cool how we're just getting to do this kind of thing. I like this too, Cove. I hope we'll be able to make this happen again. Of course, there'll be more reasons to get the gang back together in the future. Yes, the two of you might even dare to celebrate your yearly anniversary every year. Imagine that. The smirk on Liz's face grew wider as your mums giggled at her teasing. I shook her head, chuckling softer now.
Gosh. True.
Honestly, we just might. You've made a good point. It does come around every year. You should. Seriously? You deserve a big celebration for your magical day. The kids are right. You've got a lot of people who want to appreciate you, and you gotta give them a chance. That is true. That is true, they do. We're giving them all the appreciation as well. Pitch says, Blue says, not gonna lie, my roommate brought me gum, and I came over to them waddling like a penguin. That's adorable. That's so cute. You'll be a penguin. The penguin gums. Pitch says, as someone who also forgets to eat for hours, yours is the only acceptable one. Also, hey, thank you. I hyperfixate, okay? Usually this is why I set timers, but I forgot to set my timer today to remind me to eat. Because I was like, oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna play the game that long, it'll be fine. I'll just swap over to like Slime Rancher and things around this time. And I did not in fact do that. Because this game is a heck of a lot longer than I initially thought it was. I did not factor in the time that this extra extra stuff would be. It's true, I know I have a lot to thank you for. There were a lot more nods and agreement around the room, and your mums took each other's hands for support. Neither was expecting so much encouragement. We'll think about it. She'll think about it, and I'll tell Lani to stop thinking so hard if she doesn't agree. Ham! Good job, Mom. Now with that settled, let's continue to enjoy this perfect gathering. I'm excited because they got my favorite flavor. Ooh, what was your favorite flavor of gum, Blue? Agreed. Want to make this extra perfect? As amazing as it was, you couldn't help but think of an absent faces. In a second, everyone curiously turned their attention to you. We can invite Baxter. I haven't thought about Jeremy in a while. But Jeremy was kind of mean to us. Pitch says the game's got a Lord of the Rings Return of the King ending. Does it? This game? This game? How? John says, I love watermelon gum. Oh, watermelon gum is good. That sounds like a nice one, Blue. And also, yes, John, watermelon gum is pretty decent. It's not my favorite, but I don't mind that. But then again, I don't particularly like the taste of melon just across the board. I don't know why. I've never really liked it, especially rock melon, or depending on who you ask, cantaloupe. Cove turned to you with a genuinely thoughtful look. He rubbed at his forearm while he composed his thoughts. I think I'd be up for seeing him again. It'd be kind of interesting to see what Baxter would be like now. Yeah, I think so too. At least he'd have a ball with everyone gathered here today. Oh, let's see. It'd be cool if Jeremy was here too. Cove's expression twisted into a sour grimace the second Jeremy's name rolled off your tongue. Snickering, your grin widened, thinking of the angry little bowl cut boy that you'd been making jokes about for years. The amusement on your face falters for a moment as your eyes fell on Derek. His eyebrows were pinched together while he sat there silently confused. Derek, don't you remember Jeremy? No, not really, should I? Not really, we met him around the playground I think many years ago. Oh wow, I don't remember him at all. He was mean and loud, and he had a bowl cut hairstyle. Yeah, still not ringing any bells, sorry. It's alright, probably for the best. Shiloh is the only other person that I would have invited, but I know that's really gonna make Liz upset if I say that one, unfortunately. I think I'm gonna have to leave that one there, because otherwise Liz is gonna be upset, and I don't want to make her sad. Let's see. Bitch says, where it seems like it's ending but keeps going, it's a fake out ending. Yeah, exactly. So you think, partially I blame this game. I partially blame this game for it because, like, the fake out endings be real. They gave me the credits already, and then it kept going. It kept going after the credits. Don't be tricked. Don't be fooled. This may not be the end. We do not know. Blue says, I hate rock melon. It makes me angry. Bitch says, I was like, rock melon? For a second? John says, are your pronouns still he, she, they? Just want to make sure. I think so. I'm happy with it for now. Well, good. I'm glad. Also, thank you, John, for asking. It is important to make sure everybody is respected. There was a playfulness in Kira's stare as she scanned the room. She slowly placed her index finger on her chin. Now that I think of it, there is something that I haven't done in a while. Eyebrows raised at Kira's incomplete thought. She was urged to continue, but Kira didn't hesitate. Look through all the photos Cliff had here. Wouldn't it be fun for all of us? What, Mom? Why would you say that? Practically all those photos are of me.
Very cute.
Because it's cute. We get baby pictures. We want the baby pictures. And that's why embarrassing my baby boy is one of the perks of being a mom. Much to Cove's dismay, his mom was thoroughly entertained by his outburst. He winked in your direction. Meanwhile, Cliff eagerly stood up with a wave of proud affection for his son and completely missed Kara's teasing intent. Because he was just like, yes, I'm proud of my boy. I may not have liked him particularly much to start with, but I don't actually mind Cliff now. I think that's a great idea. Anyone else interested in the pictures? Well, of course.
Yeah.
I am. Lee shot her hand up before Cliff could even take a full step. Terry and Miranda snuck each other a glance before nodding with matching grins. Sounds swell. Uh-oh.
That's fantastic.
That would be lovely, Cliff. Mom tried to hide her amusement behind her hand, but couldn't stop the snicker that slipped out. Oh boy. Hold on. We're gonna hit sub, just to make sure. I've seen them all before, but they never got old. I want to see them. He shrugs nonchalantly. Poor Cove, everyone loves to pick on you. Only out of love. A snort and a giggle slipped out of Liz before she could hide her mouth in her hand. She shook her head, feeling embarrassed by Kira's knowing smile and unwavering gaze. Of course. Cove buried his face in his hands slowly, sighed slowly, his shoulders deflated in defeat. Fine. We can take a look. Everyone happy with picture time? Hi, Soup. No. You turn on the light? I'm okay. I'm just streaming a game. So everybody, this is Soup. Soup is my partner. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Good to see you, honey.
You're already ready for your appointment?
No, I got shoes and stuff on. I got ready before I got. No, before I went out at 8:30 in the morning to an appointment. Yup. I have been ready at 8:30 in the morning. Although, yeah. What? I could. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why? I needed to go and drop off the phone and stuff. It wasn't my doing. I didn't want to be out at 8:30 in the morning. I complained the entire time when Jesse started waking up. I was complaining a lot. But yeah, everyone says hello to Soup.
Hello, everybody.
He's got his mouth full of a chocolate eclair. They're one of my favorite lollies, though. Here, honey, I'll just move a little bit so
No, I don't
I
have
have
to.
space.
Sit behind you.
Okay, you just want to sit there?
Behind you.
Okay, super.
Absolutely.
You're a little weirdo.
I'm like that weird guy in the corner of the library.
No, that what?
Oh.
What weird guy in the corner of the library have you been going to? No, I kind of do, but also no. Absolutely not.
Just concerning characters now at the library.
No. No, really? I mean,
I know, right? You wouldn't think that.
no, you wouldn't think it. You wouldn't think it, but in fact, sometimes there might be possibly.
Yeah, or maybe
Sort
a
of,
little bit.
maybe a little.
Just
Just a touch. But yeah, we're embarrassing Cove at the moment. We're gonna show.
Oh.
Yeah, we're gonna show all the baby pictures. You would hate this if this was done to you.
My mother did this to me.
Oh yeah, no, that's
My mother showed you my baby pictures when we were just friends.
True.
That was messed up.
She actually showed me at graduation. Did I tell you that?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
You're aware. Yeah. For me, I just thought it was funny your reaction to it. Yeah, funny for me.
Or something.
Yeah, no, but you've seen my kids' pictures and stuff. It's like,
You're adorable.
no.
You're adorable. Andy is adorable.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Don't listen to him.
Every iteration of Andy is adorable.
No, like so many people are convinced that I don't actually look like myself as a child, and I don't believe that me and the pictures of me as a child, then they just think that I'm lying, and then that's not me as a kid.
No, you do look like yourself.
Different, smaller. Yeah, that's just what I thought. I thought I looked like me as a child. Softer cheeks. Yeah, it was a little pudgy, but that's like that.
Anyway, Kat, who's on birthday?
I don't know. They've wanted that for a while. They did come for our game, but you know they also come from my relationship talk. Apparently, they keep showing up, and I keep talking about you. So, John says hello to Soup. Blue says hi. Pidge says hello, Soup, and then also Pidge asks, "Wait, does Soup not have a not Australian accent?" Yes, Pidge.
I'm
Soup.
Irish.
Yeah, he's not Australian.
I moved here many years ago.
Eons ago. He moved
Many
here.
moons have passed since I lived in Northern Land.
Oh, of course, old man.
The old Emerald Isle. Yes, I remember it like yesterday.
Of course. Now you've started him on his bullshit. Are you happy?
All aboard the bullshit train.
Yeah, see? This is brand new information. I've told you twice, Pidge. What do you mean it's new information?
Lore! No, Soup lore!
The lore. The lore continues. But yeah, he's Irish.
I'm a child of the Emerald Isle. The place that eats potatoes and drinks Guinness.
Yeah, except the other thing.
Except Guinness tastes like curd.
Yeah, I know, but Theo, you are more so in favor of like curry chip rolls anyway. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, they're just like going, oh look at the Soup lore, he's an Irishman. Yes, it is.
I'm an Irishman, but if you met me in person, to most people I sound American or Canadian.
Yeah, I don't understand why. No, actually, I kind of understand why. It's the way you say your vowels on odd occasions. But like,
Yeah.
you can still hear it.
happier when I get.
You're happier when you're Canadian because you don't want to be accidentally spoken as if it's American? I mean, yeah.
No, I just want to tell people that I drank milk out of a bag.
It's just like you were such a shit stirrer.
I know, but I actually like that. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, like
Differences in the way, our product.
I mean, yeah, it is cool.
It's
It definitely takes up a lot less space. I have no idea. I've been wondering this for years. I have to ask Gar about it because I think Pitch is American. I know Blue and John, I'm pretty sure, are Australians. So like we got the same. I don't know. Somebody might be Canadian and could tell us because like I don't know. I've only ever really had milk out of cartons, but they're like plastic cartons. They're not like paper cartons, and I know that that's a difference as well for some places. So yeah. Yeah, the paper can sometimes be mooshed, and like it gets a weird taste because of like that weird semi-plastic coating that's on the inside of the milk carton. Yeah, it's not great. Yeah, why does why do they keep sending you to TikTok? They give you too many TikToks.
Friends.
Oh yeah. You say that like you regret this decision, but you kind of don't.
No.
You love them
No,
pieces. You were so mad when I introduced you to them, and then you actually liked them because then you wanted to start hanging out with them, and then just blamed me.
Yeah.
I know. John says, "I love this stream even more." See, look, you're well loved. See, you're loved. Pitch says, "I don't remember Irish ever being mentioned well," and John says, "Two of my favorite people in one stream." Pitch says, "I totally hear Canadian, to be honest."
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all.
Yeah, and then Blue says that Australian. Yeah, we're up to Australians. Oh yeah, that could be fun. Actual streaming.
Yeah.
No, you can stay here, but by all means, you can make commentary.
I'm just gonna sit back here and make my toast.
Yeah, you're gonna just like judge me and my playstyle as well. Dork. Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. Of course. That's
Sorry,
when
that
I.
was too far.
Yeah, that was
I'm
too far.
sorry,
Like
that was
that's insulting. Why would you say that
so
to
messed
someone?
up.
Like you know better.
Don't call people.
Yeah,
That's not
exactly. You know better. You know we should be careful. It's a delicate topic. Thing. But yeah. Fine. We can take a look. Is everyone happy with picture type? Abso-freaking-lutely. Yay!
Fun.
Yes. They both excitedly raised a fist in victory. Oh, actually, what time is my appointment? Oh, thank you. Okay, fine. Let's see. Damn it. Blue says, new stream title, Soup bullies me.
Never bully
You
anyone.
kind of bully me though.
Why would I bully you? How did I bully you?
like,
What did I do?
what do you mean? Why did I bully you or anything? Like
How did I bully
you
you?
tease me all the
What?
time.
What did I do?
No, you tease me all the time.
No.
Now he's
I'm
just.
a sweet little Irish boy. I
Mhm.
never teased anybody.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah,
Listen to
okay.
the accent, you bald-
Like that only works if like don't use.
That only works if I don't know your personality.
No, it kind of works even if like No,
no,
it- no, no wait, yes, hang on. What am I agreeing to?
I don't know. I just say words sometimes. I'll keep track.
Of course. Let's see. Pitch says I'm the lone American in the chat who doesn't sleep. Apparently, I mean, possibly there are other Americans in the chat and things as well, but that might be a time for. They probably don't want to come out because there's an Irishman that's speculatively picking on them.
Hey, I never pick on anyone.
Oh, of course you don't. Nope. Right. Not even me, especially.
No.
Because you've known me for what, like 6-7 years.
I've never
No,
picked on
you-
you in the 70s.
Oh yeah, sure. Same way it's like you've let's see, you've never drank like orange juice and dipped your Oreos in it.
Okay, but that's delicious. That's a
It's
delicacy.
like I stand
Like that's
by.
a delicacy.
I stand by my statement.
No,
that is
everybody
still,
who ever told me
no,
it's disgusting is wrong,
It's-
and I disagree.
I'm not saying it's disgusting.
I-
I'm just saying it's weird. Like, not a lot of people would be thinking about that.
But you gotta have like any zest. It comes with full 3 orange juice. Alright?
Okay.
All over an Oreo.
I tried it. I tried it. I humored you. I was saying.
You weren't a fan.
I wasn't the biggest fan, but I wasn't not a fan. Like, I could see how it could work and it could be genuinely good for some people. But,
Yeah.
like, at the same time,
Well, it's weird because I tell people I like that, but then people are like, you like different flavors. No, you don't. It's straight milk.
no, you don't. You don't like milk.
Dr-
You want to try milk from a
Historically,
bag, but you don't even like milk.
Historically, in film,
Yes.
only psychopaths have drank straight milk.
And you remember that guy at TAFE? You remember him?
That
How he
fucking guy.
would drink.
I respect that.
Like,
I respect the drink.
it was metal, but also don't. There was this guy that was at my uni / TAFE, who would drink 2 liters of milk for lunch and like nothing else. Like he would not go and have
Like lactose
have a bad-
intolerant is not in this guy's vocabulary.
No, but I'm pretty sure he was as
Yeah.
well, which made it worse. Like I had
Champion.
several different like conversations with him. I was like, "What the heck? Why are you doing this to yourself?"
What a champion.
No, not a champion. I don't speak to him anymore for reasons.
Only for the
Oh.
milk.
Only for the milk thing. I mean, the milk is weird.
What's up with chat?
Okay,
How
so
they
chat says, John says that you're never a bully.
Exactly.
No.
Thank you.
No,
No, John
no,
agrees with
no.
me.
It doesn't matter that John agrees
No,
with you.
John's the sensible one here.
No,
Listen to
John.
John.
Really?
Yeah.
How is John the sensible
John knows
one
the
here?
truth. John speaks only John.
Again, you're bullying me. Anyway, going back to chat.
Yes, the important.
Yeah. Not the person I'm spending my life with. The important.
Yeah, no, they really are.
So Blue says, one thing me as an Australian I also do. Blue says he's a sweet little Irishman.
Little
Um,
Irish.
Blue says too busy to being Irish to bully people.
Yeah, too busy.
Pitch says, not gonna lie, this dialogue is hilarious. Also, orange juice with Oreos.
Yeah, dude. Okay, so like you know the way Oreos kind of have that like I don't know if you can call it like a malty kind of taste, but like there's something about that cookie that just pairs so well with it.
Did you know that Oreos are vegan? Oh, good. At least like a lot of people are really surprised, but Oreos have no dairy or like eggs or anything in them. So I don't actually know how they made the biscuit.
You know, the most amount that you can do in
Hold on. Why
Like
were you
full
doing
Oreos.
that?
I don't
Was
know.
it just the
I was
dopamine?
bored.
Yeah, it was just the
Yeah.
dopamine. You have ADHD. You know that?
No,
Really?
no, never.
Never. Why would you not know about that? It's not like you had to get diagnosed twice, which is the most ADHD thing ever.
And then I have a doctor who sounds like he has mental disease.
Yeah, but we need to change your doctor because your doctor's shit. Like, you seemed okay for the time because, like, you were after a very specific type of doctor because you didn't like going to doctors, so you wanted a particular type and you fit the bill, but also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But yeah. Moving on. Blue says I like to drown my Oreos in apple juice, so I can see how orange juice would also be nice. Like, I haven't
Dude,
tried
fuck yeah.
Oreos in apple juice, to be fair.
Oh, it's so sweet. It's so nice.
Pitch says I'm kind of intrigued.
Do it.
Just
and,
do it.
If you regret it, come yell at me. Fine.
Yeah, like you
I
can go and
accept it.
you can go and yell at Super the Discord because
Yeah.
he's also in there, and you can pick on him for being Irish.
Yeah, for having bad taste in food.
You don't necessarily have bad taste in food. You just have strange taste. I mean, like, look, this is coming from somebody who would eat Vegemite and jam sandwiches, like strawberry jam. So, like, we're both kind of weird. Blue Blue says just enough so that way the Oreo ain't soggy. I mean, fair.
Yeah, you can't let that start.
Yeah, exactly. Also, Blue says that we're never gonna finish the game at this rate. I mean,
I'm sorry, guys. All right, I'll shut up.
No, you don't need it.
Andy can play
You know
the
I
game.
can't play the game now.
No, you.
No,
can.
you want to know why I can't play
You
the game
genuinely
now?
can.
You know, no. Do you want to know why I can't play the game now?
Why?
Because they got a game by a boyfriend.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. You came in into the stream,
I apologize,
but it's okay.
Chad.
You were being good. It's okay. It's okay. John says, I'll just pick on Soup because he's too nice. I'll never pick on Soup because he's too nice. And then Blue says, no, Soup, stay, no, stay.
No,
They
I'm not
love
going
you.
anywhere. But
No,
like,
they
I
love you.
apologize that I interrupted Andy.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. You know I love you. It's okay.
Like, all jokes aside, I really didn't want to come in here and take over the stream.
No, like this is what happens when you don't come to stream very often. So
Yeah,
like
true.
maybe we should actually do that. What were we thinking? Like a Monster Prom stream or
Oh
something?
yeah, we were good. And I was gonna date my boy Scott.
Yeah, we could do that on next week on like Thursday because you're gonna be over at my house anyway. So we could do that maybe. Yeah, I know. He loves a werewolf. Everybody. Blue says, "Nah, Andy was distracted way before the game."
I know. I was listening to the stream in my car.
No need to roast me, Pitch. I know I get distracted easily. But like, no need to distract. No need to say that like I was getting distracted as well. Blue, like, Pitch says this is peak couples minor bickering, and I'm here for it. See, I told you they find it entertaining.
We've been bickering like a couple since before we were a couple.
Yeah,
I
like,
believe that.
Everybody just thought that we were like either dating for several years or were
Yeah.
married when I was really young. And
Right.
they were like either really concerned or really happy for us.
Andy, have you told them about our anniversary?
Oh no, I haven't actually.
Okay.
That'll
We
have
might
to be-
get to that
Oh no,
someday.
that'll have to be a story for another time, I think,
Yeah.
honestly, because like that's gonna take a while because I'm gonna start gushing or something. It's like it was a nice trip. I liked it. I really liked it. It was so fun. Also, you started slipping into the Irish accent unironically again there. This is what happens anytime you're reminded of Ireland or our trip. You just remember Ireland and then it's like, whoop, nope, he's Irish for the rest of the evening. And then he's actually Irish instead of Irish Canadian. Pitch says, oh, Gilo. Blue says, Andy, you don't need to finish the game today, it's fine. But I just love the chatting. Yeah, it's good fun, and I do love being around all of you. However, I need to be a responsible adult and at least pretend that I'm going to go to my appointment this time. Cause like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but also I need to get like I have to eat. The cat was berating me earlier that I wasn't eating, so I have to also eat because otherwise, if I don't eat, then I'm gonna run for things. Okay, that sounds like a good plan. But yeah, so we can do maybe we can do like a stream thing just on like the Thursday if you're down for it. But if you're also in social mode, that's also okay because like we can do stream stuff anyway. I know, but also crash after work, not working for a bit. So like, and like you're already yawning, so clearly you're gonna be. And this is why we went through. Did you pick up your script at least? Okay. Alright, well we'll try and get something on the way home. That's all good. Let's see. Blue says, no pretending, you go. Go get yourself some food. Go to the bathroom and then go to your room. That's a good plan. I'm being told off by chat. Like I'm the one that's being all responsible. Look at the chat, all grown up. I'm so proud. Everybody's being responsible. Except for me. Except for me. We will be in a second. But I am going to raid somebody if they're online. They're on live. Andy, stop. No, y'all be responsible and I respect you. and you're all good. And I appreciate every single one of you. I will be back with Soup at some point, but it all
Yeah.
depends on when Soup has spoons. So when Soup has spoons instead of just bowl, then we'll cover it. Okay, well we don't have enough spoons and then also enough time at the same time. We'll have to have Soup for now. But it's been very nice having you, Soup. Pitch says, "Go, Bossy Chat, go! Don't stop, you're embarrassing me." Once again, thank you all for popping over. Appreciate you all very, very much. We will go and raid a Trinity, who is playing a game. We will see you all in the next stream and hopefully finish this off next time. I'll see you all later. Bye.